welcome everyone to the European League 2025, brought to you by Unity Clash. I'm your show host, Spartantano, and I'm joined by my good buddy Night Error here, bringing you the week 12 and 13 of this tournament. Night Error, how are you doing today, buddy?
Yep, we're doing Spanker because we're going into the last few weeks of EUL. Now, this is going to be interesting because we have quite a few strong matches to go through here, especially seeing some reigning champions, some faces who have been breaching in the scene, and Tano, I cannot wait to watch them.
And I'm very excited for it. Today, with all these games, I've had it on good confirmation. They are absolutely amazing. Also, happy birthday, Night Error! Welcome in! Mega Lucario coming out as well this weekend. What more could you want, buddy?
You know, honestly, yeah, what more could I want, right? Shivam, we're having a talk after this. It's funny because I was in a call with Shivam yesterday, and we were talking about like, yeah, yo, I need you to help me out tomorrow. You know, Kyle's around. It's like, by the way, it's your birthday, right? Like, we're gonna celebrate it. I don't know this, so. Technically, I don't know this, but thank you so much for the celebration. But I also want to give thanks to Kyle here. You know, he was supposed to take today's slot, and I think it's only right to give him a small shout out for today, especially since this is the last week of EUL. And of course, in honor of Kyle, or Steel Agent Kyle, I'll be changing my name to Man Spy Ryan.
Okay, I like it.
Metal Spy Ryan. Let's go.
Metal Spy Ryan. I like it, buddy. On board with that. Okay, chat, as we know, this is a 4-month-long event. It was 12 weeks. We are here in the final few weeks. The whole point of these weeks really is seeding for the group stages, which will be coming up next night, and we're going to have the playoffs. It is going to be ridiculous. And, of course, as soon as we hit those playoffs, standings don't matter anymore. It's all about that double elimination, and then the top 6 teams will be qualified for EUL Masters. So, let's have a look at the standings. We're going into the final few weeks here, Naito. We need to be able to see what's going on. Of course, the biggest talking point is that Ultimate continue to be undefeated in this league.
Which, mind you, they have an 11 win streak here. Their scoreline is 12-0. They did lose at some point. So, again, not undefeatable. We did see in the matches that I was casting for Ultimate, not impossible to beat. So, this is going to be interesting to see whether they can maintain this 11, right? Moving into it. But otherwise, as we look through the score lines here, it's starting to shape up evenly here with, I think, the notable ones going to LD here with a 3-win streak. And so, potentially, might see them pull up for a 4th one. But otherwise, I think this one speaks for itself here. 12 and 13, right? Week 12, week 13. Let's see how this one pans out.
Yeah, because this is really about the seeding, and every single team that we have playing today is very, very close. Look at how close they are on that left-hand side, Café de Martin with the Victory Road. The enemies have managed to give themselves a slight bit of a gap, buddy, but they are playing, I believe, twice today that we'll be able to see, and Café de Martin are going to be playing twice as well. So it's one of those where that could make a difference between them. And as we look further down, we've got Banana Peelers, we've got Do You Like Pineapple. These teams very close on that board. These are the games that we've got. I believe we got a bonus one as well. The Enemies versus Azeri Esports, Ultimate versus Crash Out GG, Café de Martin taking on the Victory Road, and Banana Peelers trying to get the win over Café de Martin.
And this is going to be the lineup that we have for today, and I'm very excited to see how this one pans out here. Like you said, standings technically at this point doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, they're going to be going into the playoffs and their focus here is to make it into it, right? So let's see how they go into it. But one thing I would like to note is that as we look at the predictions here for all of us, thankfully, this came up because I want to talk about it. Tano, you and me, we have quite similar, like, you know, favorites, but there's some that were like a little bit mixed here and there, right? And I'm kind of thinking, like, where, you know, is the Victory Road going to take it home today? That is the prediction for me for game number 3, right? And you're going for Café de Martin, and I think they're fantastic. But for some reason, today, struck a nerve. Victory Road feeling really strong on this one.
Yeah, I get you, buddy. See, with those 2 games, Café de Martin are playing twice, and I was going to put the Victory Road for that one because I felt like the Victory Road have been playing so well, but Café de Martin are not going to lose both sets today, and I think it'll be them that they overcome, and Banana Peelers are the team that I think could overtake Café de Martin, and it looks like you agree with me as well, buddy.
No, 100%. I mean, we've talked about it the last time we were together. Banana Peelers, they've got a really soft spot for my heart, so we're going to see how that pans out here. But I think we also need to talk about the games that are coming up, right? Which is the Victory Road versus going into that, which is going to be it.
Against Verbs Esports, a team that has struggled since they came into the league, but they have fun with it, Niter, and that's one of my favorite things about Verbs Esports is that they try and lock in and they have fun, and they have put in some impressive showings. The Victory Road is not going to be the worst team they've come up against because, you know, they have played the likes of Ultimate and those teams that really don't give up. So I'm excited to see how they do in this one. But let's have a look at the stats from the previous weeks. I believe week 11 coming up here thanks to the amazing Dio Eva getting these together. And I think we've got top bans and top picks that we can at least have a look at here.
Not too much change across the board, and I'll be honest, if you have watched a few things happening over the weeks here, and it goes very true. Buzzwole, one of the favorites to lock out here. A lot of people are calling S tier into Venusaur, especially with the changes coming into, especially the defense stat, giving it a lot more bulk to go into the fight here. You can see both movesets being played very often at the moment. Of course, Zacian here, legendary Pokemon, you cannot understate that. And Snorlax going in, reigning supreme. I have been seeing a lot of Yawn now, so both movesets very viable and very much warrants the 8 matches being banned.
It's fascinating to have a look at what these pick rates are like since the new Groudon map, buddy, because I never would have thought that Venusaur would be on there when we first started this European League. I absolutely love that these changes have been made. The rest really isn't surprising at all. Let's have a look at the bans as well. I want to have a nosy at what is currently being banned because, you know, no surprises. Suicune up there, Leafeon still being that strong, but we have started to see a little bit more of the Charizard because people really haven't been playing it, but this past few weeks, Nightera, people are actually throwing it onto the field more.
I mean, we've agreed that Charizard's a really strong pick. We've talked about it at the start of EUL, actually the mid-season of EUL when I came in, and it still continues to reign supreme here. Buzzwole holding the 3. I've said Snorlax twice now. I believe these are 2 separate moves, or is this a 2, like, it matches up to 8, like I said before here. I had the numbers all wrapped out. But interestingly, Pawmod, now that it has been tuned, is actually going to see a little bit of a pickup on the side here, but no shots. Suicune is holding its ground here as the top ban.
Yeah, it's really not surprising that, is it? I mean, you know, Leafeon's trying to catch up, but I think speedster-wise, like every other speedster, at least, you know, Dodrio, the Zoroark, even Absol, can replace that role that Leafeon does, whereas Suicune
very easily
kind of feels one of their own, doesn't it, really, Nightera? Because it is the crowd control god, is that Pokemon.
Right now, absolutely. And we're going to have to see how this pans out here. As for Blissey, I mean, being banned, and Hoopa, I mean, I talked about this with Shivam yesterday, and it's like, if they gave you more bans in the game, at some point, like, there's going to be a team that just bans all the supports, and there are only so many supports in the game, right? That's why Elder Goss is one of the top picks moving into this, because we don't have Blissey. It's like, I pick one over the other. So, this is going to be interesting.
It is, and this game, I believe, just about ready to kick it off. The Victory Road versus Verbs Esports. Here is the record, buddy. It's very much David versus Goliath. The Victory Road with a 9-3 record. Verbs Esports here with 2-11, looking to improve their seeding in these group stages.
And it's going to be interesting to see the least here as the Victory Road, as we're looking into the accolades here. The entire team has a lot to go into it. They have a lot of regional wins across the board here, having different cups of different months as well. And of course, UIC. And how could we ever forget, Tano? You were there!
I can't believe it, bro. I'm going to be there this year as well. Looking on the board, these were such incredible players. We've got Caesar, we've got Hiyori, Mephil, Greg, and Aslanico bringing up the rear here for the Victory Road. And looking at their accolades, Nightera, they are off the roof. We see some Game Assembly winners. But let's have a nosy at Verbs Esports. We've got DJ, Niet, Silex, Cotton, and Toppy here. And we haven't seen much of, for example, Cotton, so I'm excited to see them coming into this as well and try and see if they can pick up themselves some good accolades.
A nice clean slate from Verbs Esports here, hoping to make a name for themselves in the EUL. As we do take a look into how they play this out, you're right, David versus Goliath here. I think it's very clear that Verbs Esports are hoping to play the role of David and take it down, because at this point, they've got something that they want to put down on their plaques here, and I think this is going to be the first of many.
To be fair, with how well the Victory Road has been playing, you can definitely throw that on as an accolade of being able to defeat them here in the final few weeks of Verbs Esports. 9-3 is a very decent record to have. When you have the dominant teams in this league, such as Ultimate, such as the enemies has been, it's definitely impressive to be able to get those 9 wins. But let's go on into the draft phase here, Nightera, and see what these bans are going to be.
And now let's take a look. You're absolutely right here. I love the anime cut with the double screen, but 4 bans here. Let's see what we're gonna pick up. Is there going to be a Buswell on the board here?
Gonna say goodbye to that Suicune, still getting those bans, no surprises whatsoever. And Blissey, the utility you can get from that Pokemon, very tanky as well. And it's gonna be the Absol that Hiyori wants to ban out here. No attention to that Leafeon. I think that's completely understandable. I think Absol's pretty broken on this map, buddy.
I'm not too sure whether this is the call here, Absol and Palma at the end of the day. I kind of like the Hoopa that they're hovering over. I don't really see it at this point where this can go, right? So, we're going to take a look into how this goes. Snorlax being picked up here. I would love to see a hole come into the fray on Verb's side. Definitely something to work, but Crustle making its appearance again, terrorizing me in every stream.
Ooh, DJ was showing the attention to the Venusaur, but pulls out the Alolan Raichu instead. And it's going to be Eldegoss that gets locked in for Verb's Esports. We've been seeing so much Eldegoss, and when Blissey is banned, it's either Eldegoss or Clefable that we see people take.
And we are gonna be potentially seeing... There's a hover on Empoleon, right? I mean, I don't recall whether we're still allowing that at the moment. It's still week 1, if I'm not wrong. So we're gonna hold this one back here. But if we're taking a look into how they're gonna play the lineups here, we're gonna be seeing a clean pickup onto Dodrio. We had the same argument as before with the supports, but now it's here. If all of the quote-unquote speedsters are kind of banned out, or like nobody wants to pick them up, right? The next best option is always going to be the second best. Dodrio holding strong. But Buzzwole active in the lane here. We might see the pickup from Verb.
It's Buster on the Buzzwole, and I saw the name Cotton, and I was like, I wasn't sure who was going to be here, but it's Buster, so very excited to see them coming into this one, buddy. And I do like the Slowbro pick here, because you do have to try and limit Hiyori on that Dodrio Bro. We have witnessed some ridiculous Dodrio play, and you've already called it. One of the best speedsters, currently can control this map of Sky Ruins, and exactly throwing Greg onto the Hooper as well, rounding it out with a Blaziken. I absolutely love the rainbow comp that Victory Road have brought out here.
Last pickup here onto Verb's Esports. Let's see what the final roundup is. Are we going to be seeing another speedster to hold the line? I'm not too sure. I mean, the colors are looking great here, and it would only make sense, right? All 5 have been assembled. There it is, the Darkrai. They've got the colors lined up here. I can't really say which is the better team. They do have a Alolan Raichu on the other side. Caesar's on Blaziken. I mean, really strong mons. I'm not even considering the speedsters in this, but they do have Buster Wall coming in there.
Buster Wall, I love that, buddy. It's kind of the battle of crowd control versus maneuverability on the side of Victory Road. Having the Dodrio and the Hooper is going to be very hard to catch. Same with Mephil on the Mew. Whereas Verb's Esports, look at the crowd control, buddy. It's going to be difficult for them to really try and shut them down. So that is going to be the battle between these two here. The double rainbow comp coming out for this first set.
Loving it so much here. Final Preps coming in live right now as we do take a look. And now our predictions, because gotta be honest with you, Victory Road still got me going strong on this one. I'm loving it. What about you?
I'm with you. I think Victory Road are going to take this just because they seem to be the team that has the strongest synergy at the moment. Verb's Esports, they're new, buddy. They've all played with each other before, but they are new as a squad, and they've been very exciting. So I actually hope that this goes to a best of 3, and I think that would be a huge achievement for Verb's Esports.
You know what, Verb's Esports, you guys have something to prove. You know, casters have made their calls. We are going to be absolutely dumbfounded if you take us home with a victory here. So let's take a look at how this one pans out here as we go into the Victory Road versus Verb Esports.
Oh yeah, this is game 1 kicking off for this week here. Victory Road on your purple side. Verb's Esports are going to take your orange side. And it's the Speedsters that are going to take the central area here, Nightera.
And of course, how could you expect anything else from that? Boswell going straight into the lane, trying to see if he can take a few pickups here. Very strong Mon. I don't think there'll be any contest against him scoring. But on the other side, bottom, we're going to see Snorlax going in hard, heavy. And there it is, already half onto Toppy. And it's going to look really rough here.
Oh, poor Tuppy, your jet button has already been used. They have got the focus band onto the Snorlax, so that's pretty huge. But this is a very difficult lane for them to be handling as they try and see if they can get DJ here with the dash around. There goes the boosted Mephil. Shuts down that Alolan Raichu. And it seems like a great victory for the Victory Road in these early stages.
You love to see the eject button into a tackle there. Masterful play coming in for Snorlax. But as we do take a look into how this is going to pan out here, looks like the graphics are a little bit wonky here, but I assure you, it's part of the map, right? We're going to a digital age here. It's actually Thea Sky Neo runes.
Hey, just enjoy it, buddy. I like it. I think it adds flair to the game. I love this. It looks very anime-esque with it coming out. Let's see. Down here in this bottom lane, though, the punishment is coming on down as Hiyori comes in on the Dodrio, tries to score the 23. Yes, it's easier to do so, but the damage comes in from Verbs Esports. They defend that, and the whirlpool of purple comes out from Eldegoss.
Man, is that a new move? Like, is pollen? Is it Pollen Puff with like poison? They move into the fight though, and of course we do see the speedster on speedster action, Darkrai going down for the count, and this means control to the central area is going to go to Dodrio, who is also going to go into Regidrago in just a bit. Yo, the Pollen Puff with poison? Damn.
Mate, I like it because it's easier as a caster to see what's getting hit with that. I absolutely love it.
So
as they get all the Natus here, and the Regidrago is about to spawn on in. Hiyori is really trying to put the pressure onto Verbs Esports here and going for a cheeky little invade.
Right, and as they do pan around to see what they can find here, Regidrago has been sitting down there pretty, waiting for someone to start on the fight. Toppy going in his first hit here, as we do see Siege coming in, Darkrai holding its ground and attempting to start a fight here, but the team is now lining themselves up for this Regidrago.
Ooh, I also love the fact that it's currently only Fast and Buster that we're getting this purple for, so we can see who's going to be able to get the secure as they continue to blast the laser beams down. The heals come through, and it is going to be Buster that locks in the Regidrago. Verbs Esports trying to take a little bit of a level lead here.
Wow, and it's gonna be continue their onslaught on the top side here. They have a 30-pointer that they could drop, and oof, a little close there. Kabasket holding it ground, but they're gonna lock themselves out onto Dodrio. No mercy going into that one, and of course they do get the blaze gun, but can they continue this onslaught? Picking up the Eldegoss here, we're not gonna see any more purple particles. It is going to be a lot more onto favorable sides with Victory Road.
I mean, I think Victory Road got what they needed from that, buddy. Yeah, I mean, 47 points on the board for Verbs, but they've got the Dodrio online now, and they can't really push that lane, to be honest, unless they have those free. Registeel down here, trying to go for the rip is Verbs Esports. Here comes Hiyori, though. The surf comes through. What a brilliant effort from Toppy to lock that in for their team as they back up to the T1 pad. The Victory Road going on the retreat here, Nightera.
I never doubted Toppy ever since he got himself really wasted at bottom just now to start, and now I know why. You know, the confidence going into that, he knows he cannot be taken down. But as you do see here, it's going to be an interesting one. The overheat comes in to challenge with the surf, but again, Toppy looking so strong. A nice heavy slam here into the block, and Darkrai is almost locked out of his team, and unfortunately it looks like with a body block here, it goes down and Snorlax is out for the count. Back to the Pokemon Center you go.
Toppy stopping them from being able to get the retreat. I am loving this from Verbs Esports, by the way. The aggression is working for them. They're trying to control both lanes here as they take that Regieleki and push this bottom T1 pad, trying to see what they can grab here. They don't yet have the Hooper Unite move ready to go, but they've got to be wary. The massive block coming in from Snorlax. There's the Thunderstorm Aerial as they look to approach the pad. Can they find the KOs? Here comes Hiyori. They weren't even scoring at the right moment there, buddy, but they rein in 30 Burger, and they do enough to be able to break this pad.
And beautifully done as well. They are into the 5 minutes mark, or pushing into 5 minutes here. It's going to be a real rough time for them. Scoreline 0 to 194 here. Verbs, again, we were saying this is David, and well, what can I say? They're doing fantastic.
That they are. We do finally get some points on the board from the Victory Road, but honestly does feel like a great effort, although they do whiff that one there. Buster unable to get their Super Swole Slam down. It hits the pavement as they try and find a KO here. The Hooper pulls just in time to get the Victory Road back. Snorlax comes back through, trying to see if they can trap free in the central area. No one's yet here to back them up, buddy, as Dodrio goes on the retreat.
And here we are, moving down towards the bot lane now, as we do see a few seconds more before we have a Reggie coming back up online here. Now the slow beam does activate, no one to follow up there, and unfortunately, it looks like Dodrio does not make it out. You know, let's change the narrative there a little bit here. Lock coming in here, locking back into the fray, and unfortunately also gonna be taken down.
I tell you what, this is impressive from Verbs Esports, and if they keep this up, matey, I'm very excited to see how they do in the group stages. I mean, this is only game 1, but we're halfway through, and it has felt like it has been total control from Verbs Esports after that first Regidrago.
Hey, don't forget, Tano, you have a saying when it comes to the 2-minute mark. It's not when there's a raid, there's a way anymore. You gotta change it up a little bit, but there is still a way out of this.
That there is, and you are right, buddy. Everybody says it. When there's a Groudon, the game is on, and it is still very close between these two. They do manage to grab the Regieleki on the side of the victory road, trying to alleviate some of that pressure, and they have managed to score some points at least. So with that pushing that T2 pad in the top lane, looks like they want to make a quick rotation down here to the bottom T1.
Oh, and it's going to be coming in here. The Ringside Battle trying to take it out with his team. Everyone running forward into it. They got knocked into the lower Raichu. Next, following with the Mew, picking it up. Overheat going into Slowbro. But the Citrus Many holding for just a little bit longer here. But this Elder Gold looking a little bit lost. Counter Crash investment. And unfortunately, it looks like he's got to burn it just to escape this fight. Trying their best to defend here. Toppy holding his ground. Hitting it out here. As you can see, Pollen Paws being rained. Hoping to stop them. But unfortunately, the 40 invested. The 50 in as well. And this is a rough one for them. They're slowly gaining ground back into the game. 211 to 258.
Yeah, this is the power of Pokemon Unite, buddy. Now, at the 3-minute mark, the game is in the hands of Victory Road as they get ever so closer to taking that lead. 50 dunk raining on through. And I absolutely love the fact that the Eldegoss Unite move is the only thing that doesn't throw up that pink circle.
Yeah. Is there much to say?
I want more pink, mate. I want more. I want to see who's shooting who. I want to see the lasers on the screen.
Alright, let's see if we can get that to happen. You know, maybe at some point it will just happen naturally, but we'll take a look at that. Lone Raichu, very cautious there, does not want to invest too much. In fact, everyone's just very cautious. They're not sure where is what and who's where. And the funny thing is, we know that they're on different sides of the map, and it's going to be hilarious when they realize that.
Yeah, I mean, the big push from Verbs Esports, of course, you know, they're going to go break that pad, but they didn't know Victory Road wasn't there. That is a risque move. They were waiting for the hit onto the Regirock, hoping that most of the team was there. Hooper, ready in that central pit, waiting for the Groudon Den, even can pull people in using that Unite move here, Nitera, if they need to.
The thing is that they are slightly below level here for Verbs. I mean, just a little bit of difference between 1 or 2 levels, but across the board, they can still take a really strong fight. And I guess it's going to come down to this one pickup here. Verbs don't need to force this Groudon here, but if they do see Victory Road go for it, which is absolutely happening now, great time to start hitting them. Out Darkrai from the back line, trying to hit something, anything here. Unfortunately, getting caught by the Snorlax, who manages to at least get away here, might be able to continue distracting them. The Groudon is still unscathed after all that.
If you can put pressure here onto Greg and get them to pull the Unite move, that's what you need to do, but you can't realistically go for the rip or go for anything having Hooper with that Unite move down, and the longer you wait here, you're going to be risking some back caps. So if you could try and bait that out, that would be massive, but Verbs Esports here going for the retreat in the top side of the central area of Victory Road. They do manage to get the power nap out from Snorlax here, and the Mystical Mirage came through as well as they rotate down here. Ultra Swole Slam from Buster manages to find the KO, and now they land onto the Blaziken. Cotton Cloud Crash comes out. The slow beam onto Dodrio. Oh, Nitera, they're taking down Victory Road one by one. Verbs Esports are climbing the proverbial mountain and defeating Goliath here as they go to score more points. With 45 seconds left, they look to take game one.
And this is going to be the problem here that we're going to see, is that they were just unfortunate to not be ready to respond to like Verbs Esports push at the top, right? We saw that happen to take Regirock, and then they were just all at top. What can you do there? In fact, this entire point lead here was absolutely not even calculated. It was just a chance that they took on, and they said, we're going to commit. That is so ballsy for them, right?
It is. It really is, mate. And it's why I absolutely love it. 15 seconds left. 10 coming in here. Groudon getting ripped. But is it going to be enough? They can't even get to the goal. So it's not even going to matter, buddy. Oh my days. Hooper might get there. Looks like we're going to say, yeah, Dodrio does. Not going to be enough, though. And Verbs Esports, I tell you what, Nitera, the best time for you to lock in and play your best Pokemon Unite is here in the seeding stage just before groups.
Oof, you are absolutely right. You know, they have to lock in here to lock themselves up a great position. I don't think they really want to fight anyone too strong early on. If they can make this one out, they get a better standing. You know, honestly, great time, great spot. They into a few of the other teams here. I think they're looking really strong going into this with 1 point lead. Victory Road needs to kind of catch up though.
Yeah, they do. And the thing is, though, Victory Road are such a strong team. Look at their record, buddy. They've been very strong throughout the entirety of this league. So they're not going to be happy with going down a game. And I could genuinely see this going to game 3 because it's going to be all about how they move into this next draft and where they want to go with it. But I got to say, I think Toppy was absolutely instrumental for being able to allow their team to get the win during that game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. And I guess the question now remains on my mind is like, what can they do to turn this around? They had a very, very strong showing. I mean, Verbs had a very strong showing across the board here. They only lost out a little bit at the end here with the Reggie Rock. They didn't really match their levels. In fact, some reason, Victory Road had a little bit more levels over them, even if they matched a little bit more. And so the question is Verb very sure that they have this game in the bag? Are they very certain that their current strategy works? Or Tano, maybe it was a fluke, and Victory Road does have something to come back at them. Consistency is key. Let's see if Verbs can actually, remake this entire thing happen again.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, buddy, if you want to get yourself into those playoffs and win the entire thing, consistency is absolutely key. So if Verbs Esports can continue this streak as they're finding here in the final few moments of the group stages or the league stages, that will be all that it's about. And I'm surprised at the Absol ban here. I mean, it's very strong, but I think you've got Pokemon, you've got players that can take the Absol and be so strong on it. And I just think against the comp that Verbs had there, it's definitely going to be better than what the Dodrio was pulling out.
And I agree with you on that. So let's see if that's gonna be the case here. Toppy hovering onto Ho-Oh. I don't know, feeling like it's not gonna be the case. The Elder Gods pick up here from Fast, no change there. We are gonna probably see Toppy back onto Slowbro, but I kind of feel like, again, maybe we'll see Crustle. Toppy's been really fantastic on defenders.
Yeah, there were so many times in that game where Toppy just blocked so much damage, managed to even, push the enemy into their own side for their team to secure the KO. Greg is going to pull out the Psyduck here, buddy. I'm so surprised at this, trying to cause more crowd control and more disruption, trying to see if they can get some good picks. And to be honest, EJ, it was very hard for them to catch in that previous game.
Hey, to be honest, I only like Psyduck really because I can call his Unite move, Sai-Ai-Ai. And we're gonna see a lot of that happening very soon here. But in response to that, we are gonna see the other Blur fellow here onto the side with just Slowbro. Two Blur fellas, one is gonna come on top here, and it's gonna be a very big moment to see which one is going to come out with the stronger surf, with the stronger Unite move. Is it gonna be Slow Beam? Is it gonna be Sai-Ai-Ai? That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, Top is gonna stick with that slow rope. Hiyori's gonna lock in the Zero Aura this time. What Caesar gonna go with? I'm expecting an all-rounder to try and see if they can get the carry on their back. It is gonna be the Garchomp. What an interesting rainbow comp Victory Road has pulled out here, Nitera.
And again, we are seeing the first rainbow here. Don't just go with the flow. Pick a speedster here. No, come on. Don't break the chain, Verbs. Don't take. Okay, I see how it is.
Bro, that's Petal Dance. Like, looking at that right now, that's got to be Petal Dance, right?
I don't know, because I was talking to Shivam yesterday. Again, a lot of my conversation were yesterday, but trust me, it wasn't, to conspire anything. But I was asking him, hey, what is the build for Venusaur? Because someone ran exactly a rapid fire scarf in the build. I was trying to dig it out. I tried it with Muscle Band, Focus Band, and that was amazing, right? And I think that is so strong, but looking at this, I think you could say that it's just a very early game build to dish damage and also have a little bit more to work with the body barrier. Because of that, yeah, could be Petal Dance. Wouldn't count out Solar Beam though, because right now they do have two frontliners in Slowbro and they have a Buster Wall, so we might see something interesting.
I hope Petal Dance. I think Petal Dance is the smart play here. I think looking at the comp that they've got on the other side, you're going to have that Zero Aura going in for the melee. You're going to have the Garchomp going in for the melee. And trust me, bro, late game Venusaur, it takes everything you've got to take that thing down, especially if it's got a Focus Band and especially if Fast is there healing on the Elder Goss as well, mate.
I'm gonna stand on my ground here. No. Could be Solar Beam, could be Massive. Level 13, it's 4 seconds cooldown extra. Could be the play. I'm gonna hold to that.
With the full heal on the Pokemon, absolutely.
Absolutely. What if he gets stunned? He needs to press full heal.
Get that range in. Here we go. It's game 2 between the Victory Road and Verbs Esports. Verbs Esports already defeating Goliath in that previous game. Can they do it again?
Hey, one shot with their slingshot is not enough to take it down. David and Goliath, the story, he needed 2 shots, right? I think. Don't quote me on that, just go with it. But right now, they need that miracle bullet, a second one. A silver bullet to clinch this one out here. And it's starting to look like Toppy going very strong and allowing his team to play a lot more aggressively. Psyduck here, not really too sure what he's doing with Baby Garchomp. And he's just going to be a little bit rough for them as they have to fight this giant mosquito.
Just gotta wait for Buster to hit level 5 to really bring the pain in this top lane. You've got to try and keep away as much as you can from Gible, because it does a decent amount of damage, buddy, as they do get low, but it's gonna be the Venusaur, rather the Ivysaur, coming into the lane, providing that assistance.
And right away, we're gonna see how this is gonna play a huge part here. The chase is on when Zero Aura gets the damage in here. Unfortunately, Toppy a little bit tankier than you think, and there it is. We're gonna see him try to make some plays here, but Toppy, again, no pickups for him, no evolution for him. But this Ivysaur going so aggressive with his team here, with Buzzwole assisting out here. We get the first pick out to Gibble, and Snorlax trying to find its mark into this game player, and that is going to be if he can stop the tree push.
Yeah, so Verbs Esports continuing with their aggressive early game, but Victory Road having more success with it than they previously had, at least 20 seconds before the Regidrago comes in, and that was the moment we saw Verbs Esports begin to take control of that first game.
And already we're seeing it happen once again. Verbs Esports has a lot more control of the game. I mean, what are you gonna do with this Gibble, right? You gotta get it to a Godbite if it's gonna start hitting a lot harder here. And it looks like all is being done here is that, you know, Gibble is now their little plaything, right? Volleyball with him, we see fly around the map, and Regidrago is gonna be the same very soon if Verbs Esports get to it first.
Here we go, Discharge ready to go, pulls in fast, doesn't have enough damage just yet to find that KO, but it is Petal Dance on Silex as they go for the rip onto the Regidrago here. It's going to be completely uncontested by Victory Road and just gives it to Verbs Esports as they try to make an approach onto Silex. Here comes the boosted, but the Giga Drain was there early, but they did pop the focus band, Nightera.
The question is, can they actually make the score here? One of Regidrago's traits is that he actually gives you the ability to score fast. And so, this 30 point is going to be massive if somehow they can push together with Buster Wall. Going into that door, this Gaba is looking a little bit scared. Wants to wait for his team here as the Psyduck comes in and try to make some headways. Pushing it forward here, we are seeing the damage go onto Buster Wall. Not looking too good for him, but with a little bit of help, he might be able to get back into another fight.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to try and limit, again, this Gabite as much as you can. Right now, Caesar's just grabbing every piece of farm they can in that top lane, and they've allowed it to happen so far. Verbs Esports trying to find the KO here onto the side of Zero Aura. A massive heavy slam comes through to stop that from happening. Surf from Toppy trying to pick up the Mew, but coaching will get them out of that sticky situation.
And right now, as we move into the Regirock fight here, they've kind of positioned themselves really well here. 3 players to 3. They do have the damage. They do have a very strong tank for the side of Victory Road here. But on the other side, I'm not too sure if it's enough for them to really go in with what they have. But as I say that, heroes have come. The Venusaur coming in, Petal Dance rocking it out here, trying to find its mark. Zero Aura returning a favor, trying to see if he can find its mark. Not enough to work with here, but very close to death. Plasma Bull here. We're gonna see if we can get it in. The first coming in. Regirock picked up for Victory Road here. They do have Plasma Gale coming in very soon. It's just a matter of the investment. There it is. Coming in, hits the 2, and they do not get the pickup here. That is such a shame. Going in, Discharge, trying to find another one, but Venusaur finishing it off. And unfortunately for us, Victory Road is going down, losing so much EXP and giving it back to Verbs.
What did I say about Venusaur, bro? What did I say? I mean, it's just level 9 in that bottom fight, buddy. The Plasma Gale was used. They were throwing so much damage onto them. Not only did they have the healing from Fast, but the Giga Drain was absolutely cooking for them. And they have that Verdant Anger to drop as well. And you just cannot take down that Pokemon.
Nah, man, they misclicked. Verbs Esports misclicked these Petal Dance with Solar Beam, you know? Like, it should have been Solar Beam, but I guess this is how they gotta play now. It's fine. They still got it in the back here. Verbs Esports looking very strong with a 235 points to 39.
Oh, this is great for Verbs Esports, but they've got to keep up that momentum. Got to watch out, though. Hiyori manages to get a good pick onto Fast, but they just don't have the damage here to find the KO, and Slow Beam is going to go on over to them. They find the highest level for their pick, whilst Buster trying to see if they can rain down their fists in the central area, but not able to find Snorlax just yet.
Not just yet, indeed, as they do continue to find any headways into this race here. I guess now Verbs Esports just kind of need to sit pretty. Not a lot of yellow dots on the map here. I do see a lot of yellow orbs, and that's coming from below the right you, so you don't really want to pick that up.
Now, as we hit the 4-minute 40 mark, we do have level 10 on Garchomp. They do have Livid Outrage ready to go in this next team fight. Plasma Gale is back as well, so what is going to be used from those resources to try and take control of this game as we dash on in here using the Volt Switch. Doesn't get a pick onto Toppy, but the block will. Trying to zone them out here. Greg trying to hit them with that Psychic as well, but Toppy still gets away as both teams trundle down this bottom lane to look for this bottom Reggie.
And Registeel is going to be the one to come up here. The damage boost is going to be massive here. They need to try and find their way in, but it looks like Gotcha coming in here. The Livid Outrage being committed here. Mew picking it up for the side from Verbs here as they continue to take an onslaught, but it's not enough. Garchomp going down for the count here. We do see a Solar Beam coming in from Mew, but not Venusaur here as he continues to make an onslaught onto the Psyduck as well as Snorlax here. But being blocked is going to be a very big problem here. Mystical Barrage and Vestley as well as they go in for another fight. Venusaur unkillable here. Moving in for that is going to just continue its onslaught. Pulled in by the discharge here. Not the first thing we want to see. Scorpion and Vestley almost picking up one fast here. And again, we go down and the dust has settled here with, again, not really a clear victor across the board.
But this Venusaur is like a classic Nintendo boss in a final game where you get the KO, you take down all the health, and then all of a sudden it goes back up to full health, and then all of a sudden it goes back up again after you take it. It is the Elden Ring boss of Thea Sky Ruins in this match.
Hey, Thea Sky Neo Runes. Remember, promo particles are still there. Gotta see them. But again, we're gonna look at the Reggie and Lecky here at the top side as they do kind of make their way out. It looks like Verbs are a little bit more prepared onto this one here. They have Venusaur at the ready, and Buster Wall is gonna see if they can pick something here. The discharge coming in, pulling in Venusaur, nicely done, but not enough to really do much here. Super Soul Sand coming in here to dish the damage as we do see the Dragon pulling it back. The Mosquito is now stuck a little bit, but with the help of Eldegoss, they've got the health back up to full here, and again, just getting so much damage, dishing it back out.
Buster trying to see if they can continue to zone them out. Massive Beam's going to come through from you. The rip onto the Regieleki is here. A good heavy slam in with the block. He's going to zone out Buster, but they do find a good hit onto the Garchomp. Don't find the KO just yet, though, and they get the revenge, the 360 turnaround, and it is going to be a Alolan Raichu that manages to finally take down the Garchomp, but with 20 seconds before Groudon is on the field, nobody is going to go for the rip on that Lecky.
I still feel like you could, but you know what? Nice straight across the board here. We do see two bruises down for the count. Bustle at level 12. We have the Dragon Garchomp at 13 here. Looking mighty strong here, but I guess now it's time to see our catchphrase, Tano. It is 2 minutes.
It is, and when there's a Groudon, the game is on, chat. They have a route to be able to get the win on the side of Victory Road, but of course, Verbs Esports know the ball is in the core of the VR right now, and they need to wait to see if they can go for the approach that they're looking for. Verbs Esports just going to sit around these bushes, but they've got good poke on the side of Victory Road here, Night Terror, so they can't wait too long.
Right, and as we do take a look here, Victory Road again in the back foot, we're gonna see if Verbs can actually make their way out for another point. It's looking very rough. I don't see a way in. They're gonna try and take a pull, nice pull onto Slowbro, but I think they were looking for a Alolan Raichu here. The block now trying to just hopefully to pull that in here. Garchomp really happy to see that Thunderstorm Arrow being invested here, coming in for that here. No limit outrage just yet here, but the damage coming into Zero Aura, and they're down from what? 5 players on the block here. Garchomp has to run away here. We do not see Greg doing much here. He has to just peel for a seat, and unfortunately, it looks like they back down for the ground fight as Mew, Mystical Barrage, tries to run away from this. Not a good sign here that he needs to try to back away. And again, the Buzzwole coming into investment here. Pushing back here, we do see the block holding them back, and I don't think there's really much you can do at the moment, but wait for their team to come together.
Oh my god, Fast is absolutely putting this team on their back with these heals, buddy. The buddy barrier from Silex was next level, and now they finally do manage with the powers Nap to get them caught into this chokehold. They've managed to find Buster there. DJ getting just away from the boosty, but that's going to come through to the Garchomp, and now they put the pressure onto the Venusaur. 30 seconds left, buddy, and they found the raid boss. Verbs Esports are falling one by one, but is there enough here for Victory Road to go for the win? They're trying to take the Groudon, go for the score. Though it's such a close game. 20 seconds left. Fast here, still trying to see if they can get in to get the secure. They do take the Groudon on the side of Victory Road. 15 seconds left. They're going to go score these points, buddy, but the Hundo Burger is going to come back in return from that Eldegoss. Is it going to be enough?
Okay, they've got to stop here. They need to hold toward one more. 50 coming in. They don't have it.
Oh!
This is it. Victory Road closing it out with a short short gap and that margin of error. They had a small margin of error there. If they had messed that up, that was game. Burbs would have moved on here. Victory Road looking. Wait! The last 100 didn't go in!
Bro, can you believe what we are witnessing here, Night Terror? An absolutely devastation from Verbs Esports as they managed to take the 2-0 victory over Victory Road. Absolutely insane scenes. And at the end of this, it's going to be Verbs Esports that takes the victory.
I would like to see the battle data here. I want to see where the scores got in because... Okay, I saw a total of 400 points being dropped there. The first 2 pads, one top, one bottom. The second tier 2 pad at the bottom. 2 of them came in here. Boswell did not manage to defend that. But this last score, that margin of error, that was so painful to see. But you know what? I think what's more important is we gotta hear what the team of Verb Esports has to say after moving this. This is their David versus Goliath match, and we do have someone to come in for an interview here.
That we do. Toppy is going to be on the mic with us. Welcome in, bro, and a huge congratulations. What a massive victory you just got there, bro.
Hi, Toppy.
Oh, we can't hear Toppy.
Don't worry, I would love to see you, love to meet you. Let's get that formality out of the way first. I think it's great that in general, Verbs Esports somehow... You know what? No, it's not somehow. They were solid across the board. They had the pointing, they had everything, Toppy. Slowly, as you figure out how to get your mic in, I think it was solid.
I was impressed. Let's see if they've managed to get the mic going just yet. Maybe not.
They
maybe
pulled it back out.
Hey, do you know, the Victory Road are so unhappy with that. They've thrown a Sableye into the system to stop Toppy from being able to tell us how happy they are and how aggressive they played in that game to take an absolutely insane victory against a massive team here in the EUL.
Hey, if I was the Victory Road, I would be pretty upset too. That was not a fight I felt like, Victory Road would have lost. And somehow, even with a 9-3 scoreline here, now moving to 9-4, you gotta give it to them. It was a rough one moving into that. But that doesn't mean they're out of the count yet. They still have a very strong scoreline. 9 wins to their name. I don't think there are a lot of teams that have hit up 9 wins here. I mean, I've seen the scoreline.
Yeah, this is it, buddy. I mean, you're coming in as a what, 2-6 team or something like that versus 9-3 against the 2-8, I think.
2-11,
mate. 2-11. Okay, perfect. That is an impressive showing from this team because nobody, I mean, even look at our predictions, bro. I mean, nobody expected Verbs Esports to take that victory. It very much was David versus Goliath, and I've got to say, that is the best I have seen Verbs Esports play since they have been in this league. And Buster coming in as well has been very impressive. I mean, we did see a couple of those pavement swole slams, buddy. So, gotta work up on those ones. But the play between this team was the best I have witnessed so far. And you gotta give a round of applause for Fast, because if it wasn't for Fast, I really don't think they'd have been able to get that there.
Right. I do believe we're going to wait just a little bit just to get Toppy, but yeah, Toppy should be ready now. All right, I think we're gonna get it back in. Oh, well, hi Toppy, first time. Verbs did fantastic there. How are we feeling? Give us some words of emotions coming from you after that win.
Pretty good. We played against Ultimate last week, and we saw some positives in our game, even though we lost 2-0. We VOD reviewed our game, and we thought of a plan to basically give it to Victory Road because we want a better seeding going through to group stages than the current seeding that we would be in if we didn't get the result we need. So we had to really push hard to get the victory that we needed to get a better chance at our standing.
Is that where the bans with the, I mean, Suicune makes sense, with the Pawmot aiming Toppy, but that kind of research that you did made you realise we kind of need to ban this Pokemon out?
It was more from, we believed that if Pawmot got online in a jungle or top lane situation, that it would be very hard to control. And so we just wanted to ban it outright completely, so we didn't give it that chance to get online early and take us down quite easily.
Right. And Toppy, I think you are one of the most stellar defenders I've ever seen, right? You've locked in twice into Slowbro coming out. It's not a very common pick anymore, especially when you talk about like who has a better serve and telekinesis, great, still need aim. Psyduck has a similar issue. So I mean, first of all, congrats to that. But moving on, did you expect yourself to go in 2-0? Because at the very end, I was calling it it was like 400 points in, right? I was like, all right, it's a 1-1. They need to make it back here. How are you feeling from that? That was a very, very close match.
It was basically we at the end as well. Me and Silex dunked a 38 into their tier 2, knowing that if the Groudon got taken down, that would give us a bit of a lead going in, and we told Fast to go and dunk in the tier 2. And luckily enough, the jump pad, I think it was myself at the end, managed to jump onto the pad up the top to stop one of the breaks right at the end. And we had a game plan going in. We needed to win 2-0 to give ourselves a better standing in the league. And our game plan was to try and win 2-0 and give it the best possible shot at it.
And you did.
That you did, buddy. I mean, thanks so much for being on the interview, buddy, and a humongous congratulations for a generational game from Verbs Esports there. It's got me very excited to see how you guys do in the group stages because, your stocks have just shot up from that game, buddy. So a huge shout out to you and your squad. And thanks for being on the mic with us, bro.
Thank you ever so much.
Alright, we are going to get ready for a break here, Nitero, because after that one, I need to go get myself a drink. I was not expecting it to go that way, and, if that's anything to go off, we've got even more hype games coming on up, chat, so don't go anywhere. Maybe grab yourself a drink and a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. And we are going to keep the games on rolling here, Naitaro, as we move into the enemies versus Azeri Esports. And if that other one is anything to go off, bro, I don't know who to predict.
I've got you covered on that one. Don't worry here. I still have one of my favorite teams here. The most generic name you'll ever find when you're fighting anyone. The enemies. I think they're going to be a strong one coming in against Azeri Esports here. But Azeri, they might have something to show. After the David versus Goliath, I think Azeri might still have a chance here. And you know what? Tano, both of pants, we got caught with them down. You know, after that last match, I don't think we can pull it down any longer. The scoreline is 10-2 to 2-9. You know, if Azeri catches on the second time, I don't know what to tell you.
Mate, imagine the scenes if Azeri take down the number 2 squad here in the EUL. That would be insane as we have a look at their squad. Brasbo, Yeniko, Clem, Jimidu, and Quento range things out here. Having a look at, of course, their current accolades. We do have a French caster with Brasbo being on the line. Absolutely love that. And then we've got some, well, Clem's going to be the substitute. Top 3 in UCS for Jimidu ×2. And top 8 here for Quento. We can't count out. They won some weeklies, bro.
Hey, you know, we have a caster representing the enemies here. You know, there's a team that we have to call out. But as we go to Azeri Esports here, again, quite a clean slate across the board here, but still have some accolades that we got to call out here. We have some regional wins here, some in the top 8 of the UCS here, and of course, in a few other cases here, we are going to see whether Azeri can pick themselves up pretty well. They have a very, very rough scoreline here with only 2 wins to their name, but that's still 2 wins up some teams.
Hey, bro. Verbs Esports only had 2 wins to their name.
Yeah.
Look what they just did. David and Goliath may continue to be the state of this broadcast today. I cannot wait to see how this one shakes up. Or we might just go back to the status quo and the enemies put in an absolutely dominating fashion. But having a substitute in and, you know, a few different players coming into your squad here, it's not the same that you've played throughout the entirety of this EUL, Naitara.
Right, so I'm gonna see if that's gonna stay the same here because could be a little bit of change, but I just want to note everyone here, there is a difference in terms of the pick bans here. This is 3 bans across both teams here. On the other side, we had 2 ban, right? So just make sure you guys are keeping up with that here. We have Mew, Hoopa, Greninja, Palmot, Suicune, and Snorlax on the ban.
Ooh, okay, so Azeri are pulling out the Sableye. We don't get to see this often at all. The enemy's sticking with the tried and tested comps here, as we do see Quento rotating onto the Mamoswine. And Yenako pulls out that Inteleon. So Azeri, they got to think on the spot here, and they've got to pull out something that can really shut down those snipe shots.
Well, let's see if that's the case here, as we see a lock into Blaziken. Very strong bruiser. It's got to be going to the backline against Inteleon. I wouldn't want to see that if I were it. But we might see the Peloton's coming in as well here, so it's a very strong bruiser fight. And if there's a lock-in onto Lucario, of course, I'm a happy man. Enemies, they're my favorite team. And you know what? Status quo.
Looks like they're going to go onto the Ceruledge instead. Go for that pseudo speedster moveset here, trying to see if they can get onto a Ma on that Venusaur. Of course, they're having a nosy at it. They're waiting until the final few moments to see if they change their moveset at all. It looks like it's going to be a B move right now, so it is going to be a good shout for them to go onto that Ceruledge for it. But if it was a pedal dance, maybe not quite so sure.
Hey, no, you can't say that. Technically speaking, with eject button, they can close the gap whenever they need to with the pedal dance. See, you need to think a little outside the box. If they misclick, then they misclick. But I'm very sure this is going to be a pedal sore.
Okay. I believe it, bro. I believe it. And, you know, with the way these games have been going today, it could really be so. But this is the state of our comps right now. And it does, looking at it at the moment, I do think a little bit more on the side of the enemies. But I gotta say, these Sableyes at the moment have been so good, Ninetera, especially with the stunning as well to set up the beams coming through from the Venusaur, or even if Ayami-chan's going to go for the Psy Shock here, that's going to be even better for those team fights.
Right, so this is gonna be the lineup that we have here. We're gonna see enemies going in for a pretty mixed bruiser comp with like one long range player with Yeneko onto the Inteleon. On the other side here could be a lot more frontline heavy, especially since they got Sableye to run around as well to throw orbs around, and they have technically a pedal user, potentially Solar Beam. They've got a mix of options here. It's gonna come down to how the enemies want to play, and Azeri can adapt to that. And so I'm gonna be honest with you, Azeri might be the one with the lower scoreline here, but they could be the most flexible team here going into the enemies right now.
Well, one thing's for sure, you will see some of these teams rooting for the others to win, as Azeri Esports are very close down in that other side of the league with Verbs Esports, buddy. They're very close with the 2-9 record, so it's one of those where they're probably going to be rooting for the enemies to win here. The enemies are currently, second place. It's not going to make much difference to a team like Verbs Esports if they get the win over Azeri.
I'm looking at the scoreline here. There's a lot of points going into Azeri Esports when you're looking at the predictions here. Enemies only having quite a bit here. I'm quite surprised.
I mean, hey, interesting. They're going to share out the central area experience here, give that red buff over to the side of the Glosser Fur, while Sableye is just going to do what a Sableye does here and go scoring from the get-go.
And that's a great start going into that, but that's not what we're looking at. We're looking into the bot side here. 2 EVs going in here, fighting against the Swine, but a little bit close for comfort. They do manage to get down the pad and holding themselves off. Chan, he's looking really good.
Oh, I'm not sure. I would not have gone back for that without grabbing a citrus berry, bro. Quento just shuts them down with another burst of that ice and goes and takes both citrus berries here. The enemies just showing that little bit of extra experience they have in these games, mate.
Right, cast the curse on me. Sorry, guys. That's on my bad. Looking into that, though, they do have a little bit of advantage moving into this here. Clem taking a bit of damage, not enough to clean this one up here. It's looking really good for the 850, though, as they have a lot more moves to kind of clean this one up here. Starting the fight, a lot of HP going down here, and it looks like we have a clear winner here. The enemy is pushing himself up for 2 KOs moving into that.
It's going to be Sludge Bomb coming out, so it is going to be the Beamer Saw, but the difficulty is when you don't have any backup in your lane, and your backup is the Sableye and a Torchic versus that full set Cerulege and the Buzzwole with the Slam. It's pretty much impossible for you to do much to defend that.
Right, and you can definitely see how that's going to be a big problem here. Moving into that, though, center area, we have the Natsus not being taken up here, but Umbreon is going to continue contesting that with the mean look coming in here. A little bit of dash, but not enough here. The eject button closing the gap here, making sure that he gets out of reach. And now moving to that, Regidrago is going to be puffing bot side here. Clem is actually in the right position to start taking it on here, while Ivysaur top side might have to take a little bit more time to clean up the central area before going in.
I think Quento is just absolutely ridiculous in that bottom lane, buddy. Illegal being able to grab those KOs, and we do take the Regidrago for the side of the enemies. That's even more experience than what Azeri were hoping for. The beams do finally come through, but the 30 is going to reign true, and now Sludge Bomb down. They could get a huge pick here. If they throw it out with a beam, they do find Buzzwole, but Cerulege just gets away, or do they? A stun from Sableye. Full heal is thrown, though, and they get back onto the pad.
It's a great start here. That's a 30. A second 30. No, we don't see it. Sableye, unfortunately, not picking it up here. Overheat committing into that, as we do see Slowly being finishing off onto the center edge here with a trade back into Elder Gods onto Blaziken. But that's a little bit unfortunate, because if we saw the Venusaur pick up Pedal Dance here, could have been a very different story. A minor misclick on their part, but all is good here. They are still holding their ground here. Highest level is on Venusaur at level 9.
Bro, where's Lobo? We've got a Liquidation Inteleon on Fire Sky Ruins. They absolutely love that moveset, and that is going to be good lock-in to try and see if they can get into the side of that Venusaur. Right now, though, Azeri trying to push back in the top lane. They do find a KO onto the Buzzwole, but can they deal with Clem? No, they can't. The Cerulege is absolutely in this top side.
And already they're going to continue the onslaught here. Moving in back here, the Blaziken unfortunately not able to fight against swords. I mean, who would have thought? Hands versus swords, huh? What a telling story. Moving on to that here, Regieleki is going to try and commit into it here, but no, not before Quento finishing it off. As we do see here, the fight ensues here. Umbreon not looking too good after that pile sliding, slams it down into a pancake. Moving forward though, we are seeing a Registeel pick up on top side here, and again the onslaught onto the enemies going into Azeri.
Very aggressive movesets coming out of the enemies here, buddy, as Quento's diving in on top of them. We've got the Liquidation coming out from the Inteleon. Every single moveset they've gone for is more of the aggressive style, but look at this. That is the power of Blaziken. You bash them into the wall, you'll kick them back to Nurse Joy and get yourself a double KO.
And already, as we do see here, they have so much ground to cover back when it comes to Zeri Esports making some headways here. They have a little bit of damage, it's just slowly being not enough here. First coming in, Mamoswai picks it up with the Ice Fang, picks it up onto Blaziken, stuck there. We do see Wish coming in to hold them back for the ground. But again, stuck in the corner is going to be Mamoswai, who's happily taking that mean look. And they do pick themselves up for the Umbreon, who has made a cautious and very callous mistake. Moving in here, we are seeing Venusaur in a very precarious situation. A nice eject button coming in here, the Ice Fang not coming in here. Nice going in, and now we're gonna see if they can continue to make some headways here as the entire team flies back into the fray.
I absolutely love this from Yaneko coming on out. There's the Azure Spy vision. They are going to get taken down. But I'm loving the way they're playing this liquidation right now, buddy. Just managing to get around the outskirts of these team fights and landing those liquidations onto the weak targets, hitting the Sableye, hitting the Eldegoss, hitting the Venusaur. It's making a huge difference for their team fight as we got a great effort coming out from Blaziken here, but ultimately they fall to the Swole.
Right, and now let's take a look at how they're going to continue to push their damage here. It's going to be the fact that they have Inteleon and Zero Edge kind of helping Quento to continue the onslaught. Flame Charge coming in here, no pickups on that. But Diverted Anger coming in here and dishing some damage, not enough. Sableye picking them back, not enough to clean this one up. But a beam to the head is going to lock Inteleon back out of the game and into the Pokemon Center here. Blaziken coming in, returning a favor here. Eldegoss holding its ground with his team. 3 players to 4. The Sableye is running in to try and stop them here. Calling Crash, Infestor trying to find a spot for something. Does heal back the Mamoswai here, but we do see Ceaseless Edge coming in here to take them down for 2 as we do continue here. Blaziken is back in the fray, and unfortunate for them, I mean, it could have gone with a lot less KOs, but hey, you know what? They do get the Regieleki, the investment coming in here, and a massive 50 dunk.
That was just on the back of Elendalis just refusing to go down on that Blaziken, buddy. I mean, they're still doing it now, eventually. Swole does find the KO. It's like Solaire's going to come on out here, buy a little bit of space, take down the Buzzwole, but they are looking for this Inteleon. We do see the stored power coming on out. The eject button was paired with a Psybeam, but they still don't find the KO yet, and I can bet you right now, this Mamoswine is looking to put the pressure on top of this Espeon as they try and get away from the Eldegoss here. Sableye coming back with the stuns, but it's not quick enough, and they find the KOs.
And just a little bit slip there, Sableye again getting that down to the Pokemon Center. I mean, you're absolutely right for that KO coming in there. Let's take a look at the scoreline though. 260 to 228 here as we're looking in very close. 3-minute mark here. The levels are also in favor of the enemies. And this is going to be a bit of a problem. How can they actually scale back into the game a little bit? They need some foothold here to put points in, and the Zeri could still manage this entire problem. But right now, 300 points leading up here as they do have to take another Registeel fight. It looks very much in the Zeri's favor.
Beam's going to come through. There's the overheat. They do manage to take the Registeel with Psybeam, the best secure in the game, in my opinion. They take the Registeel, massive buff, extra levels, as we now see 14 on this Fire Chicken. And I don't know what these teams have been eating today, Nightera, but this is incredible. Azeri have put up their best game yet versus the second in the league with the enemies.
And that's crazy to say the least here as we do follow it up. Now, we're going to see a big problem here. The 20-second mark is going in, and we're gonna see 2 minutes going in very close. They've lost the Sableye in the process. And just to counteract your point, I think Ghatlue's Talonflame's Unite move is the best secure.
Oh, nobody. The best secure in the game is Ghatlue's burp coming out from the Greedent. I'm calling it now, bro, as well on this channel. But here we go. Groudon is on the field. Beams coming on through already from a Mar, and the difficulty is they don't really have enough healing to deal with that on the side of the Eldegoss. It will go on to cooldown, but look at that from Yaneko, trying to see if they can get in and get the liquidation on to that Beam.
And again, they're going to continue to see if they can make the onslaught here. A few focus blasts coming in here. Liquidation chipping it out onto Blaziken here. A nice wish coming to heal them back up here. And from the back, Sableye goes in. They know that's time. Ceaseless Edge coming in. Dish the damage for the anger converting as well. As they do see a problem. As Zeri East was pushing back forward into this play. And they're slowly picking it up one at a time. Eldegoss, last one remaining here to hold the ground, but I'm very sure this is all she wrote here. Sableye just gonna chase it down here. And again, this is theirs to take. Groudon is all free for the pickings.
Bro, Azeri Esports just opened up the control, alt and delete, went over to the enemies and deleted that task, buddy. The team was destroyed within a matter of seconds. Now they take the Groudon and they're going to be able to push for some points into the goal here. Trying to defend it is the enemies. They still haven't got what they're looking for. 1 goal is all they need, and they have a Sableye on the side of Azeri.
2 at the bottom here. 3 is coming in to the fray here. Saber Eye also trying to join the fray. Now 3 players are into that since they lost 1 Busmo, which is a big problem here because that means 50 dunk here, and now they're in the lead solidly. Losing Intelligent as well. Who's going to defend? Top side here, 2 to the 1 Quinto, and unfortunately for them, it looks like another 50 is down in the patch here, giving them a double point of 100. 456 here, 30 seconds on the clock here, another 30 investment down, and a 50 to drop in as well with the Blaziken joining suit. 786 points here. There is absolutely no way Azeri is coming out with a loss on this round here. Looks like the enemies have to try to think of a new way to stop them in their tracks.
What is happening? What is happening today? Azeri Esports have just got 2 aces onto the enemies with the final 2 minutes left of this game, and they take game 1 very comfortably. Nightera, I cannot believe what I'm witnessing from these 2 teams. Verves Esports and Azeri have absolutely stepped it up in this week.
It's Metal Spy Ryan, but you're absolutely right. They've got themselves a very strong game coming into this one, and I absolutely love to see how this can pan out. But Tano, I'm going to be honest with you, they're going to catch our pants down once again. We've just pulled it back up, and I'm not really sure if I want to pull it back down.
I completely agree with you, buddy. I was not expecting that. I mean, I felt like Azeri were putting in a solid game versus the enemies as we progressed through that, but I felt like they were unable to stop Clem. Quento was dominating in any lane they were in, and Yanenko was managing to really sneak through with those liquidations, but they came to the Groudon Den and just pressed the delete button on the side of Azeri Esports. They obliterated the enemies with literally a couple of Unite moves, and boom, it was all down to just the one.
And tell me about it. I mean, like, what else can I possibly say moving into this game? I mean, if you look at the scoreline here, it was just a complete landslide after Groudon. It was a very strong fight there that you can definitely tell. And otherwise, there's not much else you can really say other than the fact that Azeri played it out really well despite being on the back foot.
I love this, buddy, and I cannot wait to see how the enemies respond, because obviously we've seen how the Victory Road did, and it was so... I don't think it gets any closer than it did between those 2. And now, you know, the enemies are going to have to respond. This is not a position that teams like this are used to being in. The enemies have only lost 2 sets in the entirety of this league, buddy. So right now, they are in an uncomfortable position for themselves, whereas Azeri, I mean, their confidence must be sky high coming into this game too.
Well, it better be sky high. I mean, Azeri's doing Azeri's doing God's work here, right? I mean, like, next we're gonna see Crash Out GGB Ultimate, right? Like, that's kind of the story that we're going into today. It's a lot of strong games coming in here. I think this is going to be quite an interesting week 12, week 13 moving into this. So let's see if this holds true here. Azeri, you're getting my hopes a little bit high, and I'm gonna need you guys to, you know, either commit to finishing it off on a high or scale it back for me.
Blissey finally let through as, you know, people have realized we got to take Venusaur out of this game. Keep banning Venusaur, guys. It's ridiculously broken on this new map, but Crustle is finally going to be pulled out by Azeri Esports here.
Right. Now, the question remains on our minds here. We do have a Crustle that is currently giving me the heebie-jeebies, but Quento finishing it off, wrapping it back up, does not want to see the Ice Woolly Mammoth. We're going to go for the tree to contest against this Rock Crab. And in return, we might see the pickup onto some giant kaijus here. I'm looking to see if they can pick up a Tyranitar or a Garchomp. I think this is going to be fantastic to felling the tree.
I was very much hoping for the Tyranitar then, buddy, but no, they're going to go with the tried and tested Blaziken. We do have Glaceon coming out here from Amar, and I actually like that pick. You don't have Venusaur on the field anymore, but you've got to make sure that you are capable at staying at range, because look at what they've now picked up. We've got the Aegislash on the field, getting ready for all those boosters to go, and then you've got to keep out of range of Clem, who has absolutely devastated this team in the previous game.
Taking a page out of Ghatlue there, Clem, as they go in with the Talonflame, like you just said. They need a little bit of way to get in and also a little bit of range. But as we look at that, Ayami-chan holding on here. You know, let's see if this is going to be a Sylveon pick, maybe a Mythical Fire. This team's very much heavily invested into physical attack. But no, we're going to see a little bit more on Miraidon here, who can go on both roles here, but likely going to be Chargeable.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's the call here, but I mean, it could be, and you know what? I'd be very much down for it, because right now, I don't think 2 ranged attackers with what they've got on the field is decent against what the enemies are bringing out here. I think realistically, probably a bit more frontline, probably a bit more crowd control would have been better, but hey, Azeri have taken game 1, bro. Nobody can count them out here.
Yep, it's going to be a rough one going into this one, but again, Azeri does not want to be complacent going into this. They're looking really good, so they want to make sure that they've got things working for them, right? So hold on to your seats here as we move in, but it's gonna be a rough one.
I feel sorry for my neighbors if Azeri take this one, bro, because I am going to be screaming the roof down. I do like the comp from the enemies. I think they've got a better comp coming into this one, but I don't know. With the games we've been seeing today, mate, it could really go either way. What's your thinking about this one, Metal Spy Ryan?
I love how you finally called it out. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling both teams are really good here as I look back at the board. The problem I have, I guess, is really, do they have enough firepower? Right? Azeri Esports is very much let's dump everything onto them, and it's a if I dump everything, like what do I have, right? Whereas on the other side, enemies are more burst heavy. So it's kind of a matter of like who can pop it off earlier now. Right? Is enemies gonna invest everything onto like the Crossel and then they have nothing to fight with? And then they have to contest on the other end, right? Or are we gonna see them both hit the right targets and then they have no damage?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the rotations, of course, there's going to be a better power spike for the enemies coming in with Deflection rather than the Glaceon. That's really looking for that level 6 before they can start cooking, whereas you don't need that on the side of the Talonflame. So that's going to be an interesting matchup to keep an eye on. So is the Yami-chan versus this poor little Sobble here as they try and find the KO. Yaneko, got to keep an eye on them, buddy. They were so good in the previous game.
Right, moving into that though, we're gonna see how they push themselves up forward as we do see the Glaceon back into the fray here. First pick up here, the Icicles are kind of just ready and waiting for it activated. Ooh. And that's going to be the shotgun build. Love how you see that. It's gonna be a full investment coming in here, but this bird has taken out for the pickings. And of course, getting a few more dunks herself never hurts. Clem looking very strong after that.
An absolute statement made by Clem there in those opening moments. Just like, yes, I am the one that will be winning this matchup. But I absolutely love the fact that they're bringing out Icy Shard here, buddy. I think that is a brilliant call. Of course, you know, the shotgun, get them up, continue to get them up for those flies coming in. And we do see a good approach here from Clem as they look to put the pressure onto a Yami-chan, but they're still trying to put the damage onto this Phantom. But the enemies get out of that uncontested.
And already we are going to see how there is a substantial lead for the enemies this time. Again, 69 point as we move into that. And again, 15 seconds on the clock here. We're going to see them slowly count down to Regidrago here. We do see the first few hits coming in. And there it is. The low torching slowly trying to run back to grab a score here. But it's against two swords and a person with hula hoops.
They do manage to find the stack, and Combusken is on the field. The hula hoops trying to cut them down, give the stun. Right now, though, a Yami is sent packing. Legendary Pokemon, I think not, as Talonflame takes that one, and they try to take down the Crystal, and they do. Oh, baby, a triple comes out from Clem here.
Hey, it's not over just yet. Glaceon looking to see if he can grab a nice shot here. Slowly finding his mark onto Regidrago. Does not want to force it too fast. Waiting for opportunity here. Quento holding his ground with his team. Yaneko coming in to the fray. One shot is all you need here, but this bird's gonna punish you. But no, instead investment is onto the side of Regidrago as Italion finishing it off, and Yaneko showing that, you know, this lizard's got something packing.
I gotta say, I do think they're struggling at the moment against Clem, and looking at the other side of things as well. Nearly there with the Unite move on what? The Inteleon, the Aegis Slash. It feels like the enemies are taking back control of Feyar Sky Ruins in this game so far, but they're just waiting for those levels on that Blaziken to really put up a fight. It's getting a little bit too hairy up here, though, buddy, as they try and push through. Knowing the Springboard isn't there, they do pull Combusken out of that area and find the KO.
Yes, but that's the thing though. The enemies have been in control of the game since that first game as well. Right now, it is looking a little bit more shaky as well, since they're giving a lot more trades than they would. It feels like they're a little bit shaken up here, and they kind of need to regain some composure into this match here. First, they need to start their Regieleki here before they go for anything else, as right now, looks like they're being pressured with Brazil slowly picking up the damage here, and there's the first pick out of the Blissey. It is so rough for them.
Oh, that's going to go in. The Lecky managed to get the passive on the side of Emar, but they can't go and score points, unfortunately. But still, 171 points to 39 right now. Azeri are definitely on the back foot in this game too.
You definitely hate to see that here as the Aegis Slash. You kind of just miss one shot and you're kind of stuck going in. That was your 40 points to dunk.
100%, buddy, and you needed that to really keep up this lead. Although Crustle really putting the fight to the Trevenant here. Mars going for the rip, trying to find the KOs is Clem, but they run into the massive Crustle, and the X-Scissor connects. They do find the KO. Mariadon getting the revenge, and now it's all down to the sword to try and see what they can do, but they get sent packing with icicle spears thrown onto them, and now the Azure Spy Vision comes through, and that's going to do enough to clean up Azeri Esports. But the Regirock is going to reset here.
And again, are you telling me that this is not convincing? Azeri Esports is slowly picking themselves back up here. I think the thing that's the problem is that the enemies are slowly being shaken. They are trying to find some headways, but again, it's kind of rough for them. And now that we see them go in here, this one Traveler is holding them here. We have the Bright Future Meteor Storm. Thankfully, while not getting the secure here, Crustle is backing them up here. But on the back line here, what is Iron Return going to do? As we do see the bird coming in to finish it off. Oh, and the pickup on the Thunderstorm though. That's a nice trade.
Yeah, that is massive, but I'm not sure if Bravebird was the call here without having the backup of Hooper on your side at the all times. But right now, Azeri Esports trying to see if they can get a good pick onto the enemies. Rubble Rouser's going to come on through. We've got Blaziken trying to see if they can isolate Quento here, if they can find them with the overheat, and they do. That's the target that enemies wanted to go down while their team goes on the retreat right now. Clem, they're not in the bush, buddy. They thought they were, but they're spotted, and they're absolutely cut down as Azeri Esports making an approach here onto the pad, but the Kudagla is going to come on through and cut down that oppression from Azeri. And now they've got to go on the retreat as the enemies are locking down the KOs.
I'm sure our French caster can say a lot better than what we can do here, but what is definitely for sure, they're playing out of their minds right now, holding their ground.
They really are, buddy. I mean, Azeri, they're not letting go, though. It's not an easy fight here for the enemies. They are getting KOs, they're managing to get objectives as well, but they've just got to do enough to get more points in. We see some more going into that top lane right now, though. This Talonflame is being a bit of a nuisance for them. The Flame Sweep is going to come on through, and oh, baby, they clean up Azeri Esports. That's a triple. That is an almighty quarter, I believe. Clem showing up here for the enemies.
And you gotta give it to them, holding the ground back into the fray here. It's looking a little bit shaky early on, but now enemies holding the ground back into the fray here, and they still pick this up, but Reggie lacking to do it as well. Azeri's holding some form of, dominance back into the field here. They do have some level of map control and EXP to hold, but I would say the scariest part now is that there's a level 14 bird on the field.
Yeah, I mean,
and the fly-in.
Clem's been cooking them as they come in there with the Brave Bird, getting it set with the Aerial Ace as well. Bright Future Meteor Storm trying to defend the pad here, but the Lecky has gone on in. Imar finds the KOs alongside this Mariadon, but Taneko is going to find the hit, and they look for Imar here as well, but no! Shotgun in the back, sent back to Nurse Joy.
You might say it's a back shot there, but hey, you know what? That is not coming from my mouth anytime soon. As we do take a look into the scoreboard here, 291 to 71 here. It looks like there's a really big disparity here. They're going to need 220 points to clean this one back up into the fray. And then one more point after that for Azeri Esports to hold themselves true. 4 points coming in here, a start of many, as we do see Bravebird coming in, and the overheat is committed. This is not looking good for this Blaziken. He's fighting a lot of good fights here, not hitting its mark though.
Nearly managing to get out, but Bravebird, unfortunately, too low of a cooldown for them to be able to defend that. A 49. Oh, absolutely disruption there. They were going to get a 49 overcap, but Blissey scores it anyway. Oh my god. Metal Spy Ryan, that's ridiculous.
Hey, you know what? Numbers are not in our, dictionary when it comes to Pokemon Unite, but hey, it's all the same here as we move into that. Azeri Esports do have one more tier 1 at the bottom side here, so it's not over for them just yet. Clem waiting for the opportunity to fly in here. It's a really good one. This Bravebird could be massive going into that. First pick up here, the 4 hit. They go here, the air ace going for 1. They pull back. That's a very brave but indeed, but not a lot of commit from that. And like this is coming from Clem, they have everyone here basically here. First pickup here, and unfortunately, there's the pickup here with the Blaziken. Nicely done, coming in for the Blaziken. And right now, it looks like this is the opportunity to try and make something work here.
I think they may have shown their cards a bit too early on the side of the enemies, buddy. The level 15, Talonflame has now gone. Azure Spy Vision's coming in. If they can hold out here against this, it will be massive. Daymar nearly going on down. They do manage to get away. Jimmy has pulled out the rings on loose, and they're going to pull in the rest of the team. But the Bright Fury Meteor Storm is going to say goodbye to the enemy's efforts at the moment. But look at the approach coming in. Oh, and it's going to be Talonflame. Clem comes back for the enemies to clean up Azeri Esports. Now it's down to what Blaziken can do, and they just run into the arms or the claws of Talonflame.
That's not looking good. They have a laser gun at the bottom here. It's gonna be a little rough coming in here. They do not manage to pick up. Unfortunately, Azeri is gonna pick themselves up for a round 3 here. It's gonna be rough to come back from this one, especially when the enemies have the ground on buff.
Oh, that's going to be us going to a game 3, I believe, buddy, because right now, 40 seconds left. I don't think Azeri can do enough to even go and score points as well as defend these pads. The buff is onto the side of the enemies, and that was an absolute doozy. Again, Clem dominates Azeri Esports in this game.
And I gotta be honest with you, it was definitely very convincing seeing how they actually pan out here, but all the same, very rough. I don't think there is a way out for them.
The thing is, I felt like they just needed a little bit more frontline on the side of Azeri Esports, but I gotta say, I was more impressed with the Miraidon than I thought I was going to be. Of course, Ayami is a brilliant player, but those Bright Future Meteor Storms made a huge difference in those team fights, and then, of course, I love the Icy Wind coming out from Glaceon as well, but it was actually quite close. It all came down to the ground-on fight yet again.
And you gotta admit, I mean, it was definitely a fantastic run going into this here, and I would have loved to see a little bit more coming in from Azeri here to try and hold the lead, but you know what? We cannot have a finish if it's not climactic. So, you know what? Enemies and Azeri going in for a round 3 here to see who will pick this one back up. And again, look at the damage coming from Clem, taking so many fights, having 110,000 damage onto its name. And on the other side here, a very even spread across the board for the attackers. So this means that across the board here, Clem's objective was just massive disruption by dishing the damage wherever they can. And I've got to give it to them, working really well.
I mean, it's absolutely on point. Clem was the Pokemon, was the player that Azeri Esports has not been able to control in 2 games now. And I think that is what the enemies need to concentrate on, because it was brilliant play, buddy, and it felt like uncontrollable for Azeri Esports to answer with it. It was close as we hit the ground on fight. I was having a look on this side, and again, if they had just capitalized on having Clem taken out and just gone for those fights a little bit more aggressive with Clem being on cooldown, I think they could have taken that. It's the fact that Talonflame came back and picked up really easy KOs that they ended up losing that, mate.
And here's the bans here as we go through that as well. Now, I absolutely agree with you what you just said, and this is going to be how they shake it up here. Yaneko, I kind of feel like if Yaneko was on Italian and it wasn't Snipe Shot, then maybe this might be a better pick here. Solar Beam looking mighty fine here. The choice specs coming in here, Axle Bracer, and as well as that amp.
Ooh, okay, this is... What is going on, buddy? We've got Charizard pulled out straight away. Venusaur makes sense as such a dominant pick, but Charizard usually comes a little bit later. And also Dodrio. What are these first picks coming out here?
Right, and we're gonna see how this is gonna pan out here. Of course, I'm happy with my selection going into that here. Enemies has still been the team that I'm rooting for. Moving on to the other side, though, I'm very respecting the Gen 1 pick here. Hey, we have a winner! Alright, Azeri Esports, you guys gotta work hard to make us look real dumb here today. 2-1 is the score line they're looking for, and we are gonna hold our hopes up for the enemies to pick themselves up for a Lucario Gengar win.
I absolutely love this, bro. The enemies are coming out of the gate. Clem has also... Oh, wait, no, it's the other way around. So Clem has locked in the Pikachu rather than... You know, the Alolan Raichu, they're coming on. Oh, it's been banned as the Alolan Raichu, sorry. But yeah, so Azeri Esports here on your left-hand side. I mean, Dragonite as well. We never see Dragonite anymore, mate. Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh.
I was going to say, yeah, wait a minute. Some of those players on that side make... Ayami's on the enemies, and now we've got Clem on the Zeri. We're going to redraft, chat. I think that's probably why... Oh, that makes me sad. That's why we've got those picks.
you know what? To be fair, those were fan service picks anyways.
They were.
And I gotta give it to them. They at least decided, you know, we're going to mess it up. Fan
Bro,
service.
I even wore my Gengar top today, look. Just to bring out some Gengar play, but... unfortunately, they're just going to tease me with that one.
You know what? I'm going to change my shirt after this. You're absolutely right. I should have worn a shirt that's more fitting for today.
Let's see as we go back in to the redraft here. And players are where they're meant to be. Will they go for the Gengar Lucario picks?
I believe in them. Yeah, no, I believe in them. You know, I'm holding my breath a little bit, but I believe in them.
We can only hope, buddy. Alolan Raichu has now been let through. It's going to be the Hooper, Umbreon, and Teleon. Venusaur, Suicune, and Sableye banned out, and it's going to be a first pick of Snorlax. Now the world makes sense.
Aw. Wait. Actually, there's still hope. Technically, we could see Azeri pick up the Gengar and the Lucario still. It's not impossible.
What's going on here? No, they're going to go with the Blaziken. Okay. The Pokemon that were coming up for Braswell, then I was like, are we sure? But no, they're going to lock in the Blaziken. Ayame's going to pick up the Mew. What's Amar going to go for? Ranged attacker or pick something for the rest of their team? I think healing would be a good shout here.
Skill check.
A brilliant pickup.
Oh, skill check. Come on, pick the Lucario. Ooh, it's interesting. Gotta give it to them.
Yeah, I mean, fair point, mate. I wasn't expecting a Wigglytuff coming on out when Blissey was there as well. What's the enemy's going to throw at us? Please, Clem, bring us Godzilla. We want the Kaiju. No, Quento's going to take the Trevenant instead.
Lucario. Aymar, come on. You picked it once, you can do it again. Come on. Bring it to me. Bring it to daddy. Come on.
Thing is, Lucario makes sense in this meta as well as the comp that the enemies have, buddy. But no, I think it's going to be my second favorite, Absol, on the field, and they do stick with a Charizard here for Azeri Esports.
Wait, we might get the Kaiju. There is a hover on it.
Clem, we beg.
Hold on.
I mean,
you're a monsters. You're a monster. It's not the enemies, this is the monsters.
The hope that they gave us, bro, dashed away. But right now, we've got to say, we're in game 3. The enemies versus Azeri Esports. And that alone is a massive step up for Azeri Esports, mate. So these teams have been incredible in this week 12, week 13 fight out for these groups.
Oh, 100%. As we go into this is going to be one for the ages. Also, because it's the last week, I mean, it better be one for the ages, right? They've got a lot of experience coming in for a whole 13 weeks. I think this is going to be a show of everything they have. They want to get a good seat going to the playoffs here and then, you know, play out of their minds.
Yeah, especially as we hit those group stages, mate. And of course, I believe, I'll get confirmation, but Empoleon is going to be playable as we hit those because it has, of course, the 2-week ban, doesn't it? So, you know, we've got that Pokemon that people still feel is very strong. And that means that if it's going to be banned, it opens up one of these more common bans that we see. Venusaur, Suicune, for example. So it's going to be probably the most interesting tournament you see of Pokemon Unite.
Right, so let's take a look at how this pans out here. But Tano, we have our decisions locked in here. At the end of the day, I don't really think it's about who wins. It's about who can give us the best show in Pokemon Unite here. This match has been a banger, and it's going to stay that way to the very end.
In my opinion, Azeri has already won in regards to how well they've played to get us to a game 3 here, buddy. Azeri have 2 wins on the entirety of this league. The enemies have 10, and we're here at a game 3 with an impressive showing from Azeri Esports in that game.
Hey, that's a good way to look at it here, but I'm going to give you the objective facts. You know, might be the monster for saying this, but at the end of the day, Azeri wants to pick themselves up a 3rd win in the season here as we take a look at how this pans out. So, it's going to come down to this. They've got to play this one like they've done the first round. They might be winners in your hearts here, but we're going to need some definitive scores.
Yep, the facts are, it's all about who ends up winning the games as the Aneko's trying to see if they can get some good damage onto Ayami here. It's difficult in the lane with this poor little fox, but they have managed to get the focus band, I believe, and there goes Ayami. The enemies picking up where they left off here.
Rough one to say the least here as they go in for another fight. And again, we're gonna at least see no casualties on either side just yet here, but I'm looking a little bit on for that Charmander. Slowly but surely, there it is. The Shadow Sneak coming in to clean it up, but a return in favor with the app, so nicely done.
Oh, bro, I mean,
good choice.
This is why Pursuit needed the nerf, and I 100% agree with it. I'm not sure about the Midnight Side. It's a rollout Wigglytuff! Oh,
what a banger! Oh my lord! Okay. Do I vote for them now?
Bro, you've got to do, bro. You don't expect it, but it's a rollout Wigglytuff. Absolutely incredible scenes from Azeri.
Are we accepting that this is the right call? Are we saying that we should vote for this? Oh, I'm so confused. This is the world we live in. This is the world we live in. Chaos.
I mean, they do have a pretty melee heavy team, to be fair. It's just, of course, that Delphox going to be hard to catch because I'd imagine it's going to be Flame Charge. But 10 seconds here from the Regidrago spawning on in. We've got a rotation coming out from both teams as Eldegoss is set up. But now, Azeri Esports trying to put the pressure onto the enemies.
Right, and as we do take a look at how this is going to pan out here, it's only going to start snowballing here. 64 points up onto the side of Zeri here, and they're trying to find a way out of the central area. Oh, the enemies have slowly just kind of locked this Wigglytuff off. Slowly picking it off here, there's going to be a level 6 KO. Give a lot of EXP back to them.
To be fair, though, the distraction they've just pulled out, a Midnight Slash is going to come through from Amar. Ridiculous Unite move to have before these objectives first come on in as well, but it is huge for Azeri Esports. 99 points to 6.
Looking a little bit rough for them across the board, but slow and steady wins the race as they do start off here. Cycle Slash coming in, and again, the pickup onto Quento. Taking a lot of damage, but hey, he's a tank. He's got a lot of health to work with.
That
Nice
it
heavy
does.
slam.
Huge heavy slam going on in there for trying to get into that backline, but the block doesn't pick up anyone, though. There's the Psycho cut as Absol looks to cut down the enemies here. Diving up that flux zone, has to get on out, and luckily, Flame Charge wasn't ready to go on the side of that Delphox.
Nice pickup here. They're going very well. Just needs a little bit of patience moving into this. Solar Beam coming in, invested, and of course, they're still able to make it out here. It looks like this Snorlax gets a little bit of help on the Reggie Ice pickup and is holding its ground. But again, the buff is just gone just like that. But that was all they needed, because look at this Midnight Slash coming in here. Taking for 1 here, just needs another one onto that. There it is. Trevenant down for 2. We might see an Eldegoss for 3. And there it is. Dark ties the charm.
Bro, I tell you, Absol's like the most broken speedster in the game right now, but they've taken the Regice, they're gonna get the Regieleki. How impressive is this from Azeri Esports? The enemies have only been able to score 6 points. Yes, they are a bit more late game here on side of that Delphox and that Aegislash, but bro, they are currently so far behind that they're risking not being able to get into the fight in the final moments.
Right, moving in forward for this though, I'm loving how the fight is going in. Seismic Slam goes in for 1 here. They have the damage onto Trevenant. No tanks remain. Pushing it back. Absol dishing the damage out here, but the pad holding them steady here. Aegislash trying to find its mark here onto Snorlax here, cutting down the size. And here it is. The Dance of Fireworks going in, hoping to stop them down. We do see the pull up and the pick up onto Regieleki, and thankfully the onslaught is over with 2-2 casualties on both sides here. But numbers are still looking very favorable for Azeri here with 163 points to the 6 on the side of the enemies. No scoring, that means, from Brazo, and no stacks to find.
Is massive from the enemies to do that there, though. They've definitely got more into this game. Looking at the levels, buddy, they're taking the lead, except for, realistically, that Absol, which is the biggest threat for the enemies. But that was massive, so they haven't got any points to score for it, though, and that's going to be difficult for them. But if they can continue to work as a team at those fights, that's going to be the difference between winning and losing this game.
Right, absolutely agree with you there, and now they've got to continue this onslaught that they're trying to go for here, because if they let down for a second here, enemies might hold them back. And there it is, first coming in here, Overheat does seem to really tough, a nice sing and dance with everyone here as we do it out. The pushback, however, onto Wigglytuff for 1. Calling out Crash Infested here, they do get a little bit of healing here, they almost get the pick up onto Charizard, and thankfully, they can continue this onslaught with a little bit more. The Seismic Slam coming in here, dishing the damage out. It looks like Aegislash is looking very low, but not enough. Sacred Sword committing into that here, and the dragon has been felled. Next one coming out here, the little puff ball is now down and out for the count here, and the sword is taken out as well. Now, we do see Trevenant back into the fray here. It's 4 players into that Trevenant here, 3 to try and pick up Quento.
I absolutely love that Ayami pulled out the Mystical Mirage and then just waited to find the right target that they could get a KO onto. Takes down the Aegislash. Great movement from them, and a double KO comes out from Absol yet again as Azeri continue to look to dominate this game. 23 points going to rain on into this T2. Some more that they can score as well. See if they go for it. But Yaneko here at level 13 on this Delphox. That's going to be huge at that Flame Charge in the final moments.
Looking really solid across the board here. Reggie still pick up onto Zeri as well. That's 2 Reggies to their name, and the levels are flowing. Level 14 onto Absol here. Has a Midnight Slash, can come in for another fight. There it is. The first pickup coming in here. Nicely done. Stopping another one here, but what can this level 10 tree do to this massive creature that is the Absol at 14 here. Nice dodge track, comes in for it, might get the pick on the cotton ball, and there it is. Another one bites the dust.
There's a reason it's called the disaster Pokemon. It's causing disaster for the enemies here. As we do see Seismic Slam coming on through. They haven't found the KO with it just yet. Coup de Grace gets pulled out though. That was not needed, and that is huge for them to take for this next team fight, as we do see if they can pair on up to find some important KOs here. The enemies are running right now, buddy, as Azeri Esports chases them down. I would let them go back to that pad and try and reset for the rest of your team coming in.
Right, and it's looking really good though across the board. I'll be honest with you, maybe the coup de grace was a little bit wasted here, but that KO is definitely going to give them back a little bit of Aeos energy across the board here. Yaneko trying his best here, hits the 14, is able to make it back here. One heavy slam is all he needs. There it is, there it is. We were calling it out, and we have seen it. The level 13 of the Snorlax though is going to be really massive. I'm liking how this is shaping up for Azeri Esports across the board. They have a level 15 to the name as well.
Oh, this is crazy. 50 points are going to go on in here from Clem. That at least cuts down this score lead, but with 20 seconds until Groudon is on the field, Regieleki's going to be taken by Azeri Esports. Looks like we're going to say goodbye to Snorlax as they try and stall out here. They should just get KO. There we go. They accept it. They want to be back for Groudon, but they're not going to be back just in time.
And it's going to be a little bit tough for them as they go on for this here. Wigglytuff Tap not off the count here. That's another tank to their name. Azeri losing 2 of their tanks here, which is now the only 2 tanks they have. Mew also going up for the count. Charizard also down here. There's only 1 Midnight Slash for them to work it out. And honestly, I'm not saying that that's enough, but I'm saying that that is going to be a good amount of stuff to start off with. Midnight Slash commits. No commits here. It looks like they tell it down, and the enemies are moving on with the Groudon buff.
That is such a shame. Azeri Esports effectively throws it away, making that push. But I mean, it isn't. We've got a minute 30 left.
Not
over.
over.
These Hundo Burgers here. That's
not
go
over.
In. But you've got to get buffs here, buddy. That's the only way they're going to get back into this game. They've got to take KOs. They've got to work as a team, but you've got to defend both these pads now as well. It's a bit of a mountain now for Azeri to climb to win this one. There's still a minute 15 on the board. But, buddy, they kind of threw that away in the final moments, pushing the T2 pad as Groudon was coming onto the field with the Lecky.
I'm going to be honest with you. It's not over till it's over. 1 minute on the clock here. They look a little bit confused, but I still feel a little bit of spirit back left in them. They just need to find a good fight to take one down first, drop a 50, and that's all they need to turn this around. First one coming in. Absol has the buff. This is potentially game-changing. Snorlax holding his ground, correct call. Needs to find another pickup here. Has the fireworks invested in the Midnight Slash. There's 2. Losing that buff though. It looks like Absol is going for the right call here. Running back. The 50 drop. 437. No one's in the fray here. We see all 3 on the map. They are not anywhere near any pad. 30 seconds on the clock here. Snorlax holding his ground. Jeff needs to wait. Charizard holding back. It looks like we have a strong defense coming in for this one. The last defense, 20 seconds. This is it.
Absolutely massive from Amar. Spots the home pad, is open, dashes through the flux zone and goes for it. We've got 5 seconds left here, Nightera. There's no buff yet that they can get on with. They're stopping them. There goes the Phantom Forest. Coup de Grace going to come on through. Azeri Esports absolutely demolishes in the final few moments, and the enemies fall to the 2 and 9 Azeri Esports in the final few moments here in the EUL.
I just pulled out my pants, guys. You can't do this to me. Azeri, 2-9 scoreline, pushing for a 3-9 against the enemies who have been solidly taking the lead across EUL. And right now, I'm not sure what to tell you, but there's a massive shakeout in the games here.
Bro, getting that buff onto the side of Absol, absolutely massive for them to be able to push and get that final score in. It was so close, and you can't say enough positives for Azeri Esports. I mean, the enemies, they kept it close, but buddy, they deserve to take a bow because that was really impressive. I'm speechless.
Oh my gosh, it was there. It was the same problem we had in the last match, right? That margin of error, right? And I gotta be honest with you, if it were me, I don't know if it were you, right? I was the Absol. I would have gone straight to the tier 2 pad and scored. I would have thought of going down to, like, you know, home base here. And that is, I wouldn't say creative, but I would say that was some high level play, recognizing the field, the state of the game, and they made it work.
Mate, I'm with you. If I was playing, I would have gone for the score on the T2, but that's the difference between us and these players, bro. Absolutely genius to be like, wait, they're all defending this T2. I've got Pursuit. That's going to cut me straight through this flux zone, and I can go and score with the buff. Ow, absolutely incredible, mate. And this is set 2 of the day. Verbs and Aseri with an absolutely incredible upset here.
I don't know, this is a good day to be me. I'm getting everything I want. Good games, the cast. I get the cast today. You know, that's a few. I get back to Lucario in a few hours. Technically, if we finish the Dice event, we're going. Send it to a break, Kirtano. I want to see some more games coming up.
Yes, we do need to hit a break, chat, while we get the next one ready for you. And who knows what's going to happen after these two. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Metal Spy Ryan. Absolute cinema in these games today, mate.
Absolute cinema. You're right. I've got my shirt down as well. Perfect timing. You've got yours.
Yes.
It's time.
I mean, it has to happen, doesn't it? I mean, Ultimate are all about seriousness. Crash Out GG, though, they want to go for an upset here, buddy. And it looks to be the day of upsets here today.
Hey, no. It's not a day of upsets. I've been pretty excited across the board. It's a beautiful day for me. I see what you pinned down there in the chat, okay? Shivam, I see it. Right? I'm just saying, at the end of the day, anyone's guess who is going to win. Let's take a look at Ultimate's track record. I feel like we don't need to say too much about it, but we have some blanks here on their accolades. This is going to be interesting to see what's there. One accolade we have to talk about is that Ultimate was at EUIC. Tano, you were at EUIC.
I was, buddy. I interviewed Nachos at EUIC. Like, I mean,
surprisingly.
incredible. Right? Can you believe it? So, Kranix, Nachos, Bingo, Kiori, and Mbok rounding out Ultimate here today. And as we have a look at the next team chat, make sure that you all put a massive happy birthday to Nightera in that chat, as Crash Out GG is going to be Iglo, GG, Saloni, Hamzy Hook, and Och here. And looking at their records, buddy, top 5 and 6 UCS, top 8 UCS, top 4 UCS. Impressive play here.
Right, and now let's see how this is going to pan out for them here. Don't worry about my day, because I've got 22 hours to work with anytime you guys send me a message. Tano, I'm expecting one of my DMs later on, but what I'm expecting now is to see some fantastic games against two of the greatest teams that we got here going into it. The 12-0 lineup here from Ultimate here, and of course Crash Out GG with 8-4. Let's see if there is a break in the numbers.
They're going to want to round out this entire league without dropping a single set, bro.
Oh, they better.
Know it. I mean, dropping the hurdle at the final game of the week is going to be frustrating. So they're not going to allow that to happen. Crash Out GG ban-wise here. Oh, yeah. Finally, they realize, bro. Zorak Comfy taken straight out of it.
No, I think it's so much more ballsy that Ultimate just said,
Play what you want.
Well, play what you want, man. I got this. Ultimate really filling themselves up on this one here, and in a really good way. Starting off with the first pick here, Suekun as the pickup. Gotta give it to them respectfully. That is probably the pick that you want to get up, right? Solani going in back for a Venusaur. I remember this one. It's a really strong pickup here. We're gonna see some beam action coming along.
Yeah, Hamzikut's going to round it out with a great Hooper pickup as well. What I do love, right, is that usually you ban out the Comfy or the Zorak, right? You do either or. Right. Crash Out GG are like, nah, you know what, bro? We're banning out both. That's how much we don't want that on this field.
I don't know. I feel it's a little bit overkill. And though I respect the fact, I feel like you kind of just ban Zorak, Buzzwole, and Zasha. Right? Like, that is a better ban than, like, holding Comfy. I think Comfy at any team is kind of confusing, right? It's not here, it's not there. You kind of don't want it, but if you don't have a choice, it's kind of your only pick, right? And you can see how they already have kind of called it out here. Picking up their strong attacker in terms of Mewtwo Y, they have Suicune, they have a supporter. Now they can even consider getting Zacian into the field here, and this is going to be a rough fight for them.
I mean, 0-0 on the Ho-Oh as well for Crash Out GG. Get me out with the Leafeon, looking to have a really great early game here and allow that Venusaur to get the levels they're looking for. But
Metagross
Hogrider is on the Zera Aura, buddy, and that is their second strongest pick in my opinion.
Again, Paolo, I can't stop. I can't. If you know, you know, but jokes aside, I do feel Blaziken or Metagross is a really strong pick here. They want to have something that can go in so that Ho-Oh has, you know, some pickups here when he has his rekindling flames. But otherwise, I like the side of Ultimate here. A very strong, solid team. Has, like, basically a full mythical / legendary team with, like, an egg to just keep them company.
Yeah, it's so true. Oh my god, that's gonna be. I mean, imagine if they had like the Ho-Oh as well. That would be amazing. But the thing is, no matter what you do in regards to your bans, you can never limit Ultimate enough. We've seen it. The 12 weeks of action here in the EUL, buddy. Ultimate are just unfazed. But these past few weeks, we have seen a couple of teams manage to at least take one game from them.
And I've mentioned, right, I've talked to Shivam yesterday. I've also watched some of the games that the EU side was playing, right? And so, I gotta be honest with you, Hog Riders at the top of this
Oh, we may have lost you, bro. I don't know if that's me or if that's you. I think it's possibly you. Absolutely stunning. Everyone say happy birthday to Night Terror as we round these things out here. But what they were saying is that, yes, we have been witnessing teams like Ultimate playing in more EU tournaments, as we had the weeklies going on Friday night as well. And they've been very good, very dominant. And Night Terror's back. Hi, buddy.
Hi. Yeah, so like I said, Hawk Rider. Series play, really good, right? Round that up. Let's go into the games. No one needs to hear what I have to say. We need to hear what the game's gonna give us. So, going in, Zero Aura is going to be in the central area. We're going to see a return to former glory, Eevee going in as well. And so this is going to be how it is. 2 speedsters, one's going to come out on top.
Bro, you've got to predict Ultimate here looking at the chat, and I feel like it's going to give me the points back that I just lost versus Verbs and Azeri. But with the way today's been going, I feel like you'd be pretty comfortable putting it on Crash Out GG.
Right, and we're gonna see how that's gonna pan out. Moving in for that, though, we do see a few hits here and there, and that's crazy. The Zero has to go out of the central area just so they can contest against Hoopa with the help of Blissey here. On the bot side here, we're gonna see a lot of fire fanning the flames here, and we do see Fire Ghost slowly dishing out a lot of HP going down here. But in return here, this Mewtwo slowly picking his...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you really got to keep the pressure on if you Crash Out GG. You cannot allow any space for Ultimate to get, because that is where they just take control of the game and it becomes too hard for you to get yourselves back into it. So I like this approach from Crash Out GG, allowing Get Me Out to get that approach of getting those early evos, get that good damage in. But this is where you need to take the experience away from Ultimate, and then unable to, they grab every single piece of that as they drop a decent amount of damage on Crash Out as well.
Right, and there's gonna be a real big doozy here as they go in for that. As now they push in for an interesting problem, and that is how are they going to push themselves for the Regidrago, right? They have the levels, they have the numbers. Crash Out GG is just a little bit wayside when it comes to certain Pokemon needing the levels.
Now, we haven't got a single point scored. It looks like Crash Out GG are finally going to rein it in for the first points of the game. And they're going to continue with that with 59 points on the board. 10 seconds until Regidrago is on the field. The rotation from Crash Out GG is already here. But Nachos is getting prepared to come in and look to go for a steal.
Ooh, it's gonna be a rough one going into that here. Regidrago starting the fight as we do see Leafeon and Hoopa with the help of our dear bird Ho-Oh holding the line here. But this Suicune wants to see if they can make any headways.
Alright, so now they're going to push on to the Combustion. Ultimate finally managing to get a good push themselves here. Razor Leaf's coming out from Get Me Out, looking to find the KO onto Kaoro here as they run away. Metal Claw doesn't go off early enough, and they find the KO. Crash Out GG looking to see if they can defend against Nachos down in this bottom lane. Huge Beam comes through, nearly picks them up. Oh my god, the shields come through, buddy. That is absolutely massive, and they're going to be able to get themselves away from Crash Out GG as they look to defend that bottom pad. 720s about to spawn on in here, and it does honestly look like it's going to be taken by Ultimate, and they really have found the experience they're looking for as they try to cut down Hoopa, and that they do.
Great start going into that here as we do see moving in for 5 seconds here is going to be...
Ooh, Ho-Ho's been frozen. Got the stun. Here comes the side strike. That's going to go with the CC as well, but that's the HP pool that Ho-Ho has. Not easy to take down as they get themselves out of that position. But here comes the first objectives. It's a Regieleki down in the bottom lane. Not sure what the Reggie is, but we're about to find out. It's a Regirock, and oh my god, Nachos comes on in with the discharge, deletes Crash Out GG in that top side. And yeah, good approach here down onto this bottom Regieleki, seeing if they can find the secure Verdant Anger comes on through, and that's all that was needed for Crash Out GG to find that second objective. Not sure if Naito is currently having issues with their audio at the moment, chat, so I'm going to continue until I hear otherwise. We do get this Lecky going into that bottom T1 pad. Crash Out GG. Oh my days, what is going on in today's games as we get the pressure from them being a little bit too much for Ultimate to handle here. They do take down Ho-Oh, but it's 206 points to 14 right now.
Right, and that's gonna be a rough one here. Sorry, had a save line in my system here going into that. But as we do see how they're gonna go about here, 14 points to 206 here. We're moving into 5-minute mark. It's gonna be a rough one across the board here, as we do see Crash Out GG having the levels across the board for against Ultimate here. Could this be the time we see Ultimate fall? I mean, it's gonna be a rough one to say the least. Return coming in to see if he can take some fight here, but nothing available going in against Zacian here. Rough.
Bro, I'm going to be so annoyed. I've just put a 2,000 point prediction onto Ultimate to try and earn the money back that I lost in the first 2 sets. But, I mean, Crash Out GG are like, ha, we're going to make sure you lose that too.
Hey, you know what? It had to happen, right? It just had to happen.
And they're going to get a pick onto the Blaziken at least. So Ultimate looks like they want to rotate into the top lane, see if they can grab the Reggie that spawns on in. A Hog Rider's going to try and go in and get a pick onto Arch, but they get themselves out of the range of that. And the beams are uncontested right now. And they get the stun yet again onto Nachos. Crash Out GG. Very good on the defense here, Nitera.
And you gotta give it to them. They haven't crashed out just yet, and they're gonna hold the ground. Holding it back though is going to be the side of Ultimate trying to go and find their mark against it. Slowly inching their way closer here. Solani missing the beam altogether here. Hog Rider finishing it up, and we're gonna see no pickups onto the Blaziken here. Pushing back, Plasma Gale goes onto the Leafeon. The pickups are there. Stragon finishing off, but the Anger picking up onto Blissey. Rekindling Flame, returning the favor. We're gonna see the pickup back again. Unfortunately, not enough to finish it off here. They do have a buff on Registeel here. Crash Out GG is gonna look a little bit worse for wear after that as well. They don't have a lot of damage to back themselves up right now, especially with the buff on the Registeel.
That's the issue with Rekindling Flame, buddy. They come back without being full HP, and when you've got someone like Nachos sat there waiting for them to come in with Discharge ready to go, it's just another KO that they're able to find completely uncontested. Crash Out GG have lost a little bit of momentum there, but they have managed to grab the Regieleki here in the bottom lane. Looks like they're going to take down the Blaziken, but they still have the points as we look at that scoreboard right now.
And it's going to be a little bit rough for them. Bit by bit, they're slowly losing their ground, picking themselves up for a bit more each time.
Going to be ripping this Regieleki. Ultimate are going to get this uncontested. Looks like Crash Out are debating. They're flirting with the idea of actually being able to push this in. They're not going to be able to, though, at least just showing face. And now, I like the fact that they didn't full out go for that, to be honest, buddy. I think that would have been a very risky move.
Oh no, 100%, right? Like, at this point, it's gonna be tough for them to try and make some headways anywhere, and I'm not really seeing how they can possibly continue the onslaught here. They're gonna need to play a little bit more safe going into it here, but Ultimate kind of also need to push in for the Emerald 2-stack coming in here. No pickup here, but they do trade it back for the whole. And there it is, a 2 KO for Ultimate here. Again, they need to be a little bit risky, despite me saying they have to be safe as well. It's a bit of a conundrum.
It is. I mean, the difficulty is, like, I mean, they're going to get the burgers going on through here, but Ultimate, they have the levels on Crash Out GG. They're now winning these team fights. They've got the momentum back on their side. So those points meant absolutely nothing because T1s were still up, and we know how important those T1s being up could be for when you get ground on. It's not as easy to score anymore, Nitera. Of course, you do get stopped. So with those T1s, so easy to score in once you get that ground on.
And it's going to be a rough point to, at least a pain point for them to contest. Do they want to keep the T1s up here? It is a good call to say the least, but right now I feel like you kind of need to see if you can bait them to grab a few more points into that. But it's going to be a lot harder now when Groudon's about to spawn. 10 seconds on the clock here, and we're going to see how they're postured it up here. It looks like Crash Out does have a little bit better positioning here as the entire team Ultimate is trying to scramble to get together and get some EXP.
That they do. They need Ho-Ho in this fight, though. They're currently sat in that top lane. They need to come on down. They're looking for more of that Eos energy for when they use their Unite move. Right now, though, ooh, got to keep out of the range of these Zera Auras. They look to dive on in for the picks. Good beams are going to come on through, but now they know where this Venusaur currently is. Now they're seeing if they can pick up. Oh, here they do! Straight into the den, buddy. The side strike's going to come on through, but they've still not been KO'd yet. Rings are let loose, but Nachos goes on the flank and finds the KO. And now, without the Rekindling Flame, all Ultimate needs to do is find these, but the Emerald 2-step comes on the flank. They take down Mewtwo Y, and Zacian's currently stuck in the flux zone of Crash Out GG.
And right now, casualties 2 is to 2 here, but the damage is going to be lying on Crash Out GG, who unfortunately does not have Solani to give the beep out. It looks like Ultimate does have the buff, but that's 3 Pokemon. They need to try and find a way back into that. So it's going to be a little bit rough here, but an angle investor here, no damage being taken out. Unfortunately, a little bit early for that, and they almost lost Solani in the side. They still have one more chance here. They need to hold this down.
Oh my days, 50 seconds left. We've
Indeed.
seen the state of we've seen the status games, buddy. Another pick again from Nachos. That's absolutely massive, not having Blaziken to defend this. They do have Venusaur ready to dive on down, but these buffs means they're gonna score so much quicker. They need the team here, they need all of them. There goes the infinite Cyber, and that's gonna be enough, but no, they can't score the points just yet. 30 on the board, they're gonna rein in these points, and they do. The 36 come through. Ultimate take the lead with 30 seconds left, and it looks like that might be all she wrote as Crash Out throw everything to try and defend against this team.
Right, and so it's gonna be an interesting one to say the least here. They are slowly pushing it in. 4-8-9, only 10 seconds on the clock here. Crash Out GG. Unfortunately, they're gonna be dropping this first game here of the set. But it's not out just yet. Ultimate, very strong team. Crash Out holding their own for a majority of the game.
I mean, to be fair, mate, it was an impressive showing from Crash Out GG, but Ultimate refused to budge in that game, mate, and those discharge pulls from Nachos, they were something else, mate.
Right, and again, I mean, it was a beautiful display. I've gotta be honest with them. I mean, if I could do it so consistently, I mean, I think, you know, pick me up, man. Right?
I don't think the world is ready for that, mate. I think if you could do that so consistently, I think you'd win worlds. We're not ready for that.
No, I wouldn't win worlds. The world wouldn't accept me. I'd be like hanged on the stake, man. No one would believe me. I have some wizardry if I could do that really. Hog Rider is like 80% like consistent, right? Sometimes he just doesn't do it. He's masking it.
Gotta bait him, mate. Gotta give him that false sense of security.
Right. Sometimes I'm gonna do it, but when I do, it's gonna be scary. But when I don't, you should be scared that my team's coming, right? And as we take a look into that though, the scoreline here, it's looking really strong. I mean, if they can somehow stop Hog Rider from doing this, I don't think it's a correct ban to take out Zero Aura here, but certainly banning Suicune is correct, right? I don't think you want to give it to them. That was the first pickup.
Yeah, I think you've got to ban Suicune. I think you cannot ban out Nachos. It's as simple as that, mate. It doesn't matter what you ban, you cannot ban out Nachos. You want to give yourself a bit more of a fighting chance by taking the Zorak away from them at least. But even if you ban out Zero Aura, they're just going to move on to a different speedster, move on to a different carry. I've seen Nachos cook on every single one of them. You simply cannot ban out that player. So you have to take away the extra utility that Ultimate got from that Suicune. The freezes were absolutely huge, and it felt like the back of that allowed Hog Rider to do what they did, mate.
It's just better Lapras. It really is just better Lapras.
It so is.
Right?
Take it away.
Send it, right? That's the quote for today. It's just better Lapras. Right? Again, we're looking at the bans. This is not it. This is not it, guys.
The thing is, I don't understand banning out both the Zorak and the Comfy. I mean, Hog Rider can definitely cook without the Comfy on the side of the Zorak, but I think it's way more important to take away the Suicune. If you're not going to be first pick, take away the Suicune in the bans.
If they pick Lucario, you know they're just feeling good, probably, right? But like, they're down one game. I don't think it's correct. And again, you're right. They don't have to ban two. Again, I'm going to reiterate that there are only so many supports in the game. If it's not Blissey, it's Eldegoss. If it's not Eldegoss, it's going to be like Wigglytuff. If it's not Wigglytuff, then you go to Comfy. Like, it's not your first priority pick. Oh no, there's Hoopa as well, right? So like, it's Hoopa first, then Wigglytuff, and then Comfy.
Bro, Ultimate, the #1 team here in the league that hasn't lost a single set, have got Suicune, Snorlax, and Venusaur as their first 3 picks in this game.
It feels like a very shake hands moment.
Bro.
Returns, no. Iglo is gonna pick up the Zero Aura. I'm not even sure if it's right. This looks a lot better coming out for Crash Out here. I'm liking the composition as a whole. Now they just need to kind of round it out here with a solid pickup when it comes to attack.
Are they going to go for the all-rounder now on the side of Nachos? Looks like they're going to rotate onto that, not needing the Speedster. Oh!
No, that's the Speedster.
Cypher. Ooh!
No, it might actually be Scizor.
That would be crazy. We don't see Scizor anymore. We simply don't, buddy. So, Hog Rider looks like they might want to go on a bit more of the melee attack with that one. Kranix is going to pull out the Zero Aura. I actually still think it's going to be Cypher. I think pairing the Zero Aura with the Cypher onto the comp that Crash Out GG have right now is going to be way too much for them to handle.
I honestly can't disagree with that. I don't really feel like Muscle Band is kind of pick up strong item, don't get me wrong. I just feel like if you're gonna go in with Scyther, right? Why not just double stack? Right, you've got such a strong comp here. Like, just get raw stats in. You don't even need like the extra HP, like, you know, damage coming in for that. What's Trevenant gonna do at the end of the day? When you pick everyone out, like Trevenant's alone, like it's just gonna be Zero Aura, a tree, a cutting monster, like praying mantis. You know, you got this. It's fine.
Oh my god, look at the swaps they're doing here. So Nachos is going to take the Suicune, Emrick's going to come out with the Zero Aura. We are going to see Kranix here on. And I'm with you, I think with the Muscle Band, it does kind of strike Scizor to me. I know some people run Muscle Band still on the Cypher, but it's one of those where you dive in, you do burst damage and you get out. You're not stuck in that fight going for the brawl, are you? The way that you would expect the Muscle Band to work.
You wouldn't expect it at all. Well, we're gonna see how this pans out here. It is going to be match point going in favor of Ultimate here, as we do see how Crash Out GG can potentially pull themselves back out. Definitely not the David versus Goliath, but it is going to be quite an uphill battle. I wouldn't say it's a Sisyphus boulder. I would say it's more of like a, it's like a half of a Mount Everest, you know?
I mean, hey, buddy, with the way these games have been going today, anything can happen. Ultimate here
Has
on the purple side has happened. Crash Out GG. On your orange side, it is going to be the, well, could be a Speedster on the Cypher. Maybe it's going to be that Scizor. And then it's going to be the Leafeon on Crash Out GG getting that quick rotation.
And tell me about it. Moving in for that here, we're starting it off early again. This tree might just be locked out of favor as they do see a very aggressive push here. Not even sure if this is the right call here. Has proc the ability here, and you're gonna see them do a lot of damage. Oh, there's the pickup here. Not enough though. Unfortunately, it looks like they're gonna hold themselves back here and make it out here. Zero Aura not as lucky here. Who's getting a lot of damage being chipped on him.
I tell you, if they manage to find the KO, if Charmander managed to find that KO, it would be ridiculous scene, buddy. But they do get away, and now we see Get Me Out coming on in, trying to put the pressure on with the Leafeon. Hasn't found it just yet. Down in the bottom lane, though, Kyoro uses the eject button, and the Citrus Berry gets stolen from them, Nightera, and they're sent back to Nurse Joy.
Womp womp as they go in for that. He's gonna be a tough one to say the least here. They're losing so much EXP just by not being there, especially when it's 850, right? And right now it's level 4 as well. They are teetering so close to the evolution, and it just kind of hurts to see. Moving on though, we're gonna see really very quickly puffing down to the bottom here. They got the Natus here, Scyther coming in to see if they can return the favor here, but I don't think he's finding its mark at all. He's just gonna have to back away and just farm up.
Yeah, I mean, this is really aggressive from Crash Out GG as they come on back in using the curse on the side of the Trevenant. I do love the Mystical Fire as well from this Sylveon. It's going to be hard for them to take it down, and they're just putting the pain onto Kyoro, and that's how you limit a Venusaur. But if you keep them as Bulbasaur for as long as possible, those beams aren't going to be that much of a threat.
Hey, the word you're looking for here is pressure tunnel. As they go in for that, I'm seeing a lot of that go in. And right now, they don't really have a final foothold into this race. Moving in for that here, look at that. The Leafeon already so aggressively going onto that. Regidrago has one as well. And so at any point in time, if they want to just collapse as a team, it's all up to them.
Hyper is coming on through here. They're going to see if they can get a good pick with the dual wing beat. One of my favorite Pokemon to play is the Cypher because of that dual wing beat and how it's so hard to catch. The Regidrago rotating back to the central area here. Kranix is going for the rip. They do have that execute, but they're going to have to go on the retreat because Crash Out GG have got way more Pokemon in that fight right now as Charmeleon's getting the hit onto Regidrago, and it feels like Kranix isn't going to be able to get in before the secure comes through. The tree holding them up here, trying to take that farm, and Leafeon comes in and finds the KO.
Man, Leafs have never been sharper than that, and that's why you want to take care of them. Team Tree, let's go. We're going in out here. We're going to see if they can continue to take an onslaught, as we do see Hawk Rider going back with this side of Mike. Looking a little bit dangerous here. Emerald Suicide coming in here, the damage coming in, and no Citrus Berry for you. So good, and now it's sent back to Pokemon Center. Unfortunately, we do see Zero Hour backing away here, only losing one Pokemon in the fight.
Alrighty, so Ultimate getting themselves way back into this game. Not too far from a couple of Unite moves as well, buddy, but Crash Out GG want to keep this pressure on. As we see Trevenant trying to steal this Aura, does manage to take it. Kranix here, trying to find the execute, but can't do so just yet. Blissey providing that healing, and finally all three of them going on in, and the Hornleash is going to come on back. It looks like Mimikry's going to go on down. Oh boy, Crash Out GG are cooking.
And cooked indeed. As they continue to do this, I don't really see a way out for Ultimate at this stage. They're gonna need to be a little bit more risky in terms of their pickups here, like that, forcing a fight here, the Blitz Deliverance coming in here. Patience is key in coming into risk. They need to wait for opportunity and just go all in here. Unfortunately for them, they took a little bit too long here. Leafeon punishing them. Emerald Suicide had to return the favor here, and now it looks like this lone Zero has to be on pad as the Suicune is also backed away. There it is, down for the count here. One Suicune left. They're gonna continue to chase them down here. Solani is so relentless with the Mystical Fire.
They just need more Unite moves here on the side of Ultimate, buddy. Crash Out GG have really capitalized on the fact that they have the levels, they've got the Unite moves, and they've been able to take these team fights. Ultimate, they just got to wait a little bit longer. It's more late game for them. They do finally have Unite moves on side of that Venusaur and the Zero Aura now. So these team fights, they should be looking to have a little bit of a change in regards to who gets that pressure.
Ooh, it's gonna be rough though. I do see Solani getting picked off after immediately using Mystical Fire. Could be a punish coming in for them, but we do see Trevor coming in to save the day. Oh, beautifully done here as they do have a pickup from the Leafeon as well. What a quick response on the side of Crash Out GG.
Gonna go for the rip onto the Regieleki. Looks like they want to try and see if they can push that in. Not able to do so. Trying to keep them away from it.
Very
there
risky.
goes Phantom Forest as well. They are pretty deep onto this pad here as they look to find the KO onto Suicune. Nachos is not going to accept it though as Freerigo comes over with the heavy slam. And Trevenant is going to sacrifice themselves. So Crash Out GG goes on the retreat.
That's like almost a good 30 seconds in total. Just holding them down just like that. And I love to hear that it gave Charizard away. And that's going to be dangerous for them because if they're going to keep taking fights that actually don't value as much, it is going to eat into them. Time is ticking. There's only 10 minutes on the clock and you're already down to 4 minutes, closing 30 seconds.
All right, we do have a top Reggie coming on through. Nobody rotating for that just yet. Crash Out GG are just trying to limit the experience that Kranix can find here. They do find that buff. There goes the Green Illusion dive, but the Bliss Assistance is absolutely on point anytime you see those Green Illusions coming on out, buddy. Crash Out GG continuing to take the fight in the central area here. I think they should go on the retreat. They're taking down the Trevenant right now. The pressure is from Ultimate. That they do.
Hold on, it could be. Oh, never mind. That laser was a lot stronger than you thought. I thought that was going to be a really strong fight, and Crash Out actually kind of profits a lot more just from that one KO. But here we are, back at it again. Solani trying to find his mark to just run away and dance and prance here. We do see the Fairy Frolic coming in here. Shirko pushing back for it, and now it looks like that's it. All she wrote. Solani stuck in the corner here, and we see a slam dunk coming in from the Charizard.
Trying to chase down Zero Aura as well. Driving back on in. Looks like they're not going to get it as they land here. Shield comes through, but too many cuts from the Volt Switch, and that's going to be Mimric trying to score the 50, but no, they get stopped by Tamsin.
Yeah, I don't think that's the worst thing to happen here. They've got a good lineup going into this. They're looking a little solid. They've still got a foothold in this race here. Pushing it back forward here, they're going to see if they can try and get the Regieleki here. First pick out onto the Trevenant here. A great start because that means a lot of their front line is there. But it looks like we're going to see Regidrago as well. And so we're going to need to be a bit careful on that. First pick up going onto Regirock here is going to be 2 low EVs. And I don't see anyone nearby to punish them.
Nah, that's going to be great for Crash Out GG as they're going to get the Regieleki as well. And if they go for the rip on the Regidrago, that's what they're rotating to now. If they can get all 3 objectives, that's going to be massive for them in these final 50 minutes before Groudon's on the field.
I mean, tell me about it. Right now, they're looking really solid moving into the Groudon fight here. I mean, both teams are actually technically looking really solid. All Ultimate needs to do is play a lot slower now, just farm up and not take too many fights. They're going to have to give up Regis here, and that's going to be unfortunate, especially moving into the 2-minute mark.
I love how aggressive Crash Out GG have played. There's been moments where they should have retreated, but they have just played this with their hearts, buddy. And oh my god, what a pick by Ultimate. The dive in from the Zero Aura. They do find the KOs. Solani here trying to get away from Kranix, and they do. But there's the freeze. The Heavy Slam comes through. The beam to back it on up, and Crash Out GG have been taken down. They're not going to be able to get that bottom Regieleki. We've got 9 seconds before Groudon's on the field, and they're still waiting for that Sylveon to be back.
See, that's the thing I don't understand, right? Like, sometimes they're in great position to fight, right? The 2 of them could have stayed there and continued to take a fight here, buy some time for his team before getting a KO, or potentially walk out fine when waiting for the team, but then they choose to run away. I'm not very sure what the angle is on Crash Out GG at times.
Yeah, it's one of those where they just seem to be a little bit broken up in those moments. Like, the push is great, but It's just one of those where you've got to be more decided, like more forceful on your decision. Do I want to go in? Do I want to retreat here? And the team's a little bit caught up with it as they dive in on the side of Solony. They do see the Fairy Falling coming through, but that's huge to not have in this fight. Endless Ice Spikes comes out as well, but get them into the flux zone here. There is the Phantom Forest, and they dive in with the Emerald 2-step as well. The Verdant Anger whilst they're stuck in that choke point, and now Ultimate is finding the KOs. Leafeon gone, Blissey gone, Crashed Out GG's just gonna go for the scores. They get the 62 in as Frygo gets stopped by the wall.
And my game gone. Ultimate lose one game. That is a big problem going into this. A lot of gons, and I'm not really seeing enough of them. 150 points to 281 here. They do have 1 minute on the clock here, and they can try to make a comeback. They do have the levels. They have the Green Illusion Dive as well. They could take a nice fight here and maybe push in a little bit more, but they have the one Lone Leafeon back at base here. Seismic Slam getting committed here onto Crash on GG. There is no way they're walking out of this with any Pokemon to work with.
I mean, Kranix has just cleaned up 3 of them with one Unite move, bro. There goes Charizard. 30 seconds left. I would go for the scores here. I mean, you do have the rip, but you've got to score at least 200 points if you want to take this win. We see the rotation coming out here, trying to get down to that bottom tee. There goes the Secure, now pushing down onto the pad, but can they get there in time? They will get this in, but we've got to see Kranix going for the score in that top one.
They need 3 dunks. They only have 3 Pokemon. Emerald 2-step's already blocking 2. 1 dunk. They still need 1 more from the Venusaur, and they're not finding it. That is going to be rough, right? It's 150 points to 381.
That's tough, buddy. I think maybe send one person to go score in that T1 early enough. Yeah, Crash Out GG. Oh boy, we're going to a game 3 here. So that is technically the 3rd week in a row that Ultimate have dropped a game, Nightera.
That is crazy. That means that in 13 weeks, people have actually been bot reviewing. And we talked about this, right? Like when we were in, Toppy talking about him, like that mentality to say that, hey, that bot, actually insane, right? We're going to watch that, come back. And I think a lot of the teams are slowly finding, the cracks in Ultimate's armor. They're not invincible. They're still human. This could be it. Maybe today is the day we see Ultimate falter.
And I tell you what confidence this is going to give to the other teams in this league, buddy. As Ultimate, they do have that little kink in the armor, as you mentioned. They've lost games in the past 3 weeks. I mean, they always bounce back, and they're very dominant, and they always win the set. But 100% seeing just that little bit of weakness for that team is absolutely massive for these teams as they look for the group stages.
Do you think I can, go for a short break? Can we get a 2-minute break? I can make some popcorn. We could work this out.
I think we need it. We definitely need it, bro. Looking at these stats, Solony absolutely on top of that Sylveon, mate.
No, we're not going for a break. We're not going for a break. It was a joke. I'll make the popcorn in the next set. We're going in. We need to finish. We can't end it on a cliffhanger, right? I'm not an artist. I'm not an author. No, let's finish it. If talking to an invisible voice, you just need to understand that we're having an argument on whether we should carry. Look, we're gonna go and finish the games. There's 1 more in this set, Tano. You and me, we have to take the responsibility here to make sure we see it through for the audience as well. Let's see if Ultimate comes out with their 2-1 scoreline, making history for 13 weeks in a row, or will Crash Out GG put a stop to this?
Chat, I don't know who Nightera's speaking to. I think he's speaking to himself, bro, because I can't hear anything in my ear. Definitely speaking to himself. But yeah, we're going to go on in to a game 3 here. Ultimate versus Crash Out GG. And that is becoming a frequent phrase for Ultimate in these past 3 weeks.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Crash Out GG's so confident in the bans. I mean, we're telling them, no, don't do this. This is bad, you can do better. And we're going to see them pick up again. First pick Ultimate, Suicune, right? For some reason, I feel Crash Out GG just knows, and they're like, you know what? Maybe we just need to fight you at your best, and at some point, we will crack it. And it looks like they are taking a swing at it, and it's working.
Sticking with the Leafeon as well, which we saw some brilliant moments from Tamsin there, coming on in with the flank with that Emerald 2-step, but it was the kind of approach that really flipped a lot of those team fights around.
Tell me about it. Right now, I guess the question remains is that will we see this Leafeon go out of control again? Right? The last time, pretty out of control. Really massive, running around the whole place. There was nowhere for you to go. Now the question is, can you actually make it work from there, right?
Mbok's going to pick up the Hooper, so they've got those rotations down, buddy, but they don't yet have the defender that they're looking for just yet. Kranix is going to pull out the Blastoise, and it wouldn't surprise me if it ends up being damaged Toys. And we do see the Snorlax and Charizard taken by Crash Out GG. They just want to run it back here, buddy.
Right, and to be fair here, Blastoise, I wouldn't say it's the strongest Pokemon, but I would say one of the strongest Unite moves, because it is just Heavy Slam with extra range, right?
Yeah.
And like, that is insane. And you can eject button with it too, right? Like, there's 100%, you can see the build right now. 100% can make it work. So the question remains here is, I do believe that Ultimate has a pretty solid team in terms of damage. Frontline's a little shaky, I would say. Not a lot of heals as well. Crash Out GG's team overall feels a lot better.
Yeah, no, 100%. I feel like what I do like from the Blastoise is that it is definitely not an easy target for Leafeon. It's one of the harder defenders for Leafeon to get KOs onto, buddy. So I like that approach from Ultimate, and then of course Nacho's on the Blaziken. But I like this Miraidon. I think, you know, great range, but also Bright Future Meteor Storm. People overlook. It is brilliant for team fights, not only for buying space, but also just for so much AoE damage coming on it.
Really brings you hope for a brighter future, wouldn't you say, Taro?
It does, mate. It does. I also love space, so Meteor Storms, I'm down for it, bro.
Right, so let's take a look at how this is gonna pan out for them, because I do feel like there is a storm coming. This is going to be one of the matches that I feel that, however the outcome, Crash Out GG has already made their mark, right? Ultimate is gonna go in with the playoffs crippled in a sense, right? Every team that has been seeing Ultimate as this invincible like warrior are now like not so invincible. Still can be penetrated. We need to find some crack, and this is going to be where we figure out if that is going to be the case. Crash Out GG versus Ultimate. This is match point for them.
That it is, buddy, and you are absolutely right. And despite the fact that we do see this little kink in the armor for Ultimate, Nachos is still proving themselves to be one of the best players here in the EU region, and still being an absolute nuisance for Crash Out GG to handle.
Let's see if that's going to be the case here. First one coming in. Nice pickup onto the Suicune, but not enough to take it down here. Let's keep the HPs a little bit healthier here. I don't think there's any reason for you to take so much.
No, it's going to be a matter of who gets that hit first. Points are scored by Ultimate first, but looking for the first set of KOs as well. We do have the Charmander coming on back. And right now, it feels like Ultimate are comfortable in the top lane, but here comes Leafeon.
Oh, and it looks like they're going to continue their reign of terror in the bottom side here. Snorlax looking itself down back in the Pokemon Center here. We are going to be seeing a little bit of map control going towards Ultimate in general.
Yeah, okay, so keeping that early control that they are. We do see Tamsin looking for that extra experience, but it's going to be hard to push this bottom lane. A massive kick coming on out here from Combusken takes all of that to their side. Tamsin looking for the KO onto the Sobble, but doesn't find it.
And already we're going to see them try to push our advantage here. Leafeon just waiting for opportunity there, and they know. They're not going to walk out. First time, you know, shame on me. Second time, this match, you know, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Valid, mate. 20 seconds before Regidrago is here. Crash Out GG trying to put the pressure on in the central area. That's exactly what Snorlax is going to do, but they do fall and give over that experience to Nachos. They did manage to get the buff, though, on the side of Tamsin as they try and get out with the red one, and they do put the damage on down. Drizzile is sent back to Nurse Joy as Hooper and Suicune look for the KO.
And already it's not going to stop the relentless assault here. Going into Regidrago here. Look, 3 players on Regidrago, and there's only 2. Blaziken is finally going in here with the help of Suicune. I'm not really sure what the pickup is here already. Nice pickup onto Leafeon, which means another score incoming for them.
This is huge for them grabbing that experience. Do have more points at the moment, but it is so close. And I tell you what, Wartortle, I mean, it's just Squirtle in general, is so difficult to take down in these lanes, but it's so dominant as a lane Pokemon.
Oh, please, tell me about it. I mean, right now, it's looking like it's going to be a tough one for them. No, if we're going to see a trade-off between electricity and water here, as Suicune and Miraidon both trying to just blast their waves of energy going into that here. But Leafeon coming in to see if he can take a pickup here, blocked by the unstoppable Snorlax, of all things.
Yeah, they do manage to get all of that experience away from Nachos, though. That's going to be huge for Crash Out GG. And right now, trying to see if they can zone out them on the Blaziken. As we do see the first objectives coming on through. It's Regieleki down here in the bottom lane, opening up that top Reggie for the Charizard to go for. There's the overheat. They find the KO onto Snorlax, but the Emerald two-steps come on through. And they nearly manage to get away, but they do fall. 1 HP and a dream for Kyoro there, as Nachos just looks to take down this Miraidon.
And it's going to be a little bit rough going into this here, as you're going to see they can try and take a fight, but they do manage to pick themselves up for the Regieleki here, and Ultimate is going to continue the onslaught, but the damage is going to be piling up here. This Blaziken is looking a little bit rough. They do get the pick up here, and they have the dunk. Now moving in, they also have the Reggie Rock here. They have the defenses to actually go in for another assault here. First pick up onto the Suicune here, the heavy slam here, but not enough to do much of anything. The rage deficit here, they don't really have much ways to go other than to take out the Leafeon here. This Blaziken is going out of control in the side of Crash Out GG's base.
Yeah, what I do like that we've just noticed is that Hooper is actually playing the trick moveset, and what that enables is Nachos to just go very deep into the back zone of Crash Out GG, utilizing this Blaziken, and then they can just come back and get plenty of healing, because the percentage of damage that you do is how much healing you end up getting with that moveset, buddy, and it's huge for a Blaziken.
Right, it's just an onslaught of, like, beating things up. I mean, I would like to hit things if I could, like, heal from them. You know, every single bruise I have, I'll just punch it away. Now, as you can see that, look at the damage coming in once again here, as we do see Snorlax just trying its fine and smart, but it's slowly losing HP from the Blaziken of all things.
Now we're going to see if we can go into this fight here, and it's Emerald two-step that finds a KO onto Suicune, looking to see if they can get here onto the side of Kyoro. Heavy Slam comes through, breaks that invisibility, but now they're going to score the points. The snipe shots are blocked again by Snorlax, and Crash Out GG want to be looking for the retreat here, because Blaziken yet again diving into this back zone. There's the eject button, that's been burned without hitting anyone, and Miraidon gets away for free.
And that is going to be a problem. You don't want to let them get away for free with all that here. And we're going to need to see some of these snipe shots actually land. They're marked. First pickup coming in here. No plans on hitting, unfortunately, here. They're still chasing it down here. I'm not really sure you want to chase the Snorlax of all things here. But right now, we have a Reggie at the bottom that you kind of want to prioritize. I do believe there is going to be a swap here. And so this is not going to be Regieleki, but it's going to be one of the 3 Reggies that we're going to see. Never mind, I lied to everyone. Regieleki, let's go.
It is a Regieleki. That top Reggie spawning on in. Azure Spy Vision is KO'd as soon as it comes out from Ultimate. Now they do look to take down Snorlax, but there goes the Seismic Slam. There's the damage from above as it rains on through. Bliss Assistance is going to come through as well, as Crash Out GG are putting down the hammer onto Ultimate. Bright Fury Meteor Storm's going to buy that space for them, but they're trying to score. They do break the pad. Leafeon falls, but Crash Out GG have got plenty from that fight.
Lost Light going with Hydro Typhoon here, picks up a 1 with the eject button, might actually go for 2 here for a double, and we might see Blissey go for a 3, cracking some eggs, you know? You need to make an omelet, it's gotta find it.
I take back exactly what I've just said.
There's
that
the omelet.
combo from Kranix, that has just meant Ultimate has really come out of that successful. Look at the points on the board, the levels as well, buddy. That Quadra is all that they needed, and now the Regieleki trying to get the rip through. The power nap's going to come on through from Snorlax to cause this disruption. Just trying to hold them here right now, buddy, while Crash Out GG gets back down into this lane.
This is insane. This one Snorlax is somehow pushing back an all-rounder in the form of Suicune and an Inteleon who should have no issues taking a snipe shot directly at close range.
I love the fact that, you know, Frigo was just accepting, like, Snorlax isn't going to KO me, I'm not going to KO them, we're not going to go for each other, they'll just take the Inteleon. Regieleki is taken by Crash Out GG as well, and I tell you what, mate, in this game 3, still cannot be predicted. It could go either way.
And you're absolutely right. I don't know what else to say other than we have to just watch and find out here, and that's our job here. We're here to tell you how the games pan out. Moving into that here, I can definitely tell you Ultimate has a lead going into this. Snorlax goes very deep into the base here. Regieleki trying to push his way in here, but it looks like Blaziken does not know the idea of boundaries, pushing forward here for Charizard, and finally into Miraidon as well, and now he's got his ride on.
Ooh, okay. Very close between these two. Kranix trying to see if they can chase down Tanzin. They come on in with the spin toys and take the rest of this experience. Don't want to be going too close to that Blastoise there. Down in the central area. Looks like Nachos may be caught out, but no, they managed to get themselves through using the karate moves. And the snipe shots connecting onto the Snorlax, but it's going to be the block that keeps them on the field.
Right, pushing it forward. We are going into the 5-second mark here, going into 2 minutes, and there it is. Well, Tunnel, it's time for you to make a call.
Hey, buddy, when there's a Groudon, the game is on, and it's ridiculously close right now between Ultimate and Crash Out GG. Coming on over the hit there, trying to see if they can find a pick with that heavy slam. Not able to do so just yet. Leafeon going here to get themselves a score, but Hooper is back. They're going to be able to cause that disruption, but they could find the KO unless Mbok wants to let the rings unloose. But right now, just very patient between these two.
Oh, the Emerald investment here. They do pick up the Blaze Gun. That is a great start moving into against Ultimate. They have to try and find their mark here though. Crash Out GG in a fantastic spot without Blaze Gun.
Oh my god, is this going to be the final moment that we say goodbye? They are going to be able to find it. There goes the response to the Groudon. It's taken by Crash Out GG, Nitera. They've been able to find it, and it's so close right now, but they've got to get these KOs because now they've given over a buff over to the side of Kranix, and they take down Blissey as well. Oh my god, Ultimate might have been able to just bounce back despite not getting the Groudon.
Wait, it's not over just yet. They're holding a ground here. A nice block coming in to stop both of them here. Blastoise holding the buff. He just need to stop this one. There's the second. No points invested just yet. Ultimate has a small lead, and they still have the buff on the side of Crash Out GG. It is not over just yet.
Is this going to be the final moment that we see Ultimate get taken down on their undefeated streak here in the EUL? It's week 13, the final one before the groups, and right now Crash Out GG are really trying to put the pain onto them and see if they can do the impossible. Nachos trying to run away, but you've got to stop them from scoring that 62 points, and they are with the Leafeon being there, but they still need to score right now. 20 seconds left. Any points will give them the win.
13 points on Miraidon. It's gonna be close. Run in. That's the 13. Moving in 190 to 109. There is no one on the other side. Ultimate just needs to hold the ground. Another 12 investment coming from Miraidon. 2 KO streak here. High type of investment. But no one is on the side of Crash Out GG's path. And this is going to be the climactic moment we're looking for, Tano. 2, 1. Crash Out GG.
I mean, buddy, that's absolutely unbelievable. Ultimate have been proven to be defeatable. It took it 12 entire weeks going into week 13. Crash Out GG finally come out on top. They were losing games in the past few weeks, buddy, but they still overcame. But no, Crash Out refusing to budge. Take this one with a 2-1 victory just before the groups kick off.
Ultimate is feeling the burn after this one. Right now, every team is looking at Ultimate, and now they know they're not invincible. They're not the best team in terms of just, stalwalling all the games. They don't have a clean record going into the playoffs here. This means every team now knows that, and Ultimate has to be on their guard. This is incredible results coming from both sides here. Ultimate played their hearts out here, but Crash Out GG has found it.
I mean, just a set for the ages, mate. We can't take, away from Ultimate because a 12-1 record alone is ridiculously impressive, and they are a very impressive team. But Crash Out GG finally manages to break through the windshield that is Ultimate and give them their first loss of the league. So you don't have that undefeated record anymore as you come into the groups. Not that it'll matter anyway, because as soon as we come into groups, you don't have standings anymore. It's all, everyone is 0-0, but you want the best seeding you possibly can. And right now, Crash Out GG have beaten the #1 team on every kind of metric here in the EUL.
You just have to wonder what was going on in Ultimate's mind moving into this game, because there were so many things that went right for them, but it kind of feels like some things that went wrong was so much more impactful that Crash Out GG was able to capitalize. It's just like a stroke of good luck, you might want to say here, but it feels like it's taking away from Crash Out GG's victory here, when you can tell so readily that key players here, right? Leafeon came in so clutch here. We saw so much healing coming in from the rest of the team, able to hold that back off. I mean, look at Blissey with that 2.9k heals. Like, are we really saying that, you know, Bliss needs to stay the team? No, no. The entire team had a lot going for it, and they were able to ensure that they were kind of position themselves in great places to make it work. Safeguard, partly a very strong reason why they might be able to hold themselves back off.
And I gotta say, mate, the Bliss assistance coming out from Hamzikut there was insane. It was perfect in those team fights, managing to save Charizard, save Miraidon so many times. They were very much really important, but the adrenaline going through my body in these games, bro. We have had 3 massive upsets here today. Verbs Esports gets a win, Azeri Esports gets a win, Crash Out GG gets a win over the #1 team here today. So if you try to predict these groups and what's going to happen in the playoffs, it's simply impossible, mate.
It is insane, right? I'm looking at my predictions, and I feel like I have some wins here, assuming this goes on, right? Like we have Cafe du Martin later on with Victory Road back again. I think I am the only other one aside from Ghatlue who has picked Victory Road's win, and you guys have picked Cafe du Martin. Maybe that's going to be the same thing that happens here. We're going to see Victory Road somehow pick it up. But otherwise, like, these games so far, insane. And I'm not going to hold it on for too long. We need to go to a break here and see what else we have in store.
That we do, buddy. I'm just waiting to see whether we have an interview lined up or not, or whether we are just going to head to break. We're going to head to break, chat. Thank you so much, production. So we're going to take a break, chat. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. You're going to need it. We're going to be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, trainers. Spartan Tano here with Metal Spy Ryan, and these games, bro. I mean, Ryan's gone off and gotten themselves popcorn ready.
I really did. I really did.
Fair play, everybody. A huge happy birthday to our good friend Night Terror.
Oh my god!
Eat this popcorn away.
Production.
But this next game, buddy, not quite the upsets that we've had in the previous set, because both of these two teams, whilst it's going to be absolutely fire, they're both ranked second and third currently in the league. Cafe Du Martin are going to take on the Victory Road, so it's going to be one of those where you just want to beat the other one for pride and also better seeding. But realistically, they're pretty evenly matched.
Popcorns aside, let's take a look at the teams here. Cafe Du Martin versus the Victory Road. We had a lineup when it looks at the Victory Road just now, so let's take a look more closely at Cafe Du Martin's 9-2 record and what their lineup is. Looking at that here, they've got a few accolades to their name here. We have Cascade, Bap, J-Pa, Azlaito, and Boxshow. Moving into that for Cafe Du Martin here, who are looking really strong moving into this fight here. In fact, scoreline, we saw really good, right? And the question in our mind is that whether, you know, they can turn this around. We saw the Victory Road going really strong just now. Unfortunately, Verbs pushed them back a little bit. Hopefully they can pick a win here to put themselves back on the board against Cafe Du Martin here. But I've seen the predictions. And I feel like the underdogs are like gonna win again, and it's gonna be a real rough one. But this is the difference here. What we've seen so far has been the games from week 12, right? So this is the live games from week 13. And Tano, it's gonna be fun to watch it all live happening. The pressure is on them right now, right? Every second is live going into us, and we're gonna be talking about it.
Bro, I'm not even going to put any bets on this one because I've already lost 5k points from Ghatlue's channel, and I feel like I can't predict anything today. These games have been absolutely insane, and it's one of those where you can't predict anything. I felt like I've gone for Cafe Du Martin as the slightly stronger squad, but I didn't know that, you know, Verbs managed to beat the Victory Road, so it's like they're going to want to bounce back from that here in these live week 13 games. Cafe Du Martin are just so strong. It's been one of my favorites throughout the league, mate.
Now, Chano, work with me here. How about if you actually make a prediction right now? Who do you think would actually win? Just out of curiosity.
Can I wait until they've
No,
picked
speak
their
it.
Pokemon?
No, speak it.
Okay. I'm gonna channel it. And I think I've been spoken to. And Cafe Dumartine are gonna take this in a close set.
Okay, and I'm picking Victory Road because you said Cafe du Martin. So maybe all of your 5 games were wrong because they were technically good predictions. Just not the right words were being said. You know? I'm taking Victory Road as the winner.
I mean, if we take that attitude, every prediction could be right. You just said the wrong words.
Exactly. And so I'm gonna go whatever you didn't say, and that might be the winner. So it's gonna be Victory Road for me moving into this one. Let's take a look at how they're gonna go into draft here. I do believe we're gonna be going and reverting back to the 2-band draft.
Oh yeah, because of course tournament mode is now a thing with Groudon, thank God for that, but it's now 2 bands rather than 3 bands. So we're going back to the old 2-band system here, but at least we're in tournament mode and it should hopefully reduce a lot of the bugs we were seeing.
Absolutely, and of course we should also point out a little bit of the changes for the recent Celestial Rumble patch, right? So one of those changes being that Regidrago now only goes to the bottom side as its first movement, right? So every time it spawns, it's going bottom. So something to take note of moving into this, as well as the fact that Groudon has a little bit of changes to its range in terms of the more single target or streamlined moves, and its more AoE attacks are a little bit shorter.
I don't want to talk about that patch because Absol got a much needed pursuit nerf, but then they nerfed Midnight Slash for absolutely no reason. So a little bit mad about that. I'm just going to sit here and eat my jammy dodgers because, you know, I don't have popcorn.
Alright, good point. Let's take a look at what they pick up here. First pickup, not going to be Suicune. I mean, Suicune's been banned all the same. But, of course, strong pickup, Hoopa. Next one going in, Remy, Caesar. Let's see if they're going to pick up the Blaze Gun again, as per normal. I mean, we've seen it happen a lot of times.
I like the fact that when you say the Snorlax is banned, you're kind of like, what defender do we want to go with? Because Crustle, Trevenant, they've all been the go-to sort of second defender to pull out. Umbreon as well. Remy's going to lock in the Crustle here. Mephil's going to pick up the Inteleon, and Voxo is actually going to bring out the Umbreon, and it's got that EXP share on. I would suspect they're going to go for the Disruption with that one.
Hey, it's okay, Trevenant. I got your back. But looking at that now, let's see how they finish it up, rounding up the next 2 Pokemon for the Victory Road here. Seeing a Mew coming in here, very, very strong lineup here. We might have coaching coming to play. Palmon. Now that's an interesting pickup here. Let's look on the other side. Showmaker, Fizzy to round out the team here with potentially a Latios pickup and one more Speedster to just give them a little bit more boost of EXP in terms of leveling.
Alright, Blue on the field. Are they going to go for the Speedster to try and put the damage on to Brat and Mephil? I think that would be a good shout.
Ooh.
There we go. Absol has to be the pick there, doesn't it, Naito?
Yep, I mean, I 100% agree with you, but I think you might change your mind after seeing this one. We do see Gengar being hovered here. I like the pickup here. A lot of the Pokemon here can't run away from Hypnosis and the combo that comes with it. So it's going to be fun to see how this pans out.
Oh my days. Finally, we have a Gengar picked and not a Lucario. Chat, we are on point.
Oh my god,
today.
you're right.
Absolute
What a good day.
Joy for me today, buddy. These games have been insane. Pooley's going to pull out the Gengar for me here. Woohoo! All right, now looking at this comp right now, I do think that the comp on the side of Cafe du Martin slightly better, slightly stronger.
Agreed.
Because of the fact that Absol very good at trying to take down those ranged attackers on the side of Victory Road. And once you lose those two, you're kind of stuck for the amount of damage that you can deal with. Because Caesar's going to be straight on in there with a melee, but that's going to be one-on-one versus Cascade. So it's kind of down to Gengar to get the pick onto Azalita, which isn't going to be that easy having Voxo there.
And I love how you actually mentioned Absol being the key player here and not Blue or Latios, right? Because if you look at it this way, right, the only defender is Crustle and its defensive move or the tank move is Rock Tooth, right? Absol just jumps over that. So it's going to be interesting to see how they are going to play around the fact that now they have to do with Absol moving into this. So let's take a look at how this goes. I do agree that Cafe du Martin has a better team here, but as we established, Chano, you did predict Cafe du Martin is going to win with a very small margin here moving into it. So, you know, Victory Road still has a chance in this race. That's all I'm saying.
They absolutely do, mate. With the way these games have gone, anyone is going to be able to take this one away. I don't know. I don't know how to predict this. I think it's going to come down to levels in the early game. If they can get online with Gengar quick enough, they can at least put some pressure onto the Laddie Blue as well as the Absol. So we'll have to see. We're kicking it off here. This is Captain Dumartine on your purple side and the Victory Road on your orange side.
Taking a look here, as we do see, again, it is the two speeds going to the central area here. No surprises there. Of course, Ghatlue is trying to find its mark here, going into the Baltoys, and then we have a little bit of help from the Hoopa onto Absol here. Now fighting into the bot lane here, midfield is going to go in with Remy to see if they can make some headways here. Already doing pretty well in terms of just stopping them from doing anything more.
Yeah, you really have to try and limit them as early as possible. If they can get the Evos onto Crustle and Sobble quicker than Cafe Dumartine can with their evolution down in that bottom lane, that is how they win that bottom pad. Right now, though, in the top side of things, not going to be easy, but try and get these secures versus this Mew, and of course, the Pawmot. They do have the Absol rotating into the lane.
Let's see how it goes here. Nice pick up there, and we have Evolution coming in for Steenie. Now moving in. Haunter online as well. We're going to be seeing a little bit soon the Gengar show up here, and I'm sure you're very happy about that, because I'm happy that you're happy.
Oh, that I am, buddy. I did look at the stats there, and they're currently
NA.
Unbreakable win streak on the side of the Serena, I believe, the Lassie Blue, sorry. Whereas on the side of Victory Road, they're currently unbroken in their win streak with the Crustle.
Technically, unbroken win streak on Gengar as well. We have 0 data on it, so technically undefeatable.
That's facts, buddy. That's absolute facts. What can they do here, though? 20 seconds before Regidrago comes on through. We do have the Umbreon on the field, but now Azalito has to just go on the retreat.
All right, and then we AFK, me and you, for 10 seconds as we wait for Regidrago. It's a good day. All right, kidding aside, let's see how they posture himself up here. Sobble is actually holding himself up with the side of Crustle, waiting for an opportunity to join up with its Haunter here. But Absol looking to see if he can find anyone to punish. And no, they're not going to find anything, but they are going to see Sobble come in with his team here. Latios coming in to also stop them out here. Haunter, first pickup onto Umbreon. No hypnosis, yes, yet. And you see the pickup, that's the hit. We're not seeing the land, but alrighty, one more down to go. And that's the first pickup onto Umbreon here. Absol returning a favor, turning for damage. There it is. Returning it back is actually Victory Road coming up on top here, and Latios as well going down. Hypnosis picking up onto Hoopa, and that's all she wrote moving into this one.
It's those combos that we see, the resets from the Dream Eater, that are absolutely massive for Victory Road. And if they get Gengar online, which, 20 seconds before the first objectives are here in these lanes, 720 is about to come on in, very close to that level 9. This will be a huge push from the Victory Road, because unfortunately Mbappe, they gave away a huge amount of experience by coming back in that central area.
And already we're seeing a massive lead going into them. We have a 30-point up against the Cafe Dumartine here, and the levels wise are just flowing into them. Level 8 already onto Haunter here. Might see Gengar in just a bit moving into the Reggies.
That we will. Looks like Cafe Dumartine want to push both lanes here. Gengar on the field. They're ready to go with the Phantom Ambush. Regieleki down here in the bottom lane. So Victory Road still staying down here despite that, just allowing the all-rounders to fight in that top side. They kind of need to make the approach now, but Absol has arrived.
And there it is, coming in for the Absol, pushing in with the team, waiting for opportunity here, but no pickups. Absol's a little bit too slow. They do have a sight here of the Victory Road coming in clutch on that. Umbreon down for the count here against Inteleon here. Absol looking a little bit low, midnight slash committed here. No pickups on the Gengar, fortunately here, but the Latios picks it up for himself here. But all alone now, it's going to be 3v1 against him, and now Hoopa has to fight alone with the Serena, who's trying to find his way into this battle.
I don't quite understand how Absol managed to get away from Gengar there, but I need to see it in slow-mo, because they don't have an eject button. I think they've just managed to pop the pursuit at the perfect moment. The second burst of damage from Phantom Ambush not to be able to hit them, but they go down nevertheless, and Victory Road here managed to give themselves more levels, more points, as Cesar's trying to pull up the fight versus Mbappe, and they come out on top.
Pokemon div. I mean, new Pokemon's a lot stronger than Absol, I guess. It's been a long while, but unfortunately, that's all she wrote. Moving into that though, Mystical Barrage coming in to see if we can help the team out a little bit more here, and they do have advantage on the pad. Dropping this 40 is going to be insane, the 30 as well. Massive dunks across the board. I believe that was a 27 over dunk. 27.
We just saw the power of Zip Zap Volcharge Spark from Palmot, buddy. What a ridiculous Unite move name that is. But going one-on-one versus an Absol, there's not many Pokemon that can say that they're capable of doing that. So that is massive here for the Victory Road and kind of gives us a little bit more insight as to what Verbs Esports was saying with how dominant Palmot can be.
The dive. The pickup, there it is, the slam onto Latios, and now we have the force, the Hoopas Rings about to kind of just join the team together. Pushing in there, they do have the Reggie Ice on the side here, capturing it out. They have the levels, they can do a fight here if they want to, but they're opting to wait for the Hoopa to just kind of like unbound down. Midnight Slash, of course, committing into the Gengar here, taking a lot of damage, and unfortunately, it looks like that she has bound out of the fight here. But the Queenie Majesty coming in to dish damage here as Palmer trying to fight Smug for one, and unfortunately does back away, but Intellion picking up the pace here and takes it up for another. Now moving in, Serena looking low, Umbreon finishing themselves off here, and it looks like that's all there is to say because Palmer finishing off on Serena and now pushing into the pad.
Oh my days, that was ridiculous from Palmer. Caesar comes out on top, full charge Spark used again, and Cafe Du Martin just cannot break through that line. That is Palmer and Crustle here with Absol not being able to take that Regieleki at the moment. Victory Road a little bit too late to it, but still a very close game, Nitro. That's the biggest thing. We still have a couple of minutes before we see that Groudon on the field, and just under 100 points in the lead on the side of Victory Road.
Right, and as you do see here, Regidrago's being picked up on the side of none other than Cafe Du Martin here. Levels are flowing back into the team here. They are still a little bit behind, but not too far. Oh, nice laser coming in for that. A little bit of an entry gift just for you, Cascade.
That is not the Pokemon that you want to hit on the side of the Dream Eater, though. That is going to work. We'll give him a little bit of HP. Ooh. And they do manage to get them with the Shadow Ball as well. But in Cascade, Serena goes down. It's a double KO for my OG Gengar here, as they do pop the Rings Unbound up on the top side, trying to see if they can defend this pad. Mystical Mirage used by Mew to reduce that damage coming on through. Snipe shots are absolutely on point. Remy and Jet Button gets on out, but Absol finds the KO, and Cafe Du Martin breaking up at the moment as they try and find the KOs onto Victory Road. Snipe shot to the face says goodbye to Umbreon, and Absol falls to the Mew as well.
Game's getting so hectic here. They do have so much positioning. Serena looking very low. No pickups onto the Green Eater here, and unfortunately it looks like they have to give position up for the Attic Reggie here, which right now is going to be favoring the Reggie Steel. Victory Road is looking really good if they pick this up here. They have a damage bump to their name as well, and so this fight is going to be very rough, especially with their levels. They are surmounting the fact that Cafe Du Martin are only hovering at 10s. That means some of their moves aren't even powered up just yet.
I mean, this is what we expect from these two teams, though, isn't it? They're both literally neck and neck in the league table right now. Cafe Du Martin just slightly ahead of the Victory Road, but at second and third, this is what you expect from them both. Right now, Victory Road has more momentum. They've got the levels, they've got the points. But Groudon is about to hit the field, and it is still anyone's game to see who can take that objective first, with a T1 up on both sides of these teams, Nitera.
First shot coming in, trying to find Smart, no pickups here, that's fine. They just need to stay a little bit slower here, and they might have a chance here. Remember, they have Latios, infinite scaling, it's just a matter of whether they can actually find an opportunity to go into this. Nice roller beam coming in from Mew, they're not getting much damage across though, as right now, level 14 Palmer just needs to jump in and grab one KO before they can start an entire onslaught against Cafe Du Martin, who is sitting pretty here with 5 Unite moves, but no way to really use it.
Okay, they know Absol's in that top lane. They know they're going to be going for the back cap. They have the advantage right now. If Pule can find a pick onto Azalito, that will be a win condition. They've not managed to get onto them yet. They know where they're at, but they're being very wary. In fact, no, Pule is going to show attention to try and score their own Hundo Burger. As Absol gets that one in, Cascade is coming back now, and they do stop them in the meantime. The fight breaks out here in the pit. Moonlight Prance is going to come on through, and they haven't been able to take down Crustle. Rubble Rouser was just Remy putting up their defense here. Still has not gone down, and they find the KOs. Moonlight Prance wasn't enough. Umbreon gone. There goes the Laddie Blue as well, and Victory Road have dominated this team fight right now. Can they take down the Absol? 1 HP in a dream, but still managing to defend this and score the points.
Victory Road looking really good right now, 287 to 44. It is definitely not a Groudon play right now. They just want to find a way to score on that tier 1 or commit a hard push into the middle. It is up to anyone to guess how this is going to pan out.
Ooh, okay. Let's see. Let's see where they go with this, because still a very close game, buddy. 30 seconds left. I would just try and sneak some points into that bottom T1.
Absolutely.
Going for this rip is a bit interesting, knowing that Gengar is here. Yes, they don't have Phantom Ambush yet, but you don't know how low that cooldown is. Ready to go on in. Ready for the Shadow Bird as well, but no, it's going to be the Laddie Blue that takes it for Cafe Du Martin. Now the T1 goal is up. This is what we talk about. Makes it so easy to score the points. That's an 82 dunker coming out from Hooper. Is that enough? I think it is.
I think that is actually just enough.
Absolutely.
They might be able to make this work here. It's gonna come down to the points. Let's see. You and me, we're gotta look at this Cafe Du Martin victory road. Round 1. Shy of just a little bit at 81.
Buddy, I mean, was it gonna go any other way than down to the buzzer in game 1? Look how close it is between these two teams, and Captain Du Martin just sneak away with a win in the final seconds of that one.
I gotta give it to them. 42 points on that Hoopa. Fizzy really made it out like a bandit at the very end there.
And I'm also pretty proud of the Gengar play there, bro. Ghatlue absolutely cooking. Gengar struggles in some of these games recently, but that they did not. They found the picks. I mean, they even went onto Voxo quite a bit, trying to limit what the Umbreon can do, and that's not a typical target for a Gengar.
Hey, I'm not gonna say anything because that's your Pokemon to, like, you know, glaze over. So you do it, you know? Yeah, this is all you, man. Tado, this is your spotlight.
I love the Absol as well. They're like two of my favorite speedsters. So
hey, all you, man, all you.
But either way, look how close this game came down to, buddy. Objectives across the field. Regidragos were taken by Victory Road. The top Regis were taken by Cafe Du Martin. That experience difference was enough for this to be very close in the final few moments. Cafe Du Martin are going to take game 1. Victory Road are going to be looking to bounce back.
Before he bounces out the stats here, shout out to, of course, the Absol here. Look at our damage taken. Just such a beautiful number.
That it is. Stunning, mate. That makes me very happy to see all those numbers.
4, 4, 4, 4. Beautiful stuff.
Alright, so what do we do here if you're Victory Road? Do you try to run it back? Do you change up what you've done ban-wise, pick-wise? I think you really could run it back. And I gotta say, buddy, that Pawmot was impressive.
I gotta be honest with you. Victory Road looked like they were gonna win that. You know, it was 100% like convincing at the start, and then after that 41 drop into 82 points total from Hoopa, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with how Victory Road has played. They just need to stick to it. They just need to be confident. Remember, we have seen Ultimate be picked up by Crash Out GG. They have beaten Burps. So I'm just saying, maybe they just play this out as per normal. They don't have to force it, you know?
I will say though, it really kind of highlights to us how important those T1 goals are in the final few moments of this game. It is so difficult to defend those T1 goals when the Groudon's there and the other team manages to get it, because you need everybody. Realistically, if it's a close game like that, you've got to give everything to defend that T1 pad, unless you're going to go score yourself. And it's so hard because it's so far down the flux zone. You jump to the second pad and then you've got to run. It's really difficult. So, like, if you can, you know, bait the team into breaking those pads earlier on in the game, I think you go for it.
I agree, 100%. I mean, at this point, it comes down to how fast you want to break it, and also at the same time, I mean, we had this conversation before a long time ago, which was, do you allow your opponent to break early because, like, you get that influx of Ordinos, sorry, not Ordinos, the influx of DDs for you to farm as well. And right now, the problem is that the map is so rich of experience that there's really no downside to breaking it early, right? So maybe you just want to let your teams, like, go ahead, right? Let it break, right? What's the worst that can happen, right? At least you stop the onslaught later on, and so you have a little bit more to work with at the cost of losing a little bit more of map control. So that's something they can consider.
That's it, because you like those goals being up because it's easy to play into that central area off them. You've got the healing. It's right there. You can play off it a lot easier. But I just don't think it's worth the risk. When it's a game with two teams this closely matched, I don't think it's worth the risk. And I think you try to bait the team into breaking it earlier so that you can at least have that extra experience, but also not the concern of it at the Groudon pit, because you have to defend them against backcaps as well.
Right. And I mean, the tier 1 gold zone doesn't heal that much at a certain point, right? Like, if I have 1,000 HP and you heal 100, like, that's cool. But when I have 10,000 HP and you're healing 100, like, what's that to me, right? So, something to consider as we move into it. But bans going in for this round is... Well, let's take a look.
Blissey Ho Ho, Suicune, and what's Cascade going to ban out?
Blast
A
Wall.
few moments.
Blast
here.
Wall. Blast Wall. Guys.
Yeah. Oh, Hooper. Okay.
Okay. I can live with this. So we just see Eldegoss, right?
Yeah, I'd expect to see the Eldegoss here, but probably not in this first spot. Victory Road, entertaining the idea of bringing out the Venusaur.
There we
In
go.
fact, there's the Swole on the field.
Oh, I should note as well that I believe Victory Road was on the other side just now, on the orange side, and they didn't bring a support in the fight. Right? There's no sustain.
Yeah, I'm looking at their previous picks here, buddy. You know, Inteleon, Mew, Ormot, Gengar, Crustle. So no healer. Maybe a little bit of self-sustain, especially on the Gengar and the Crustle. But
Right.
outside of that, no healer, which is crazy.
No, and that's important because remember that last fight, they didn't really have enough staying power, and that's why they had to give out Groudon. Right? It could be a reason for them to hold onto a support here. I like the pickup onto Clefable here because her kit's a little bit more focused on support healing wise if you want to go the Moonlight route. And then you have some utility on and off. Right? So I like what this is going for. Let's see how this pans out here. And I suddenly like Cafe Du Martin.
I love that, bro. You get your Lucario on the field, and Cascade is such a fantastic all-rounder player as well, so that's going to be a joy for you to watch. Poulet's going to pull out the Galarian Rapidash for Victory Road and try to play that Greeder-esque style. We're on Gatlue's channel, so, you know, that makes sense. Remy is going to pull out the Slowbro here, which could be very important for trying to limit at least the Lucario, but what's Showmaker going to back it up with? But it's going to be a ranged attacker looking for the Raichu, but no, Delphox is on the field.
Not really sure about the composition here. You technically have two mage-like Pokemon here, right? Mew, coaching, has a lot of good skills. And then you have Delphox, another Pokemon with a lot of good skills and not a lot of auto attack ability. So interesting to see. But also to note, as of today, as we were watching the stream, Slowbro has a 100% win rate. So Remy could bring this up even more.
I mean, you can't contest with those numbers, bro. It's facts. It's pure data. Facts that this Slowbro is a 100% win rate for the stream so far. So they're going to have to keep that up. What I do like is the Delphox with this new Fire Sky Ruins. A brilliant pick, but not only has Flame Charge come back up for a resurgence because it's very hard to catch that Delphox in those higher levels, practically no cooldown, but Fanciful Fireworks is still one of the best Unite moves in the game. It's ridiculously low cooldown, you can use it offensively, defensively, it reduces the healing that you get, and it's consistent damage. And also, with Groudon no longer giving unstoppable scoring, it also helps in that final few moments of the game to stop people getting those goals in.
Surprisingly, we don't see Delphox up in the game that often. And that's surprising because at the end of the day, remember, like, whatever you said is absolutely true, should be utilized. It should even be considered as a core pickup, right? Like, I would pick that up over Mew, you know, so that we have like a strong mage that can run away as well, safe against maybe Leafeons, against Absols here. But you know, that's just my opinion. At the end of the day, let's see how this actually pans out in an actual match here. Moving in here, we're not surprised to see Galarian Ponyta going into the central area here. Delphox slowly making his way in as a Fennekin.
Yeah, I gotta say, you've definitely got to take it into the central area. That's one of the reasons people don't run it, is because it's difficult in lane to get to those levels. I mean, you need, what, the 3 Evos coming on in, I think level 7 at least, for you to be able to do something on that Pokemon.
Right. Moving in here though, we do see Voxo taking a lot of damage, not enough to really phase him. I mean, remember, Snorlax has the ability to use a berry and heal a lot more from it. So right now, it's just going to be a top side here to see how Caesar actually fights with the Buzzwole here. He's looking very close to having the, you know, the sucky coming in here, getting a little bit of extra healing from himself.
It's all about that level 5 battle, as we say, up in the top lane. It's the all-rounder versus the support, as they do manage to take it on the side of Cascade, but Buzzwole currently having a slight lead in that level.
Berkshire now back in the field here, waiting for opportunity to join the team. But we're going to see a little bit of an interesting problem here, and that is that 3 players are up here. Galarian Rapidash still waiting at the bottom for an opportunity. Runs in for the fight, and there it is. The first pickup here. Looks like Lucario is a little bit low here, but I know my boy really well. Has a steadfast ability, has got the shields back up. Moving into that here, it looks like they're going to be safe for now, but losing quite a bit of EXP in the process.
Yeah, now we're going to stick with the supports going into the central area, trying to provide that assistance to the Delphox. But these Natus are going to be uncontested as Puri Pule manages to get them. Very hard to secure versus that Galarian Rapidash on something that has such low HP as Natus.
Ooh, but the passive coming in for Eldegoss here is shipping out on Galarian Rapidash. In fact, yes, the Eldegoss is taking a lot of damage here, but it's not looking too good here. Snorlax coming to the fray here, dishing out some damage, not letting this Galarian Rapidash run free. You know, not the horse you want to see.
Now we're about to have Regidrago take the field, the victory road. They're trying to bait Café du Martin into their own central area here, trying to catch the Clefable. They have used quite a lot of Pokemon to try and chase it down, and the rip on the Regidrago is coming in from Victory Road, but can they get
Heavy
there?
Slam?
As you see, oh, Heavy Slam comes through, but it's just a little bit too late for Voxshow.
Good try coming in all around here. 2 players on the top side here. Caesar has to kind of forfeit off the Banner Beach here, just waiting for opportunity. Bunnelby, sorry. As they move into that here though, no hits on the snipe shot here, unfortunate. But there it is, first one coming in. That's 60% of his HP down, looking really good.
And that's the difficulty though, isn't it? Because Snipe Shots takes half of the health, and there's only so much healing that this Eldegoss can pull out. Oh my god, Buzzwole using the Delphox as a tool to get the KOs onto the other Pokemon. That's a double coming on out, and that is the power of the big arms of Caesar as they come on through with that. They're trying to see if they can find more here as well. Does know that Lucario was in that bush, but just the threat of Victory Road in this top side is enough for them to get all this experience.
And as they continue to fight this out here, we do see them in a bit of positioning problem here. Lucario out of the pad, going back in, thankfully being a little bit safe. Super Swole Slam, unfortunately, just comes in and puts him down in his place. This dog is sent back to the kennel.
60 points, the 11 finally goes on in from Café du Martin, and they do take the Eldegoss, the Victory Road. So aggressive with it here. They've got the extra levels, they've got more points. Regieleki Rip coming on out from Snorlax, but now you have to retreat because look at that. Oh, just whiffs the second one, and Regieleki doing a little bit of work for Snorlax there with the stun.
Very close, very close. They still have a Heavy Slam inbound. Let's wait for a moment. They have the buff as well in terms of an extra damage boost here. Now, Inteleon is going to be hitting really hard. I'm not sure if you really want to fight against this, though, Snorlax. It's going to be rough. However, on the other side here, we do see Clefable with their own block here, pushing out the Delphox away here. The Fanciful Fireworks locked in here, and the Snorlax returning the favor with a Heavy Slam here. What a big catch onto the Regieleki.
Snorlax was just stalling so that Delphox could get down here. They had Fanciful Fireworks, buddy, and then they just secure it. Triad Prison's going to come on out, but they are able to get themselves out of there as well. And they're going back on him with the dive, and there we go. Lucario taken down, trying to see if Delphox can get away, but not able to. The Rapidash falls, but Inteleon cleans up the rest of Café du Martin as the Victory Road continue, taking the lead in these levels and points. The aggression is unmatched right now.
It's looking really close here, coming into that here. Lucario coming in, level 8. Needs a level 9 to activate Aura Cannon here, and he can use his new effect. Moving into that though, it's going to be tough to see how they can play this out, as this Buzzwole level 11 not letting them hold down here. First pick up here, and the Super Swole Slam. Is it a repeat session? No! Lucario brings it back out here, the team fight ensues. Looking very close here. I feel like Lucario just wants to wait a little bit more for the level 9. There it is! Now, Aura Cannon is online. Will they pop it off here with a little bit of a Mystical Barrage here to see if they can take another fight?
Yeah, I think you kind of have to make that decision, don't you? Go straight on in. Fanciful Fireworks ready to go as well. You kind of need to do it as a team, but we see Lucario going back to the home pad there instead. So Café du Martin kind of left to defend down here without the Lucario. Slow Beam comes on through, and the Snipe Shot deletes Mew as well. Fanciful Fireworks is going to be uncontested because nobody is there to back it up, and Victory Road just walk away from it. Now they're going to get themselves a 33 overcap in this bottom goal. Lucario is a little bit too late to the fight here, and Victory Road continue to extend their lead in this game.
It's not a bad call. To tell you what happened, Lucario went back to actually farm up the Indeedee, and then after getting one, he went back to join his team. It's a little bit late.
Definitely, they are. We do see Mbappe here trying to grab their own central area. Ratsu's trying to see what they can steal away from it. Here comes the Snipe Shots as well, and they do take the blue buff. You take what you can and get yourself out of there. That's the approach that Victory Road is taking as they go grab that bottom Reggie as well.
Right, and right away here, Reggie Lackey is going to the border here. No one's going to contest that. That's a free pickup here. Fanciful Fireworks invested into the Reggie Rock. Looks like no contest as well as Cafe Du Martin takes 2 Reggies to their lead.
They need it, to be fair. That having the levels onto the side of Victory Road. They also need more points, 220 to 11 right now, as Rapidash tries to stop them going home. Does manage to disrupt Cascade as they try and get themselves out of here, utilizing the power-up punch. There goes the Aura Cannon, but it goes the wrong way, buddy.
Yo!
Maybe a little bit of snapback doesn't work, and now they're going to get KO'd as Pule finds them.
Yo, I think this is bugged. I think we need to do a reset here. I'm pretty sure when you use Aura Cannon, like Lucario Mega Evolves. I could be wrong, but today is patchy.
I think you gotta wait a little bit before that happens.
I see. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
No, they are on the right moveset, so, you know. It's not working for them here, though, as Victory Road, 361 points to 11 right now, with a minute before Groudon is on the field. Cafe Du Martin are just trying to catch up on these levels and grab what experience they can.
And already we're seeing a little bit of a problem here, and that's going to be numbers across the board. Let's take a look at that. 361 to 11 here. We're moving into 2 minutes, and Victory Road has such a massive lead over them. Level-wise as well. I mean, like, 2 teams on the board here. What do they have? Not really much to really contest. I'm going to be honest with you. Level 13 Lucario, not scary, right? It's nice to have it. It's not a must.
Oh, massive pick onto Clefable, though. If they can find more here, Triad Blitz is going to go on down. The slow beam onto the Delphox is massive. No longer having the fanciful fireworks means that Victory Road can take any approach that they want onto Cafe Du Martin here. Now what they have to do on CDM is just try to defend, but there goes Snorlax. They don't have enough defense here. We are going to have 10 seconds before the Groudon is in, and here comes Cafe Du Martin. I was hoping that they were going to be able to get more picks than just that Clefable, but Victory Road bounces back.
And already you're seeing a very interesting issue here, which is that the map positioning that they're in here, they're not postured to take this fight. Cafe Du Martin is kind of spread out here, not really together, and there's no one of them to capitalize on any fights they can take. See this heavy slam? No one there. Let's fight against him. And there he goes. The first one pick up here, the Rapidash unfortunately backs away here. Speedster's light and dashing away. Damage is not being tacked on here. Power Nap comes in here. The Azure Spy Version coming in as well, as we do see a hit onto the power up punch here. No real target going into that. Damage is falling off, and I'm not really seeing anything go through, except the fact that Victory Road is slowly losing HP, but getting KOs here. 2 on the side, going into Cafe Du Martin here. 3 on the Lucario. And now, Rapidash, just waiting for an opportunity to just pick up the rest here, but it looks like no one wants to commit to this. Snorlax and Eldegoss wisely wait and decide that it's not time.
They go for the rip on the Groudon here. Snorlax trying to show face at least, try and pull a little bit of that damage away from the Groudon so their team can get back on in. Here comes Delphox. Fanciful Fireworks has been used, but currently they're left on their own. This is the difficulty that they're having right now. This Delphox hasn't had a front line to protect them enough in this fight, and now they've got the Galarian Rapidash chasing them down, but they find the KO right now. The rip has been stopped on the Groudon. We have 50 seconds left, but Cafe Du Martin still have an opportunity again, and in this, you have to realistically go for the rip on the Groudon.
I mean, at this point, it's going to be rough. Right, but Cafe Du Martin is the one with 1 point lead up here. Even if they lose here, they are still confidently in the lead in terms of the match set here. Now taking this fight here, it's looking a bit rough for them. They lose one Eldegoss, they lose a Lucario potentially here and a Mew. The Delphox backing away here. Lucario down, you said Eldegoss down as well. The Mew's down. Delphox left remaining here, and this Snorlax, what can he do? Maybe a nice heavy slam to pick up onto the Buzzwole, but like otherwise, it's gonna be rough, right? There's a score coming in here. Victory Road has solidly hold their position here to 1-1. It's not over by Cafe Du Martin here. They still have one more game in them.
And to be fair, Cafe Du Martin only managed to get that first game with a buzzer beater, bro. Victory Road, they realistically were the ones winning that game.
Exactly.
You know, they're gonna take the second one here. They are showing themselves to be the stronger team, but I just feel like in that fight against Groudon, Showmaker didn't have enough protection from their team. Mbappe, didn't have enough protection from their team. As, you know, the approach from Victory Road, that Cesar managed to get across the Azalito and just dive onto Mbappe using that ultra small slam. And then you've got Delphox out of the fight. And that's tough not to have in that game, mate.
I agree with you as a whole in terms of like your assessment of things. But Cafe Du Martin had Lucario. I rest my case. Thank you so much.
No, they did. That they did, buddy. I mean, we're going to a game 3.
We're going to a game 3, right?
I mean, look at me, Phil. 121k damage, 20k damage taken.
Had a penta as well.
Bro, what more could you want from your ranged attacker? They've done absolutely everything right. And that is the issue. Café du Martin unable to contest the ranged attack that Victory Road had then.
No, it's really simple. I'll tell you what exactly they want, like, you know, midfield to do, right? If we can get production to go back to the details real quick, I'll exactly tell you. And production has chose not to go to the details. Thank you so much.
We gotta keep it going, bro. We gotta keep
it going. 50 KOs, 50 KOs to Italian's name. What they needed was 30. Right, they need a little bit more from midfield here. Not working too hard here. Needed them to, like, you know, pop a little bit more. But as we go into that, there we go. All right, let's go to the details real quick. You know, midfield. What midfield needed to do? As we move into details. As we the broadcast is not lagging. I promise you. I'm just saying it more. Like, as we move into details.
I see 15 KO, 7 assists.
Yes. Just right. Okay. Realistically, though, I think it's very interesting to point out here. This, right? As you look at the score line here, right? The interesting thing is obviously you want Caesar to be stacking 6 stacks for the attack rate, 100%, right? On the other side, you also need Retsu to score because of the specs. On the other side, who's scoring? No one needs to score, and that's why you see such a devastating scoreline early on, right? There was, like, I think 11 points of Café du Martin. I'm not saying that you should bring in a stacking item. I'm just saying they need to kind of recognize that if they're not going to stack, right, your job is not really getting EXP. Your job is to take KOs because you know Buzzwell's going to walk in. You know Clefable's going to walk in, right? You should be ready to try and punish them for trying to stack. And if they play passively, then that item is a dead item.
Yeah, that's valid. But I mean, at the end of the day, you don't win a game of Pokemon Unite without scoring. And 11 points was all Café du Martin managed to squeeze through. And again, I feel like it came down to some of the synergy that they were playing in those lanes.
Right.
Very difficult for them to deal with Victory Road. And you cannot have an Inteleon dropping that much damage and not be contested at any point. 20k damage taken for an entire game with that much damage dropped. You can't allow the team to do that, mate. That's the difficulty.
And I'm going to be honest with you. Do you actually see Lucario with attack weights that round? I don't recall seeing an attack weight. I mean, if there was, then, like, mission failed.
There is, right? I have it up right now, but Lucario had the attack weight. Anybody else have an attacking item?
I don't believe so.
Item? No, it was just Lucario, and they also had the Razor Claw. So yeah.
So exactly my point, right? At the end of the day, they got punished. They lost an item, basically. Lucario was crippled with 2 items, basically, and that's the problem because they can be just punishing them instead. And the move set is perfect, right? Because every single time they come, I close combat them, right? They want to score, close combat.
On the other side,
right?
Pule was stacking on the Rapidash.
Right.
Brat was stacking on the Clefable. Caesar was stacking on the Buzzwole. So 3 stacking on the side of Victory Road.
I hesitate to say that Galarian Rapidash was stacking because I didn't know the items. And the fact that they were running items and they were stacking as well, that's even worse because they snowballed so hard. Like, raw stats, they had it, right? Victory Road had stats. So consider this, I mean, for Victory Road. I mean, they're playing, I don't know if they're watching, but they kind of need to figure out whether it is correct to stack in a game where they have a lot more stackers, right?
I mean, they've been winning it, bro. They have had total control of 2 games so far. Café du Martin just managed to sneak away with that first one with an absolute buzzer beater. But Victory Road, they were definitely winning game 1. They've obviously won game 2. So going into game 3, the momentum is on the side of Victory Road. And they want to continue with that as Brat picks up the Hooper here. Remy's there on the Snorlax as well. Already got the core of their team locked in on the side of Café du Martin. But I'm very excited for this Greninja coming out from me, Phil, here.
Maybe I'm a little bit too harsh, you know, as I think about it. But, you know, this team looking a little bit better. I like Café du Martin's. Sorry, the Victory Road's team right now. It's looking a bit sharp. Sorry, I saw Lucario there. My bad. Right? But if they lock in with Zeraora here, I am so not confident with Café du Martin's team. I'm going to be very honest with you. I would like another defender here to work with. Or another range attacker.
Hey, Rainbow Comp might be the answer. Pule. Looks like they're going to stick with the Galarian Rapidash for a double rainbow comp again on the field, buddy, for this game 3. Looking at both of these comps, very similar, realistically, because Showmaker's going to go in, do the damage, and try and get some pulls. Ule doing the exact same thing, realistically. It's all going to be about whether Mephil can cut on this Greninja and get some good secures using that Water Burst Shuriken.
Right. I'm so glad that we have hit game 3 as well, because I now know how long my popcorn bag lasts, and that's about 3 games.
That's the kind of information we need, bro.
That's the kind of
science we need to be doing.
Right. All right. Real talk. This team, Cafe Du Martin, looking rough. They're gonna need to make a lot of plays here with Zeraora. I understand that Zeraora is a lot easier to level now, especially since he's been like, I would say standardized into the field, right? Or its moves comes at the appropriate times, the 5, 7, 9 bucks. So now the question remains is that can they actually make plays from them? Because let's be honest here, compared to Leafeon, Zeraora is a little bit lacking in terms of burst. So can this be the right call?
Yeah, I will say that they do have the Ho-Ho, which we already know is it takes so much to care of that Pokemon. They do have the Eldegoss, which has been showcasing itself to still be the queen of support over there. And Japer is back on the Mew as well. So they do have a damage Mew coming out, which we know can do a decent amount of damage, buddy. I do think it's so exactly. So it is going to be a closer game, but I think if you can't handle Pule, which they had difficulty doing in the previous game, you've now got to deal with Mephil, who's very comfortable on this Greninja.
Got Straddle in here, pun not intended, as we do see how they turn this one out here. Zeraora into the central area here at Speedster, and of course Galarian Rapidash making its way out with Hoopa with the EXP share.
Alright, here's the bottom lane fight. Two very strong laners, although this poor Froakie is going to have to go up against the might of Ho-Ho as Mephil does manage to put the pressure on. It's Snorlax that finds the KO. Remy coming out on top.
Cafe Du Martin taking a big hit early on here. Not looking too good, but maybe, you know what, make the mistakes now so you don't make it later when it's more impactful.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is a fact of life, buddy. Cascade just waiting to get that level 5 on the Lucario. In the top lane, though, Zacian just slacking a little bit here as they go on back. Here comes the Zeraora Mbappe ready to cause some disruption.
I have a feeling that Cafe Du Martin is feeling the heat here. I did see a lot of mistakes being made here. Lucario missing his Meteor Mash. We saw the pickup on the bottom side here with the Mew. It's going to be a little bit rough. They got to keep themselves composed into this one. Nice pickup here with the E-Speed. I did see the pickup here. Nice first pickup, second pickup. Not enough to really clean them up here. Pule is kind of sitting back now.
6 points scored by the Victory Road. So they do manage to get some stacks in. 0 by Cafe Du Martin at the moment, and they are still stacking as well, by the way. Lucario hasn't managed to find any just yet. Natus are taken by Cafe Du Martin, and we're 20 seconds away from Regidrago.
Real quick here, as we take a look into how they position themselves here. Lucario getting a lot of advantage here, moving in with E-Speed, but the Sacred Sword unfortunately not finding its mark, and looks like we do have Cafe Du Martin looking a little bit better now. They're getting themselves back together here, moving to Regidrago, and I like that. 2 minutes in the clock here, they've got it themselves, ready for another fight here. Sacred Sword, invested, not hitting anyone. Good job.
Showmaker just grabbing their experience, and now they're going to go for the Regidrago here.
Ooh.
It seems uncontested right now, but here comes the Snorlax, and they're also ready on the side of Mephil, but the damage comes on through, and it is going to be Showmaker that takes it. Snorlax falls for their effort as well, as Cafe Du Martin start to get a little bit of momentum on their side here, but still cannot catch Pule just yet.
Oh, they're trying to force it. They're trying to force it. They're not making their mark, unfortunately, here, as, again, Pule runs back into the field here, getting a pickup from Magician from Hoopa's ability. Now, looks like 4 players in the clock. Nice heavy slam going into that. The Magician is getting invested. No pickups here, as you see the rest come in. And again, looks like they do pick up for 1 here, but they're looking a little bit worse for wear. I mean, HP is looking fine, but as they jump in again, look at that. Pule doing so much damage just off that.
It is going to be Water Shuriken coming out from the Greninja as well. Mephil's gone for that double team, so you usually expect that to be paired with the Shuriken, which means they're going to do a decent amount of damage. They don't have the executes though. Oh! They do manage to get back onto the Citrus Berry on the side of the Zacian, but Cafe Du Martin are going to lock in the Regice, and they want to push this pad. That is not the kind of front line you want to see as a Snorlax. You're just going to accept the fact that they're probably going to score those points and look to break that goal.
Lucario looking to find that one-hit KO here, did not finding on Zacian, but has the opportunity to see if he can make it work. Aura cannot invest in no Mega Evolution, and unfortunately, it looks like he's going down for the count here. Back into the Pokemon Center you go, and that's it. Ooh, rough one here. Regieleki coming in as the 6th player of the Victory Road team here, and unfortunately going in. The Sacred Sword is being invested here, and he do pick up on Greninja as well for the Zero Aura here. A nice fight coming in, Triforce invested here, as you see Ho-Oh coming into the fray, trying to make some headways here, and does pick up into the Zacian. Last one, Hoopbug. They will just pick this one up for a nice KO. And finally, Cafe Du Martin has a little bit of foothold in this race, moving in with a scoreline of 119 to 131.
Wow, this game really is back and forth for a game 3, buddy. I mean, Victory Road, they get the objectives, they get the points back in response, but Cafe Du Martin find the KOs. Now they're getting the levels over the Victory Road at the moment, and they look like they may have been able to catch out Ho-Oh here. Yes, they do. They fall. But Voxo's going to do that so that Cafe Du Martin can get out uncontested.
Nicely done here, moving in for it though. 163 points to 121 here. Cafe Du Martin has a little bit of a lead moving into this. Polling diving in really deep here. 2 pickups on the this land, but not enough here. Mew going down for the count for Zasha. They push it back here. The flames are coming in here. We're gonna see Sky Attack in just a moment to see if they can chase it down. But it looks like this Galarian Rapidash is looking worse away. That's Sky Attack moving in for his Secret Sword investment here. No pickup for the block. Denial from the side of Victory Roads. Snorlax here as they go in for that heavy step. Picks up for 1 here. They're gonna try to see if they can use Secret Sword. Picks up for 1. Almost getting Lucario going in very closely. Aura can invest it, but no one is there to follow up.
Sovereign Sword was prepared as well, wasn't used, but they were ready to try and get that damage onto Cafe Du Martin. Now they're going to have to go on the retreat because, oh my, the aggression from Cafe Du Martin is absolutely on point. They find a lot of damage, and Victory Road has been broken up here in this approach. Now Snorlax, Hooper trying to see if they can get onto this Registeel. The rip is very quick. Rings are let loose here. The stun's going to come on through, and it is going to be Hooper that secures it. Brat takes that one for Victory Road, pulls the rest of the team down here, and they dismantle Cafe Du Martin in this bottom lane. Mystical Mirage is used by the Mew just to get themselves onto this pad. Use the Surf to try and stop the scores going in. Here comes the Ho-Oh as well. Not that it's going to matter, Night Terror, because Cafe Du Martin have fallen. Rekindling Flame comes through. Sovereign Sword cuts the Mew down again. Back to the Pokemon Center they go. Showmaker has arrived, but still Victory Road is finding these KOs. Plasma Gale comes through, and they do manage to get Zacian in response, but I think Victory Road has got enough from that.
I mean, for the most part, very clean play coming from the Victory Road here. They were able to walk away scot-free for the most part until I opened my mouth. And there it is. We're going to see how this pans out here. It is 4 minutes on the clock. They can take one more fight in their Unite moves if they had any. And I've run out of popcorn.
Oh, buddy, you're going to have to go get some more. Well, 3 points
next
between
round.
these two teams right now. And you are right, the Unite moves were all used. There was a lot of resources used in that bottom pad. But they're going to have them back for the fight again. There they go, trying to farm it on up. A dive in here from Cascade, looking to find the KO there onto the side of that Galarian Rapidash. Unable to do so, and Cafe Du Martin are now going to go on the retreat, knowing that Victory Road are back on this pad.
It's going to be a rough one to say the least here. We are not going to see any investment coming in from anyone here. They want to play a little bit safer. No Unite moves to burn. But if Victory Road does it so, they might actually get a lead and still be able to get it up for the fight with Groudon here. And already we did see Mystical Barrage being invested once again, forcing another fight here very early on. The Sacred Sword comes in here, no pickups, but a trade instead.
So, looking at the points, 3 between these two teams. Looking at the levels, ridiculously close, except for the level 13 Zero Aura on the field for Cafe Du Martin. Now going for the Regieleki is Cafe Du Martin. The Regidrago has been uncontested in that central area, by the way, buddy, as they put the pressure on for this, but it's going to be taken by Mifil. And now Victory Road looking to see if they can get a couple of picks as they try to go on the retreat on the side of Cafe Du Martin, and they do find Cascade. They managed to take down Voxo as well, and the Victory Road has come out of that one feeling pretty rosy.
Right, they're staying up ahead of the game now. 189 and 186 is a very close line up here, but the Victory Road definitely has a big gap when it comes to the level leads in terms of all that. And now moving into the Groudon as well. They're pushing themselves fairly well here. Most of the teams are slowly gathering together, and I have to add on that right now, they're looking really good moving into the champion fight here. You know, after Victory Road, this is your chance to make history here, and they're going to try and see if they can make something out of this. Take it away, Tano.
Well, it all comes down to this, buddy. They're looking to give themselves a better seeding coming into these group stages. Café du Martin getting really aggressive with it at the get-go. 3 points between these two teams. They're not going to realize who actually is in the lead by how much it's that close. So they want to go aggressive. They want to find the picks. Not able to find it there onto Ratsu with the pull from the discharge. The Victory Road being so patient, allowing the Galarian Rapidash to score the points. But look at the response from Café du Martin. In an instant, both of them go to that 120-point pad.
Right, and they're going to continue to make this lead increase even more. They're trying to hope to see if they can find a way out. Café du Martin holding their ground against this Power Nap invested here. We see Pole getting a lot of hits going in here, but the Triforce is invested to push them back here. Eastmead coming through, and of course Sovereign's Flame is coming in. Not enough to hold it back off here, but the top side, look at that, the damage coming in. Rekindling Flame being invested. The city can return another fight with his teammates, and there's the fight going in here, the damage going through, and we're not seeing this little Puffball come out unscathed here. Lucario face first slammed in with a return on the ninja to finish this off here. This Cotton Cloud has nothing to his name if you want to take this out. And right now, it looks like Victory Road has this one sealed. It's gonna be a rough one. The 40 is coming in on the top side here, but they're gonna contest against a 50 dropping in here. 39 to go in first, and there's the 50 afterwards. 50 at the bottom as well.
Yeah, too many Pokemon here. Not enough for Café du Martin to defend it. The points are going to rain on through. Can't quite get that second Hundo Burger in just yet. They do manage to find themselves a buff on the side of Showmaker, but they've been KO'd as well. And now the rest of Victory Road is here to close out this game, buddy. They were the ones that were third place. Café du Martin had a game, a set ahead of them, but Victory Road are going to get the revenge here as they ease this one out, looking for the better seeding. And they're going to take it 2-1.
And beautifully done as well. Moving forward into this though, we are going to be seeing the 2-1 scoreline. Victory Road coming off fresh from Burp Esports before. Now looking themselves very nicely with a scoreline of 9-4. Café du Martin matching them with only one less loss to their name.
I mean, is that not just the sum up of what Pokemon Unite is? The Victory Road lose to Verbs Esports, who were, I believe, 10th in the league, but they beat Café du Martin, who, going into week 13, were second. So, I mean, that is just Pokemon Unite in a nutshell, buddy. But throughout the entirety of this set, it did feel like Victory Road had the better control over all of these games. Café du Martin just managing to sneak themselves a win. But both of these teams are so close in how good they are.
And mind you, Café du Martin was seeded higher, and so this technically is an upset coming in from the Victory Road to push them back out of this kind of standing. This week has been a mishmash of a lot of different things happening. We saw a lot of interesting upsets here that I think in the playoffs, they'll make a great story for you, Tano. I mean, you're definitely going to be casting a majority of this. I cannot wait.
I know, but I've absolutely loved this journey, and I cannot wait. What you've seen today is going to be even more hype in the finals. So that's why these teams are really fighting for the seeding going into the group stages. You want to make sure that you can get out of your groups.
100%. Just saying though, Asia, you know, AUL, right? And then I host it. You know, I want to bring you in instead of you bring me in. Now that's a nice change of pace.
I'm down, bro. 100% I'm down. If it's Pokemon Unite and it's Unity Clash, I'm down. I'm casting, bro.
Beautiful. So you'll be waking up really early, and I get to wake up at like somewhat normal times.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
All right. We'll see how this goes here. I don't believe we have any interviews at the moment here, so let's bring it to a quick break here. If that's all good. Yeah, let's go to a quick break. Tano, I think we've got some more exciting matches coming in here, but I gotta refill this popcorn bucket or bag.
Valid, mate. Let's head to a break. Grab yourself a drink and a snack chat. We're going to be back very shortly. Welcome back, Europe. And we've got one more set to bring you. It's Banana Peelers versus Café du Martin. And if today is anything to go off Night Era, this is going to go to a game 3. And it's going to be an upset of whoever is the lowest seed.
And it's a good thing because we've established that my popcorn lasts me about 3 games. So gonna need it to really go to game 3 here on this one. And we're hoping to see this one be a fantastic one. Today we've seen a bunch of game 3s. Well, basically every game was a game 3. So I'm hoping this continues to trend. Tano, we're going to end this week off with a blast. Let's take a look at the standings before we go into anything else here, because it's going to be an important one to say the least here. Ultimate finally have a break in their streak here, 12-1 with a upset just happening.
I mean, still 21 points in regards to how dominant they've been. But right now it's Banana Peelers coming on out. They're currently in the 6th position versus Café du Martin, who are in the 3rd position.
Right.
Looking at it, 9-3, 7-4. This could really affect the standings and definitely the seeding going into this one, mate.
And it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to affect overall here. Now that a lot of teams have mellowed out into their one win, one loss kind of deal, we're starting to see that all the teams are actually putting up some kind of weight. I mean, including the very end here, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They've all got something to go for.
They do. They really do. I mean, if Banana Peelers can take 2 games here, that's going to give them 8 points. They're going to go up realistically in the standings. If it goes to a game 3, bro, I don't know. I don't know what that's going to do, because it's going to be crazy for these standings. Obviously, they're looking for the best seeding they can get. But this is going to be... we want it to be a hype game. Every single game today has been next level. So we need this one to be the same, mate.
I'm going to be honest with you, Banana Peelers. I'm sorry to say this, but it's going to be a 2-1 situation. But I'm rooting for you guys. I've said it before. You have my heart locked in place here. If you ever come into games, Banana Peelers, I got you covered.
But they do have to go up against the might that is Café du Martin. Here is Banana Peelers. We've got Cascade on there. Shari King, Tibi, Indigo, and Jurare here for BP. Lots of accolades. Jurare is well renowned for being one of the best Trevenants in the EU region, mate.
Hey, don't slack on Shari King, having made quite a few plays across the season here. We're going to see how this is going to turn out here. Tippy as well, not too far. We're going to see a little bit of change here in terms of the portraits here, moving into Café du Martin. I don't think we need to talk too much about that. We've seen 3 of the games here today, and it's going to be an interesting one.
I love the fact that Cascade is going to be fighting on both teams, though, bro. That's going to be fascinating.
It's beautiful,
that is a true mirror match.
Is this a 4v4?
Cascade on both teams.
No. We've never seen Cascade in the same room before. Maybe they're just playing on the same device, 2 different devices in the same room.
Yeah, against themselves.
Yeah,
in the top lane.
No, they'll go central, right? And then they'll AFK there. And the whole game is just 2v2, top and bottom.
You never know, bro. You never know in these kind of hype games that we've been seeing. Give me your prediction then, Night Arrow. Who do you think is going to take
Banana Peelers. We have this one. It's Banana Peelers. I know Shabab is going for Café du Martin. I know we are on the same side here, Tano. And so, I'm just saying we could overthrow EUL.
That we could. I just love Banana Peelers team. Café du Martin are so strong, and I absolutely love Cascade on there as well as Voxshow, but Banana Peelers, Shari King, so good on that ranged attack. You've got Jurare, one of the best defenders here, and Tibi is so impressive. So this is going to be such a close one, but I'm with you. I think Banana Peelers might take this one.
And right away, we're going to see how it really pans out here. Well, I agree with you that Banana Peelers will take this out here. Upsets have been happening way too often here. Yes, they have a soft spot in my heart, but Café du Martin is not a team to slack on, right?
Right, rightly so, but a showmaker.
Look at that.
Very impressive.
They banned Trevenant. They know.
You've got to, bro. You've got to. Jurare is sat right there. You've got to ban Trevenant. You don't. It's like you can't let Zorak through or Comfy for that sake with Nachos being on ultimate. You know what I mean? You just got
exactly. And that's kind of what I'm trying to say here, right? They've got a strong pick, and then generally they're okay, right? I don't know how this is gonna pan out for them. They are picking up a Crustle once again. My day is ruined. My pain is immeasurable.
Yeah, and of course, Blissey being taken by Café du Martin means you need to take up the second best support here. And if it's not going to be Hooper, it's going to be Eldegoss for Banana Peelers. A great combo there already. the foundation being laid. What's Cascade going to pick up here? Looks like the Buzzwole and Showmaker. No, instead, Japer is going to pull out the Laddie Blue. Voxshow is going to come to the fight with an Umbreon.
I like the pickup here. I mean, ultimately, what was the point of picking Buzzwole in that situation? You have a lot of like support in terms of healing. You kind of want to hit something that isn't so self-sustaining if you want to get support, right? On the other side, I like the Buzzwole pick. I'm not really sure if it's right. It's good, but it's not great for the composition as a whole.
Well, I mean, in that top lane, typically you see with the Eldegoss a Zacian or a Buzzwole, don't you? Tibi's going to go with the Buzzwole at the moment, but yeah, definitely got to get on to that Lally Blue in the backside. Now Showmaker wants to pull out the Zoroark. Oh, everybody hates this in the EU region. Cascade also has the Aegis Slash there. I actually like that Rainbow comp that Cathy Dumartine have pulled out here. I'm on board with it. The front line, I mean, that's what Cascade can do with that shield up. And Voxshow being there is going to be pretty huge for Japer to get protection.
And already we are seeing the Menace come out here. Alolan Raichu setting the field up for Zoroark to navigate through. And this is going to be the comps that we have here. I don't know if it's just colors. Cafe du Martin looks a little bit better in my opinion, but Banana Peanut still has my heart. Solemnly.
The thing is, they've got to stop Showmaker from really putting the pressure onto these ranged attackers, mate. I mean, it's not easy to get them anyway, because they've got a lot of maneuverability, his Mew and Alolan Raichu. But it's Showmaker, it's a Zoroark, and it is very difficult for you to handle it. Tibi and Jirare really have to put the pressure onto that Zoroark.
Well, let's see if they can actually pull this one off here, and it'll make ready for a show as we come into the match here. Final preparations are over. Let's take a look at how this is going to pan out.
Whoa, I'm hyped for this one, buddy. I mean, all games today have been an upset. This looks like it could go the same way, but still very close between these two teams. Cathy Dumartine are coming off a loss, mate. This is a live game. They are not going to want to be losing this week as well.
Tell me about it.
Gotta go all out, gotta go big. That's why they're picking the Pokemon that they have so far. But also, looking at the early game, really good, as well as the late game, having that Laddie Blue there. They get the stacks, buddy. As we said, unlimited scaling on that Jet 2 holiday.
All right, moving into that here. Definitely love to see how they can make this entire team work out, 50 pounds. And with 5 of them, that is 250 pounds for a family of 5.
And it's perfect. 250 pounds is all you need to win a game of Pokemon Unite. Tibi taking the top lane here alongside the Eldegoss. It's going to be easier for them to get level 5 over the sword and put the pressure on. So realistically, Cathy Dumartine need to capitalize on in this other lane, or Zoroark needs to get there very quickly.
And already they're starting off the onslaught here. A few rock slides to kind of stop them off here. But Japer holding the ground here to see if they can make some headways against them. First pickup, second hiccup. A lot of damage doing the box show though.
Alolan Raichu's going into that top lane already, buddy. Zoroark still looking for that level 5. There they are. Looks like they're coming up here as well. Banana Peelers have much control down in that bottom lane. And now it's all about what they can do against Showmaker coming on in. They've managed to get these combos off. And there goes the boosted Raichu sent right back to the Pokemon Center.
And already damage is flying across the board just as Zoroark flies in as well. You hate to see it happen, but right now he's got so much advantage moving into the Altaria. Here, grabbing a Citrus Berry for himself, jumps in and ready to go against the Buzzwole.
Maybe he does find that level 5, so they do try and use that to pick up Showmaker, but that's the power of Blissey. That's why we like the safeguard. It's going to be really detrimental to this Buzzwole as Banana Peelers look to score the first points of the game. Doesn't get the 23 in just yet, will do now, but again, Showmaker showing themselves to be unbreakable for Banana Peelers in this early game.
Already you see the damage coming through here and how far Zoroark is clearing the central area here, which is great because that means he has time to actually posture himself for the Regidrago. And right now, looking at the scoreline here, 44 to 7 Banana Peelers, you want to be ready to ambush them. They are so ready to definitely go for the Regidrago. I'm sure you just want to wait for them and take a huge chunk of health off them.
Level 7 Zorak already, buddy, as the 8-minute max come on through. Tibi is really looking for that KO. Here comes the Umbreon, causing the disruption. There goes the foul play as well, trying to see if they can cause that disruption onto the Buzz Wall. Right now, Showmaker wants to go in for the hit. They don't get the boosted off just yet, while the rip on the Reggie Driver comes in from Banana Peelers. BP take it with the Mew. Good effort by Japer, but doesn't find it, and the boosted from Mew sends them packing.
And if you didn't see, Voxel got taken down here. The Umbreon is running back from base back down here as well. And so this means that they're kind of in the back foot in terms of points, and they're slowly pushing it back as well. They opted to go top side here to drop the total of 60 points here, which commendable to say the least here, but that's kind of a consolation prize overall.
Azalito is absolutely pivotal to Cathy Dumartine in these fights. The amount of times that they've saved Showmaker already and Cascade against this Buzzwole, that is going to be how they win. But on the side of Banana Peelers, you've got to disrupt the combos coming in from Showmaker. It's realistically the only way that you can limit this Zorak, as we do see more points coming in. Banana Peelers have answered though, Night Terror, 123 to 97 as they look for the Red Ice as well.
Not looking too good overall here. They do have a slight advantage going in with Voxel's nasty pickup on the last hit there. And you gotta give it to them. Almost making it out with the Reggie Ice buff as well, healing HP. But it looks like two attackers are gonna get caught off guard here. If Zora has anything to say about it, goes in for it. That's not gonna pick up because of the Mystical Barrage. But unfortunately, as a whole, taking a lot of damage, but no casualties. Thankfully, they're walking out with scot-free, basically.
We talk about the maneuverability on these range attackers, and we've just seen it firsthand. They were unable to catch the Raichu, the Electro Balls get dropped, and they were unable to pick the Mew with the Mystical Mirage coming out as well. So that is the one area that you, as a speedster, have to be doing better on. You've got to limit the ranged attackers, and you've got to find the KOs onto them if you want to win the game.
Here's the TL for Tano. Move better.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's not a joke as well, because the problem is, you are right, they're so quick. And imagine if that was Delphox, right? He just lane charge, you're taking damage as you're trying to chase him here. Like, is it even worth it to chase it, even if you get a KO? That's going to be a rough one to say the least here, but what's important now is the fact that they're going to give them a piece of their mind here as the Lone Raichu comes in against Voxel and dishing so much damage here. And that's the KO coming in for that. Latios does not really want to force this, as they do see Buzzwole and Crossover returning with the team as well. But Hero is here, Zora is running into the fray.
With Nightfall Days ready to go as well, one of the best Unite Misfit team fighting, diving in and causing that. A 40 dunk is going to go in from the Age of Slash. They're going back to the home pad to get down into this bottom lane with a quick rotation. They don't have the springboard, so they're going to have to run the entire way. Banana Peeler's looking for the fight instead, and there we go, diving on in. Bliss Assistance comes on through, but the Moonlight Prance is enough. Nightfall Days hasn't even been used yet, but they've taken down the Mew and the Elder Goss. There's the Eon Blast. Rubble Rouser is going to say no to that, but now they have to deal with this Zorak as they get cut back to the Pokemon Center. Coup de Grace comes through as well, and Cathy Dumartine have cooked Banana Peelers in this bottom lane right now, with Elder Goss being kicked back as well.
And that's a nice start going into this here. 4 points remaining on the bot pad, and that means no extra EXP for you, Banana Peelers, which is not a good sign for me. I'm supporting you guys. Come on, pack it up.
Oh, Azalito gets away with that as well. The beam came through, but the shielding was too much, and they get back with literally a sliver on their HP bar. Cathy Dumartine have taken control of this game so far, but levels are very close. Zorak just hit level 13, but outside of that, they are pretty even. And points-wise, I mean, with that 40 dunk going in, Cathy Dumartine continue to extend their lead.
Yes, but Tano, this level 13 is on a Speedster who has massive damage going into this. Let's see how this pans out here. First, second, third, no finishing of the Lone Raichu, but look at the damage that's being dished out. It is nothing to scoff at. Nightfall Days, infected. Super Soul Slam. But there's the pickup onto the Buzzwole here. In fact, he's going in so deep, it is not worth it at that point.
Yeah, the crowd control was just too much, and Cathy Dumartine find that pick. Looking for more stacks, though, on this Lady Blue, and that's exactly what, realistically, Japan needs to do. Getting these points in. The 40 comes through, the 17 doesn't, and now they've got the defense, but still, nearly 200 points between these two teams. We know how important scoring is now that Groudon is the central area Pokemon.
And already we are seeing the numbers kind of tally up as to how it's gonna be. 303 on the side of Cathy Dumartine has all the levels to their name here. On the other side, 123, but the level's a bit shaky.
Oh, the Electro Balls were just set up ready for ambush there, and as soon as Aegislash walks on in, they lose the majority of their HP bar. Cascade has to get back onto the pad. The rip on the Regieleki coming through from Banana Peelers, and that is how you stun out a Zoroark, buddy! Showmaker couldn't go anywhere. They were stuck in their spot. They get KO'd, and that boosted doesn't even connect. Nightfall Days unable to be used. Regieleki is stolen, trying to break the pad before the Lecky gets there, but they can't. And they're not going to get any overcap, unfortunately.
And that's fine. I mean, they have 5 players coming in together. They have 2 level 13s to their name. Zoroark level 14. And across the board, they're looking so much better. They have 5 players to fight whatever's going to come to them into the central area. And they have Elder Gods to heal them as well. And so this is fine. However, Latios has something to say about that. A lot of damage is going to be coming through to Latios as long as he hits. So they need to be careful.
Doesn't look like that many stacks at the moment either. Red Giants is going to be taken by Cafe de Martin, but I have seen Latios in these late games with a lot more stacks than what we're seeing here at the moment, buddy, and that's exactly what you need Latios for. So we'll have to see how it goes on out in this fight as Groudon takes the field now, and Voxo trying to see if they can handle this Crustle. They were cut out from the rest of their team. Buzzwole defending that T1 pad. Not being here for the fight might be detrimental as the beams continue to come on through. The ranged attack from Cafe du Martin proving to be...
It's going to be a little bit rough for them. Moving into the fight. Crustle taking already 50% HP, having a Palm Puff to heal them up just a little bit more, but it's going to be tough. They need to kind of stick together here. They have the Rubber Rouser. I feel like it's time for them to just commit to one fight here and take one out at a time.
Looks like they're going to send Mew back to get the healing that they need. So Banana Peelers having to be a little bit passive here whilst Mew gets back into the fight. Voxo just sat there in the pad trying to see if they can find a pick, but they have to dash away from the beams. The patience here from Cafe du Martin is pretty impressive because Banana Peelers losing right now, but they're the ones that have to make the play.
Right, and they're slowly finding a Mud Secret Sword. First one in, where's the Rubber Rouser coming into contact here, and Azul gets the pickup onto them. Yeah, Buzzwole getting affected by a Thunderstorm Arrow invested as well. Super Soul Slag coming in as the Solar Beam tries to connect into someone here, but we do see Buzzwole going down first, and the second going into Raichu as well. Aegislash finally finds his mark down into color. The Dull Blade is now out and about as we do see Zoroark coming to the fray to take out one onto Mew here with the help of the Umbreon, and second onto Elagos. Here, beautifully done as Cafe du Martin has the advantage to go onto Groudon here. They have the initiative. They need to push this right now and ensure that there's no way Banana Peelers can come back from this.
Yeah, they're just chasing Crustle out of that central area, and they find the KO. So now with 25 seconds left in this game, there's nothing that Banana Peelers can do. Cafe du Martin are going to take game 1, but if today is anything to go off, buddy, Banana Peelers will be looking to bounce back in the next one.
Yeah, but more importantly, they still have something they can do here. They have a little bit of extra time. They should just sit down and see what else they can really do to turn this game around for the next fight, right? Because right now, I don't think they're doing anything absolutely wrong. They were kind of picking themselves back up from a Cafe du Martin with 3 Regis. It just kind of feels like they need a little bit of a push here, and they might have something solid.
I do think that, again, Zoroark was an absolute threat for them. They weren't able to handle Showmaker in the fights. There were some brilliant moments where they managed to get the stun onto them and limit the boosted attack from coming out. But Japer, in my opinion, didn't have enough stacks in that final fight. They do manage to take it, but Banana Peelers, they just needed a little bit more. Maybe a speedster themselves would have been a better approach for them.
Right, and so as we take a look into how they can go about it, again, maybe the Rainbow Calm was correct. I mean, I did say, you know, no second attack and just go for the Rainbow Calm, and they kind of fell short with their Lone Raichu there. Although we do see the damage looks great, right? And they were dashing around. Maybe that is kind of the key here. I don't really feel like Chari's call to go Mew is great. Maybe I'm leaning a little bit too hard on the Delphox after you've talked about it, but definitely feels like when you see Zoroark, you kind of want to do it like that.
Yeah, Delphox are pretty decent for dealing with the Zoroark, but it's one of those where you kind of need to help Delphox get there because Zoroark can definitely punish it easy in the early to mid game, but it's all about in that late game trying to catch it with that dash ability. Now, I don't know, I feel like maybe going back to the typical comp of one ranged attacker and then, you know, having more sort of frontline melee based Pokemon might be the call for Banana Peelers.
We established that, right? Technically, they do have a semi-decent lineup. It's the same issue we had with Absol before, right? You have Gerari on the Crustle, and technically speaking, Absol can try and just jump over the rock too. right? And if you use any other
Yeah.
move, then like Absol doesn't need to think as much. And Zoroark can just do that, and Zoroark is generally faster, I believe. So, where's the argument there, right? I don't think Jiraiya's call to pick up Crustle was correct. I think it was fine. I just don't think that is the answer. But Trevenant was locked out here. Let's be fair.
Yeah, and Snorlax.
Right.
They don't have two of their biggest picks, so they're gonna pull out the Crystal. And yeah, I mean, definitely was an interesting game, mate. I feel like going into game 2, maybe some adjustments. I think definitely some adjustments are needed. I would like to see a bit more burst damage coming out from banana peelers. The difficulty is Zoroark is very hard to limit, but a good Pokemon for dealing with it, or at least limiting it, has been the Sylveon, Mystical Fire, and giving it the red buff.
That's fair. That's fair. To be fair though, I would say that in your call is frontliners, my call is a change up in the supports. Right? I think Indigo going in Clefable, getting a little bit more utility out of it. Block is so invaluable. You need and want block in your composition, right? And having a chance to get block from Clefable, having a chance to get block from Clefable is so crucial in these fights. Because if Zoroark jumps in, block. If Sacred Sword comes in from Aegislash, block. Right? So Clefable also gives you that healing and is more catered to giving you bigger healings because you run specs. So maybe that is something you look forward to instead of changing the frontline lineup, which Boswell and Crustle feels great.
Tell you what you could do, because it was absolutely important for Cafe du Martin, is take away the Blissey. I think without the safeguard there, Night Terror, I think it would have been way easier for them to handle Showmaker. We saw multiple times Tibby picking up Showmaker when they were trying to get that boosted off, but Azalita was there to stop them from being crowd controlled. I think taking the Blissey away, that could have been a completely different game.
Fair enough, but again, we're the casters. We just see the information, we process it, we tell you guys what we think, and well, we'll let the players decide how they want to do this. As we go into that though, we are seeing Umbreon being banned out here, Stricken caught as well. I don't think Buzzle will be banned actually. All things considered, devastating, but not impactful in this current round.
They are going to ban out the Laddie Blue here, though, on the side of Banana Peelers, and I think, yeah, fair play. It's going to continue to be a great ranged attacker in the game at the moment, but Jiraiya does have access to the Snorlax. Are they going to take it as the #1 pick for them?
Indigo comes in with Koopa. So, not a lot of healing at the moment. We might see a Pokemon that can actually provide heals a little bit more, maybe Clefable. Because if everyone's going to be jammed back together, if the portal, Clefable, sounds really good, right? Instant healing rather than Pollen Puff's delay. Let's see how it goes.
Good rotation onto the Alolan Raichu here from Japer. Voxio's going to take the Crustle, so Jiraiya is going to be able to pick up the Snorlax, and Cherry King pulls out the Espeon. I like this. I think it's a little bit early maybe to take it, but it's going to be good for trying to deal with Japer. Snod Power is going to be great for trying to get some quick picks.
I'm so confused at the pickup here because I think Voxio has to pick a defender, right? Voxio is a defender. Why not Snorlax, right? This looks so good for Snorlax.
I mean, Snorlax is widely considered the best defender in the game right now, so I'm kind of with you, but maybe the Rock Tombs is what they're feeling, and it is really good for cut-off as well as disruption, so maybe that's the approach that they went for there.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm bouncing it to you.
Ooh.
You know, maybe there is a point to be made there. Blissey is coming back onto the fray here. A very good call, especially since we saw a lot of healing does make a difference here. Now, I'm not sure they need any safeguard, to be very fair. Jiraiya's block is a literal force to be reckoned with. You know, you don't get the stun of block here, even if you get safeguard, but you're still gonna get pushed. I mean, it's just a wall. So, probably going for more healing here, which I appreciate, especially since you got 2 frontliners now, and a bruiser in Blaziken.
Alrighty, so looking at these comps now, buddy. Rainbow comp coming out from Banana Peelers. Laura is going to take that Zoroark away from Cafe du Martin. Yes, you're probably not going to go for the safeguard on the side of Ezalito, but the healing is pretty much uncontested, and you need it because Indigo is there on the Hooper as well. Will Indigo go for the Hyperspace Horse? Will they go for Trick? That's going to be the interesting thing to keep an eye on.
I don't know. I think there's a precedence where you go for the Trick variant, right? Because technically, Zoroark is happy to like, jump in, do his thing, and fly back out. Not wrong. At the same time, Hyperspace Hold just gives you so much access, right? Because there's no healing in the team. So what's stopping you from just like bringing your whole team together and then be like, all right, we're gonna all in this. If we lose, we lose, right? With no healing anyways, right? So that is an interesting thing to see coming from Hoopla, and that's one way you can look at how healing is done, right? Which is prevention.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you KO the team, you don't need healing. But this is, Cafe Du Martin versus Banana Peelers. Will we see them bounce back and have another game free for the day? Or will Cafe Du Martin be able to hold it on out as we kick it off here?
And as we take a look into the standings and moving into that, we are going to be seeing Zoroark taking a stand into the central area and Torchic going into the center as well here, rather than any other variations and whatnot. Moving into that though, we are going to see fight ensue here. First pickup coming in is going to go squarely into Cafe Du Martin's side here. J-Pa and our little Dwebble here, Boxer, doing quite well. Nice tackle moving into that here and not enough to take them down, thankfully.
Will be a better lane for Cafe Du Martin as soon as they get their evolutions. If you look at both of them, the Alolan Raichu and having that paired with the Crustle is going to be difficult for the Espeon to find KOs onto. Tibby here managing to grab a decent amount of experience looking for Cascade, but they headbutt them way back onto that pad.
Nicely done here. Zoroark is going to come. Zoroark is coming in with a massive amount of damage going in for that. As I say his name wrong here, one thing is for sure is that the damage numbers is incredibly big. Moving in for 1 KO and not enough back to work with, but has Hyperspace Hold. And we have now figured out what they're going for.
Yeah, so at least they do have a little bit of healing that they can bring into the team. It's Side Shot coming out from Cherry King as well as they look to put the pressure onto the Combusken. Back onto the pad they go. J-Pa manages to dodge the movement from Zoroark, but they still get the boosted off. And they go back to the Pokemon Center here, Night Terror. They do manage to find the Squirtle, but Espeon is sent packing as well. This is a back and forth in the early game.
And there it is, coming in for that though. It's going to be Combusken who's going back into the central area to pick himself some EXP. But on the wrong side of the field here, as look at that. Waiting for opportunity here is going to be our Showmaker himself, Ed, who's going to look into see if he can pick himself up for that. Pushing him away here, we have a little bit of assistance and a nice pickup for the buff. Not really sure why the buff went into Blissey, but hey, better than giving it to Zoroark.
Yeah, absolutely. Good push as well from the Combusken, trying to see if they can get a pick. They find the Gabite. Cafe Du Martin really aggressive with it in these early stages. Banana Peelers looking to see if they can take away with this Regidrago. Ready to dive on in is Laura. Manages to get that hit off. The boosted comes through. They find it with Cherry King Psyshock as well. Can they take down Voxo for their efforts? They get away. No, they don't. They're KO'd. Zoroark has been shut down yet again by this Alolan Raichu.
Did you see the bottom there, Tano? The Blaziken coming in with overheat against Snorlax here. Nice pickup on the side here, but this Blaziken has fought quite a bit here. Battle scars all showing as he needs to back up to base, or maybe just going for another fight. He's got a lot of healing in his side here with Blissey as well. Zoroark again coming in strong. I promise you, I'm not falling asleep. But as he goes into that here, the damage is being dealt and it is looking a little bit low. They need to take some healing and buy some time for themselves here. 7 minutes on the clock. We're going to see Basement Reggie spawn.
That we are. Cafe Du Martin have got 3 Pokemon here to defend it. Looks like Banana Peelers want to make an approach on the top lane. It is going to be a Regieleki. Tibby going for the rip here. They're going to get local experience from it at least. That's going to be pretty huge for getting to that Garchomp level. Registeel on the rather gives you global experience. Cafe Du Martin sending the Crystal back to defend that pad. Dive in here on the side of Jurare, but it is going to be taken by the Raichu. And a good defense, but that Lecky is going to go on in, and the pad hasn't been broken yet.
It's a good sign it hasn't been broken yet, and there's no one nearby based on our information. And so this is going to be a nice time for them to just portal up and see if they can take another fight. And already we do see it come in here. Psychic Solaire going in for the damage here to hold them back off here. And our dear little Voxo losing itself off against the Espeon. And this is going to be a tough one to say the least here. Cascade looking to back away so we don't see the Cascade versus Cascade here, because they cannot be in the same place at one time. And now we're going to see if they can actually take another good fight after this rotation.
Looking at the points though, buddy, this is crazy. Only 57 points scored in the entire game as we're about to hit the mid-game here. Still looking for Garchomp to be on the field, rotating up to the top side. Tibby's very close to being the big land shark. Hasn't found the KO just yet as we dive on in with Laura. The Hydro Typhoon though is going to stop that coming through. The boosted does fall, but they don't find Blastoise just yet. Oh my days! They get back to the pad as Cathy Martin put a stop to Banana Peeler's approach.
That's the wrong move, by the way. It's night for days, not all my days here. As they do try to make something work here. Unfortunately, no pickups on the side for that one. They actually held their Unite move. It's a little bit of a pain to see, but this Garchomp going in strong. TB trying to return the favor after everything the Zoroark has done. Thank goodness. Livid Outrage coming in here. They might get a double KO. Moving into Blissey here, and there's still a Blastoise remaining. Pushing by the Blaziken, holding its ground, and he's slowly making his mark, but no! Blaziken getting a pick back on to Garchomp.
Showmaker's like, nah, you ain't grabbing me, buddy. I'm grabbing you. Back to the Pokemon Center you go. We're about to have the objective spawning in yet again. Japer has been uncontested down in this bottom lane. They've hit level 11 at the moment. More levels on the side of Cathy Martin. Very close in regards to the points. But here comes Garchomp looking to see if they can go for the rip with this bottom Reggie.
And already is looking really tough moving into this here. First push out coming in, and we already see first contact with Reggie. Ice moving from Banana Peelers, looking to try and see they can be hit with here. Overheat, unfortunately, closing the gap here, and there it is. They're gonna take another fight. Rock Tomb holding them back off here, and Sunny, I'm a believer. Thunderstorm area pushing him back out as we do see Power Net going in for themselves here. It looks like these four are going to see they can continue to take this onslaught against Zoroark, and of course the load Espeon here. Rubber Rousler picking himself up for a nice pickup on the Sharingan here, and this is gonna be a tough one. That's the first pickup coming in here as we do see Zoroark having to run away here. Overheat picking himself up for another big amount of damage here as they have to run away.
Wow, okay. I feel like, you know, nobody got anything from that approach. We didn't see enough KOs. No points went in. They just, you know, decide to retreat. If anything, Cathy Martin got enough because they got the Unite move out of the Hooper. So that's going to be pretty good for the next team fight as they rotate here up into the top lane. And we do see Showmaker trying to bait in the Zoroark to go for them so they can find the KO. Right now, though, it's all down to if they can handle Tibby. They're diving on in with the Garchomp. The fight goes on through to the Blastoise. The rip and the self-sustain is absolutely huge. There goes the Livid Outrage, buddy, as they continue to try and score the points in the bottom pad. They do find one KO onto the Blastoise, and they do go on the retreat. Showmaker's trying to see if they can find him with the Focus Blast. They get close enough with the Overheat. Doesn't charge up enough to find the KO, and the Portals from Hooper is going to get Garchomp back to a healthy status.
Ooh! What a Blaze Kick. Just seeing it on reaction, the literal twitch coming in for Garchomp's return, and that's a nice hit from there. But it's not enough here as they're going to continue to take this onslaught against Regieleki here. Nothing personal, but this Thunderstorm arrow just to stop you from moving in here as you pick themselves out the Regieleki, and now Banana Peelers are in the back foot.
Nightfall Days comes through, gets absolutely nothing out of it as Blastoise sends them packing, buddy. The Regieleki looking to see if they can get approach onto this T1 pad. So close, it is going to walk in. Now they can get themselves a decent overcap. 246 points to 106 here for Cathy Martin.
Now, Tano, the correct reaction is, oh my days, you know, as they go in for that giant lead there. Yeah. Moving down there, do we see... Yeah, we're never going to stop that. But as we do see here, though, Blaziken moving down to see if he can secure himself another Reggie for the team here, which is going to be the Registeel, which is a great pickup here, of course, because it's the best Reggie. Damage buff means that you can actually take them out faster. And so right now, this is going to be a race to see if they can pick themselves up one more. Maybe we'll get a 15 on Raichu. No, we do get 2 levels up across the board for Corso and Blissey.
Alrighty, this is it. The final Groudon of the day. Will it be? That's the question. Cathy Martin getting themselves into that central area. Banana Peelers are ready, though. They do get a good push onto the Garchomp here, looking to find the KO, but they get back to the Hooper portal. Half health on the side of Snorlax as well. Zoroark having to come in from the flank because they got damage dropped onto them. Now they're going to wait in the bush for the right moment. Cathy Martin have the advantage. Japer has managed to get away from Zoroark. They were there for the ambush, but Laura couldn't find it as the electro balls land. Cathy Martin have all the advantage at the moment, trying to see if they can get the Espeon. Weren't able to as they dive on through. Hundo Dunk is going to come on through from the Garchomp here. Tibby is going to make this ever so closer.
It's going to be a rough one to say the least here. I don't really think they need a Groudon anymore, but at the same time, they do pick themselves out the Blaziken here, which is a great start. Banana Peelers are holding a position down here, and they're just kind of shy of 40 points here, between 20 down. Alright, and a lot of them have 40, that's the problem. So they might still need a Groudon here, but We'll see in a bit here. Hyperspace Hold does get picked up here for the Rings and Bound. The damage coming through onto the Groudon as they're trying to make their way into this fight here. Damage is being done onto a lone Raichu. They're looking a bit low. Boxshow trying to push their way in here, but Block holding a way out here. We do see a Hydro Typhoon potentially coming in here for Cascade, but no pickups coming in for here as Boxshow comes in hot to receive here, and a Zoroark going in for the damage.
Bro, this is going to go to a game 3. I know it. I can feel it. Look at the points. There's 37 timer. It's going to go on in. 80 points. There's a Hundo Burger.
I know.
It's going to be too much for Cafe Du Martin, bro. Every game going to a game 3 here in the EUL Week 13.
I'm sure production is just in their seat and they're just excited for it because, man, we've been seeing some amazing games. I mean, if production could say a word like to a stream, I'm sure they would. It's going to be a fun one to say the least.
Oh, bro. Oh, God. I mean, I'm speechless, mate. Every game going to a game 3 here. Banana Peelers with an absolute bounce back in that one. They nearly got the pick onto Garchomp, and I think if they did, that may have been easier for Cafe Du Martin to handle. But bringing out that Hooper Portal, whoa, that was crazy.
This is going to be an interesting one here. 824 to 246. Oh, boy. It's gonna be a rough one.
Ooh, okay.
I gotta be honest with you. This match has come down to quite the wire here. We would never leave anyone on a cliffhanger if we could, right? And so let's see if this is going to be how it's going to end here. Banana Peelers, Cafe Du Martin, 1-1 here. The scoreline is looking as such. I don't think you guys need the battle data too much to figure out that this is a close match across the board. And we're going to see how they can turn this around. So, as we take a look into that, Tano, I mean, it's going to be a rough one. And the changes that we're going to have to see here, right, ultimately comes down to whether they have a stronger way to heal. Like I said, I really don't think Blissey was a call here. It's a good healing, but I think they need Clefable.
Yeah, I think Clefable would be a good shout, mate.
Right.
It's one of those where, you know, you've managed to really cause a little bit of chaos. Japer was completely uncontested. You know, at 27k damage taken, 115 damage dealt. That is a much better approach on that range attack.
Of course. And we're going to see how